KAILASA Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi, the parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And today, this very space is continuing its service after a long gap to the citizens and visitors of Tiruvannamalai through a non-stop cycle of serving the Aushadha Annadhan, food conducive to conscious growth, to the citizens and visitors of Tiruvannamalai. A host of socio-spiritual services is happening from Bhagwan's own parental home. And on this auspicious occasion of Pournami, the full moon night, the one-day Kalpataru meditation convention is also happening at KAILASA Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Kshetram, which is the temple monastery complex located on the mountain path, where also the Aushadha Annadhan is happening. The Kalpataru meditation program is a powerful one-day meditation program which unleashes the science of manifesting our reality in our lives. How to manifest what we desire in our life. How to be the Kalpataru, the wish-fulfilling tree in our own lives, fulfilling what we desire. This is the science taught during this Kalpataru meditation program, and along with it, the Shiva Diksha initiation is given to the delegates of the program. The Shiva Diksha is the first level initiation into the worship of Paramashiva, where a powerful connection is established between Paramashiva and each delegate. And part of this is the Gayatri Mantra initiation and the Mahavakya initiation. The Gayatri Mantra initiation is the first initiation that is given to a child at the age of 7 by his Guru, which kindles the inner intelligence and awakens it to function as the inner Guru, the inner voice for the child forever. And the Mahavakya initiation is initiation into the energized chants gifted to humanity by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as the living manifestation of Paramashiva. The Mahavakya chants such as Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham or Shiva Shiva. Multiple energized chants have been gifted by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to the whole of humanity, the continuous chanting of which will take the mind beyond its mundane struggles and into the zone of higher consciousness. All of these initiations are part of the Kalpataru meditation program that is happening today as part of the Pournima celebrations in Tiruvannamalai. The devotees of Annamalayar, the sannyasis and the sadhus reached Tiruvannamalai, surrendering at the feet of Annamalayar with complete trust that he will take care of them in all aspects. And as the living manifestation of Annamalai Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, takes it as his complete responsibility in fulfilling the surrender and trust of the devotees of Paramashiva, Annamalayar. Right from the acquisition of the parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism into the divine fold of Kailasa, the services to the citizens and visitors of Tiruvannamalai have been happening literally non-stop. Specifically, the seva of serving the Aushadha Annadhan to the people commenced from the time this divine acquisition happened and continues till date relentlessly. It is the joy and privilege of the Kailasian, the volunteers of Kailasa and the sannyasis of Kailasa to be able to serve the people of Tiruvannamalai, who are the Lord's own people, Paramashiva's own people. It is their ultimate joy to serve them with this Aushadha Annadhan and watch them come back consistently every single day to receive the Aushadha Annadhan. As we can see, through the Pournami night and into the morning hours of today, the citizens and the visitors of Tiruvannamalai continuously walk in to KAILASA Tiruvannamalai, Shri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi, to receive the Aushadha Annadhan. All the citizens of Tiruvannamalai are the direct eyewitnesses to the divine incidents that happened during the first 17 years in the life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Whether it is the ritualistic activities, the worship-based activities of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, or his All of this have been witnessed directly by the people of Tiruvannamalai. The famous photographer of Tiruvannamalai, Sri Radhakrishna Gupta ji, fondly recalls and has given an interview to KAILASA, where he recalls in his own studio Raghupati Yogi, Yogiraj Yogananda Puri, the yoga guru of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, bringing along with him the young Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for capturing a shot in the studio of Sri Radhakrishna Gupta ji, a photograph that will remain an iconic photograph representing the childhood of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And during this photo shoot, Yogiraj Yogananda Puri was guiding the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in the balance of the samana during the process of levitation. And while Sri Radhakrishna Gupta ji attempted to take a shot, he saw in front of his own eyes, he and his assistant saw in front of their own eyes, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism demonstrating the powerful Hindu science of levitation, where his body rose above the ground and floated in the air 1.5 feet above the ground, which terrified Sri Radhakrishna Gupta ji and his assistant, and they simply left their own studio. And it took Yogiraj Yogananda Puri to go behind them and convince them that it is just a spiritual power manifestation which the young Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was demonstrating, and there is nothing to worry about. It has been centuries since Hindus themselves saw such spiritual powers being manifested, owing to the continued persecution and therefore the almost extinction of such spiritual powers in the Hindu tradition. And Sri Radhakrishna Gupta ji recalls that they came back into the studio convinced by Raghupati Yogi to take one more shot, during which time the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would be stable on the ground, and so there is nothing to worry about. And Raghupati Yogi also told Sri Radhakrishna Gupta ji that the first photograph he attempted to take during the levitation would not have been captured because the body's frequency is beyond the frequency that the camera would be able to capture during the process of levitation. And true to his words, Sri Radhakrishna Gupta ji watched the film. Of course, it was film-based cameras in those early years, in the 1970s and 80s. He watched the film and found that there was no capture on the film. And so, he took a second shot when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was stable on the ground. And that is the iconic photograph that KAILASA celebrates today. Capture of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism around the age of 12. Each citizen of Tiruvannamalai has a fond memory to share, a miracle incident to share, or to share about on the extreme hard work of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, even as a child, when he was immersed in the activities of KAILASA in its revival. And Sri Radhakrishna Gupta ji is one such citizen who directly witnessed the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism levitating in mid-air, 1.5 feet above the ground. We can see the steady increase in numbers of the Annamalai devotees coming into KAILASA Tiruvannamalai, Shri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi, to receive the Aushadha Annadhan. It is here in KAILASA Tiruvannamalai Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi that the divine incident happened when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was 3 years of age, and he attempted to feed his Ganesha deity, and through a profound experience of Savikalpa Samadhi, Samprajnata Samadhi, Mahaganapati, Lord Ganesha, appeared and consumed the food offered by the young Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And this is the first profound spiritual experience experienced by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in his own parental home. This structure of Bhagavan's parental home that we are seeing in front of our eyes happened around the year 1988. The first 10 years of Bhagavan's life, this AKS complex was in its earlier model, which Bhagavan's biological family remodeled into its current structure that we witness today. It is here in Bhagavan's parental home that Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism practiced intense yoga from the age of 3 until the age of 13. Every single day with Yogiraj Yogananda Puri, also known as Raghupati Yogi, inside the Kritika Mandapam in the 3rd circumambulation path in the Arunachaleshwara temple. Today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism acknowledges with deep gratitude the contribution of Raghupati Yogi to his mission of KAILASA by preparing the physical body of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism through uncompromising, rigorous Hatha Yoga training, because of which the body is able to withstand the continuous explosion of cosmic energy happening inside its mortal frame, and able to sustain the continuous explosion and able to transmit it to the whole of humanity through the divine touch for every single being during the energy darshans. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says that all of this is possible because of the ruthless training in yoga that Yogi Yogananda Puri gave the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, completely ignoring his tantrums that he would throw with his yoga guru. If the physical body is not prepared enough with a strong nervous system, then the explosion of the cosmic energy inside it would simply collapse the body. It would be like a huge elephant entering into a small hut where the hut is completely fallen apart. Therefore, the role of Raghupati Yogi is highly crucial and deserves the most acknowledgement, appreciation, and gratitude from the entire humanity for enabling the body to be able to function despite the explosive cosmic energy happening in it every moment. And it is through the physical body that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is able to give the initiation, the diksha, the sparshan, the touch of the divine energy to each individual, for which too we need to offer our deep gratitude to Raghupati Yogi for preparing the body to this extent. And it is Mata Vibhutananda Puri, the Guru of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in the science of Vedanta and Tantra, who initiated the young Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism into the Sri Vidya worship of the Universal Cosmic Mother, and into the Shodasi, which is the sacred 16-syllable utterance. Today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism initiates millions of his worldwide followers into the sacred 16-syllable, which is the Shodasi initiation. And the beginnings of this initiation is during the golden childhood of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in this very parental home located on Tiruvudal Street. We have heard the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism recall during his global presidential addresses the hard work his gurus performed on him to prepare his body to radiate the cosmic energy for a long period of time, to serve humanity with the science of enlightenment and give the experience through the divine touch of the cosmic energy to each being. Mata Vibhutananda Puri would walk miles in her old age, carrying a stick with her for support, and climb the Arunachala hill. And she would take the help of the mystical being, Kartish Shiva in Tiruvannamalai, who used to appear and disappear out of his own will by chewing on a certain herb. He was called Kartish Shiva because he was like the king of the forest, who knew every corner of the forest and where we could collect the sacred herbs from. And Mata Vibhutananda Puri would walk miles along with Kartish Shiva to find the sacred herbs to prepare the Aushadha to give to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Such is the hard work performed by his gurus on his divine mortal frame to prepare him to be the guiding force for the whole of humanity and to prepare his delicate human frame to withstand the explosion of energy and transmit it stably without collapsing to the whole of humanity. At 17 years of age, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism left his parental home, which we are seeing in front of our eyes, and left Tiruvannamalai to attend to the global mission that was awaiting him. And we have heard directly from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism the incident through which he conveyed to his biological mother, Nithyananda Janmabhūmi, his decision to leave home to live sannyas. And the beautiful response of Nithyananda Janmabhūmi where she immediately teared up when she heard his decision. But when he questioned her why she was crying and whether she was going to stop him in his decision, she so beautifully replied that she would never dream of stopping him in his mission ahead. It is just that she is coming to terms with herself, consoling herself after hearing his decision to leave home. This is one of the most powerful incidents with Swami Amma, the biological mother of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which will stand forever as a leading example for humanity to follow, of how she never stood in the way in the name of attachment or bondage. She never stood in the way of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in whatever he wished to do in his divine mission of reviving Kailasa. And it is Swami Amma, Manitya Lokanayaki Ananda, who was in perfect alignment with all the gurus of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in accomplishing the preparation of his young mortal frame to be the guiding force for the whole of humanity. She did not demonstrate any single conflict with the ruthless training administered by his gurus on him. She was in complete alignment with the larger purpose and played her role as a seamless presence in the divine life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So much so, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism declares his biological mother, Manitya Lokanayaki Ananda, as the person in the whole of the Kailasa Sangha who lives the most non-conflicting life, a life of almost zero conflict with the people around her, a life of utter sacrifice and a life of complete obedience to his words and a life of zero conflict. And an example to each biological mother to let go of their children who wish to pursue the higher purpose of life, to live a life of higher consciousness. That momentous occasion of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism declaring to his biological mother that he has decided to leave home, and her most beautiful response happened in this very parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. On the first floor, which is the residential area of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We have heard from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism how his Vedanta and Tantra Guru, Mata Vibhutanandapuri, in her old age, would also climb the Arunachala hill to seek the guidance of Sri Maunaswami Narayana Swami. one of the superconscious mutants of Tiruvannamalai and the guru of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in the science of Nirahara Samyama and Kayakalpa. Mata Vibhutanandapuri would walk with her stick up the Arunachala hill and consult Maunaswami Narayana Swami on the course of training of the young incarnation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and his invaluable advice she would follow meticulously while preparing the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Sri Maunaswami Narayana Swami would hardly speak few words. He would write and show on a slate with a piece of chalk what he wanted to convey. And for years he lived on the slopes of sacred Arunachala. And for a period of time he lived inside the Arunachaleshwara temple on the southern side entrance gateway of the temple near the Kattagopuram, the smaller Gopuram, where even today there is a small memorial in remembrance of him. He lived inside the Arunachaleshwara temple, and it is with him that the young Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explored the science of Nirahara Samyama and Kayakalpa. Kayakalpa is the science of anti-aging, where the body completely detoxes and anti-ages and you grow several years younger. That is the science of Kayakalpa, the Hindu science. And the Hindu science of Nirahara Samyama is moving from consuming solid foods to consuming only liquid foods to finally consuming only prana, which is the life energy of the cosmos. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has today initiated thousands of his disciples into the Nirahara Samyama, who have shared their miracle experiences while practicing this Nirahara Samyama science in their lives. When the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism lived here during the first 17 years of his life, it is here that he discovered for the first time that there were 11 beings around him continuously. At first he thought that they were extended relatives because he himself was from a large joint family. So he thought they were extended relatives, or they would be around all others too, so there was nothing to worry about. Little did he know that they were around only him, and they were the 11 Rudras, the manifestations of the guardian god, Lord Kala, who is the superconscious mutation of Paramashiva himself. And these 11 Rudras were continuously protecting the physical form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And this he understood when he confided to Raghupati Yogi the presence of these 11 beings continuously around him, and their sudden disappearance when he found Raghupati Yogi, his yoga guru, for the first time. And Raghupati Yogi explained from his side that they are the 11 Rudras who are protecting him continuously. And when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism found his first guru, his yoga guru, the 11 beings disappeared now that he was in safe hands. The guardian god, the god of protection, Mahakala Bhairava, continuously protects through various manifestations the divine mortal frame of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism demonstrated the utmost obedience, reverence, and respect to the words of his gurus. In one instance, when Mataji Kuppamal and Yogi Yogananda Puri were seated along with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism inside the Arunachaleshwara temple, the temple bell rang indicating that the food offering to the Lord was done and people could come to partake of the food. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism ran to the temple person who was distributing the prasad, and he took one helping and was going to return when the temple person asked him why he was not taking the share for both his gurus, as he had already seen him seated with his two gurus inside the temple. And deep down in the heart of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, he feared that his friends who were standing just behind him in the queue would make fun of him, that it is probably for this reason of having the temple food, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was spending the endless hours inside the temple. Afraid of what they might say, that they might make fun of him, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism refused the temple person, saying that his gurus hardly ate and one portion was enough for the three of them. And when he ran back to Mata Vibhutananda Puri promptly asked, "Did he not give our portions also to you?" And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explained the real reason why he had refused it when the temple person had offered. And the moment Mata Vibhutananda Puri and Yogiraj Yogananda Puri heard his actual context and reason which made him behave such, Mata Vibhutananda Puri immediately commanded him that he would go to his grandfather's street where his grandfather's rice shop was located and beg from each shop on the street and bring back what he had begged to their feet. And this the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism did without a second thought. Such was his obedience to his Guru's words, in spite of the various logical thought currents that went inside his mind, because Sri Raja Mudaliyar, the maternal grandfather of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, was one of the elite of the Tiruvannamalai, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism carried great pride in being his grandson. But to keep his Guru's words, he promptly went begging on the very same street where his grandfather's rice shop was located. And after he finished his begging, the very same friends whom he was fearing might make fun of him asked him casually why he was begging in the streets the previous day and whether it was some vow to any Hindu god that he was fulfilling, because it is customary in Hinduism to declare and observe certain vows for certain things to happen in our lives. And they asked him with such sincerity to understand why he was begging. And when they did so, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, it shook him completely when he realized that what he was fearing was not true at all. They were completely coming from a different angle. And so the cognition he carried that what he feared, the words which others would utter about him, and because of that, what he refused to the temple person, he understood the entire happening. And this is the incident the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shares with us to help us drop our fears about what others might say about us and start living our own life to its peak potential and our own understanding. All of these divine incidents happened during the first 17 years of the life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in Tiruvannamalai. In this very parental home, KAILASA Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi. And we have joining us the Aushadha Annadhan services that are happening in the second location in Tiruvannamalai, which is on the mountain path, the temple monastery complex, KAILASA Tiruvannamalai Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Kshetram. From here too, the Aushadha Annadhan has been happening relentlessly ever since the onset of the Pournima, the full moon night.
मुक्तिप्रदायका विघ्नविनाशका सिद्धिविनायका नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा गंगाधर हरा हे परमेश्वर जय जगदीश्वरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा शिव शक्तीश्वरा श्रीशैलेश्वरा शंभो शंकरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा माधव मुरहर मधुर मनोहर गिरिधर नागरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा अभयप्रदायक आनन्ददायक भक्त उदाहरणा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा बंसीधर हरा श्याम सुंदर नाचे नटवरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा हे मधुसूदना भवभयभञ्जना मंगल पावना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नर्दन सुंदर नटन मनोहर करुणा सागरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा जगदोधारण कृष्ण जनार्दन परमदयागना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा सत्य सनातना नित्य निरंजना भक्त परायणा.
We are now able to see the live relay from Tiruvannamalai from both the Kailasas. Tiruvannamalai, where the Aushadha Annadhan Seva is being offered to the Annamalaya devotees on this auspicious full moon day and night celebrations. The second location that joined us, that resumed the live relay just now, is the KAILASA Tiruvannamalai Shri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Kshetram which is the temple monastery complex located on the mountain path. This temple monastery complex is located exactly midway, which is the 7th kilometer on the 14 kilometer around sacred Arunachala hill, starting from the Arunachaleshwara temple and completing the circumambulation at the temple itself. On the 7th kilometer is located this Kailasa, and therefore it is a convenient location for the Annamalaya devotees to rest their feet a bit and receive the Aushadha Annadhan and have their meal and relax with their entire families in the sprawling campus of this temple monastery complex and listen to the powerful cosmic principles that are continuously played as the spiritual discourses delivered by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism during the entire Aushadha Annadhana Seva. And they resume their circumambulation around sacred Arunachala. So we have been seeing from the onset of the full moon, yesterday evening, the Aushadha Annadhan has been happening continuously in these two locations. Aushadha refers to sacred herbs and other ingredients infused with conscious energy, which when added to the food acquires the property which impacts the consciousness positively of those consuming it. It is here in the birth town of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism that the several historic incidents happened in his divine life during the first 17 years. When the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was still a young baby, his gurus, in order to confirm and recognize he is indeed the incarnation of Paramashiva, opened up to him a dazzling jewelry box containing several dazzling jewelry items inside it. And out of all of it, the young Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who was just a baby, promptly picked up the single Rudraksha bead string that was lying amidst all the dazzling jewelry. The sacred Rudraksha is the energy bead of Paramashiva himself. The sacred Rudraksha are the bliss tears of Paramashiva when he opened his eyes after long samadhi. The bliss tears that fell on the ground took root as the Rudraksha tree. And this confirmed to his gurus he is indeed the next incarnation of Paramashiva in the glorious unbroken lineage of incarnations of Paramashiva in Tiruvannamalai. And it is here in Bhagwan's parental home where the Aushadha Annadhan is happening that at the age of 3, the gurus of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism initiated him into the first Chaturmasya Vrata. The Chaturmasya is the 4-month period between Guru Pournima and Vijayadashami, roughly from the months of July to the months of September, October. And the great incarnation saints and seers of Hinduism during this 4-month period of Chaturmasya observe severe austerities and live a life of dedicating their life to the complete enriching of the people who live around them with the cosmic principles and truths. And it is the number of Chaturmasya observed by the sannyasi or the incarnation that defines his sannyas age. Guided by none other than Paramacharya Kanchi Periyawal Chandrasekharananda Swamiji of Kanchipuram, the kingdom of Kanchipuram, who guided the gurus of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to initiate him into the Chaturmasya as early as possible. At the age of 3 in 1981, on the auspicious occasion of Guru Pournima, the gurus of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism placed him on their very lap and initiated him into the Chaturmasya Vrata and performed the rituals on his behalf until he reached the age where he was able to perform it on his own. And therefore, the count of the Chaturmasya Vrata, the sannyas age of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, started from the young age of 3. And at the age of 10, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in this very sacred land of Tiruvannamalai, had his first darshan of Paramashiva in the form of his beloved Guru Arunagiri Yogeshwara, who assumed the form of a young sannyasi and gave him his first darshan. And thereafter followed a 9-month period, an intense period which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism spent almost completely with his beloved Guru, Bhagavan Arunagiri Yogeshwara, imbibing the Paramashiva Jnana and the Paramashiva Vijnana and radiating the powers of Paramashiva. And at the age of 12, it is here in this divine Janmabhūmi land, the land where he took birth in Tiruvannamalai, that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had his first profound experience of enlightenment, the deep experience of Nirvikalpa Samadhi, oneness with the whole of existence, where he experienced another guru of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, with whom he explored the science of enlightenment itself. A direct disciple of Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi, Sri Annamalai Swamigal, delivered powerful discourses which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would attend as a young child. And during one of these discourses, Sri Annamalai Swamigal revealed that we are beyond the body. We are pure consciousness, and pain has no relevance to us. We are beyond pain. To experiment with this truth that he had just heard, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism raced back home and took a knife and slit his right thigh to see if he experienced pain. Such was his intense burning energy and inspiration to experience the truth. And of course, he experienced excruciating pain, and he had to be rushed to the hospital across the road, the hospital belonging to Dr. Karunanidhi, who still lives in Tiruvannamalai and recalls the incident where he administered 13 sutures on the right thigh of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism went right back to Sri Annamalai Swamigal, questioning him about the pain that he had experienced. And Sri Annamalai Swamigal consoled him and gave him powerful words where he acknowledged his power and courage to experiment with the truth that he had heard. And he said that this very quality in him, the intense seeking for the truth and the courage to experiment with it, will show him the experience of the truth. And he gave him a technique to practice, which is inquiring into the source of thoughts. And this technique the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would playfully indulge in when he sat in his favorite meditation spots, especially atop the Pavalakundru, which is a small hilltop in Tiruvannamalai. And it was during this time, when he was playfully experimenting with this technique, that the profound experience of enlightenment opened up through a deep experience of Nirvikalpa Samadhi, oneness with the whole of existence. And this happened at the age of 12. And following this incident at the age of 12. At the age of 15, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism went to Gudiyatham to pursue his higher polytechnic studies, fulfilling the wishes of his gurus, who urged him to go for higher studies to be able to master the English language so he can get across the cosmic principles effectively to the whole of humanity, the universal English language, and also to fulfill his parents' responsibility in giving him the higher conventional education system that was in vogue. And completing his polytechnic studies, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism returned to Tiruvannamalai, and at the age of 17, he declared to his mother that he would be leaving Tiruvannamalai to live a life of sannyas and to attend to the mission that was awaiting him. And in between, innumerable divine incidents happened in the life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in this very sacred land of Tiruvannamalai, to which there are numerous eyewitnesses, all the citizens of Tiruvannamalai, the townspeople, and the second and third generations of his own gurus. The sons and the grandsons of all of his gurus are the direct eyewitnesses to his days and months and years he spent with each of his gurus, and to the miraculous incidents that happened during his childhood. It is here in his own parental home that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism celebrated all the Hindu festivals, especially the 9-day Navaratri festival, worshipping the universal cosmic mother. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would have his own display of the Golu, which is the traditional display of various figurines representing the flow of life that happens in the ocean of the cosmos. He would make his own deities and place them in the Golu on racks that he would build as steps from the home business shop that they ran in the home complex. And he himself would personally invite the townspeople of Tiruvannamalai, go home to home and invite them personally to come and participate in his home festivals. Such was his extent of enriching even at that young age. The entire life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is a life of sacrifice and a life of dedication and utter sincerity towards the enlightenment of humanity. A life lived for the sake of others in its every moment, in its peak authenticity and integrity. We have heard from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism descriptions of all his gurus and his maternal grandfather, Sri Raja Mudaliyar, who was an epitome of integrity and authenticity even at his ripe old age, where he held the keys to his business, in his grain business, the keys to his shop, until his last breath, although he had 3 able sons who could carry forward the business during his old age. He never retired from life. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has shared with us through the global presidential addresses how he learnt the quality of never retiring in life from his own dear maternal grandfather, Sri Raja Mudaliyar Tata. Tata means grandfather in Tamil. And it is Sri Raja Mudaliyar's early morning personal puja bell that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would wake up to. During his childhood, he spent the early morning hours with his maternal grandfather, being part of his puja, his personal worship that he would offer every day, uncompromisingly. And he would return from his he would never retire to sleep before he completed some of his spiritual practices, which included reading of the sacred Hindu scriptures and the Hindu Puranas and chanting of verses from the Tamil literature. And it is Raja Mudaliyar Tata who inculcated the habit of reading books before going to sleep at night in the life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And not only that, Sri Raja Mudaliyar was considered a symbol of good omen and good fortune for those who wanted to start any new venture, and it is to him they would come to and request for the first donation for their new venture, for they knew that he would never refuse, especially when it is for a divine cause. And also, he stood as a symbol of auspiciousness, which would bring success in any new venture. And Sri Raja Mudaliyar would diligently set aside his everyday earnings, a small portion of his everyday earnings, in a wooden box which was named Magama Bandhu, and from this he would offer donations to anyone who approached him. It is such human beings with such highest qualities that made up the ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai during the golden childhood of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in Tiruvannamalai. And it is such human beings that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is recreating now to form the ancient Hindu civilizational nation of KAILASA, to revive it in all its glory, comprising individuals with such high level of consciousness and humility and all the highest values and principles that need to be followed in one's life.
Nithyananda Janmabhūmi
We are continuing to watch the Aushadha Annadhan that is happening in the two Kailasas in Tiruvannamalai, serving the Aushadha Annadhan to the Annamalaya devotees who are circumambulating around the sacred Arunachala hill on the occasion of the full moon night. The Pournami one, the parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, located on Tiruvudal Street, which officially came into the fold of KAILASA located on the Giribala path, the mountain path around sacred Arunachala hill, which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism inaugurated on the 19th of April 2008. What we are witnessing today as the untiring serving of the Aushadha Annadhan from the Nithyananda Annalaya of the two Kailasas in Tiruvannamalai. To Tiruvannamalai for the flagship festival Kartika Deepam to witness the Kartika Deepam festival as a short pilgrimage to Tiruvannamalai. Hinduism lived in Tiruchengood earlier and established the first Kailasa in Tiruchengood during that period and served food relentlessly to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, serving the food himself to the devotees. And this happened in Pavalakundru, the location where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for the young Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The ashram built by his own gurus for him is the ashram in Pavalakundru, the first Kailasa in Pavalakundru, Tiruvannamalai. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has always reiterated grandfather Sri Rajamudarya how each of them lived a life of utter sacrifice The two Kailasa ecosystems in Tiruvannamalai are like the people's own homes, where the citizens and visitors of Tiruvannamalai are so completely familiar with these two ecosystems by now, and they simply walk in to have their meal at any time during the day or night. And they are assured of having their meal in any of these Kailasas in Tiruvannamalai. we are continuing to witness the Aushadha Annadhana Seva service to the Annamalai devotees in Tiruvannamalai who are circumambulating around sacred Arunachala on the auspicious occasion of the full moon night. The Aushadha Annadhan is being served from KAILASA Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi, the parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which was recently officially acquired by KAILASA Bharat, and the second location, which is KAILASA Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Kshetram, located on the mountain path, the Girivala around sacred Arunachala. From both of these locations, we are witnessing the untiring service of serving Aushadha Annadhan, food infused with Aushadha, which are ingredients infused with a conscious energy and that which transforms the quality of the food to aid our conscious growth when we consume it. Doing their circumambulation around sacred Arunachala. As per the lunar calendar. That once again the Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Kshetram, you are also having the Paramashiva is worshipped in the hill form of Arunachala and liberation. The sixth phase of the Arunachala hill only the sixth phase of Paramashiva in its entirety. In this location of Kailasa, where the magnificent darshan
विनाशक सिद्धि विनायक नित्य नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा माधव मुरहर मधुर मनोहर गिरिधर
several gurus of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism were adepts at the science of Aushadha. The Guru for Vedanta and Tantra in the life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And next is Sri Narayana Swami Pillai, were adepts in the science of Aushadha, and they healing them and curing them of the most severe of diseases. to relieve him of a body discomfort. The gurus of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism did not require heal the ailment or the issue. Who, through their divine powers of intuition,
Ishvara Hari Papa Samharak Patita Pavana Nityeshvara
by his gurus, Isakki Swamigal and Mata Vibhudananda. The Aushadha herbs. And on that particular day, Upanishad sessions that he would have with them. Before after which they would have the Upanishad sessions where Sri Sakki Swamigal would offer juice, whereas he needs to drink it. And his gurus told him, all right, cognized by his brain. And then Sri Sakki Swamigal receiving these Upanishadic truths, understand these truths or do not understand these in the right way. And these Aushadha preparations enables him in the future to impart these same truths to the whole of make up the golden childhood of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism during the first 70
மார்கநெறி காட்ட அவன் காட்சி தரும் வாகனம் கரம் தாங்கும் திருச்சூலம் சூரியப்பிரபை வாகனம் தரும் தரிசனம் கருணை கடல் குழந்தை கோடி இதழ் பூத்திடும் மலராய் ஒளிரும் நித்யம் நித்யானந்தன் தோன்றிடும் இது ஸ்வர்ண
we have heard full moon night,
அமர்ந்த ஸ்வர்ண வாகனம்
the Pournami being served.
நித்யனும் அமர்ந்த
On certain months, the full moon
வரம் தர நித்யனும் அமர்ந்த
there is a beautiful incident Yogi Yogananda Puri would take along with him the young supreme pontiff of Hinduism, owner, Sri Upadhyaya Ayya, is a direct eyewitness one such incident that happened in the Udupi hotel. It was customary after he fed them, he would have his food. On one particular for their customary visit and their customary cup of coffee, and new moon nights. And he said, it looks like his vow is going Sri Raghupati Yogi made this remark to Sri Upadhyaya. Of Paramashiva himself, and they were also clear about their own roles. Simultaneously, in the wonderful Guru-disciple relationship between the Supreme Pontiff to play, which was their responsibility in the descent of this month. The
வரம் தரும் அருள் மாலை நேரம் வரம் தரும் அருள் மாலை நேரம் நித்தியத்தோ நித்தியன் கையிலையில் தந்த நிகரில்லாத உயர் தரிசனம் உலக
Continuously takes care of the Annamalai devotees which is Paramashiva in hill form. Every full moon night, of the needs of those circumambulating the hill in all their devotion. Continuously, the powerful discourses of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism their muscle memory and biomemory and become their life serving into the needs of the citizens and visitors of Tiruvannamalai.
வாழ்வின் பொருள் இந்த தரிசனம் நித்யானந்தன் யுகம் காக்கும் தரிசனம்
two Kailasa locations in Tiruvannamalai where the
வாழ்க்கையின் அர்த்தம் அது தெளிந்து விடும் நம்முடைய
recently acquired by Kailasa into its divine fold.
சொன்னாரு சக்தி
Around the sacred Arunachala hill, when you start the circumambulation from the temple the full moon,
பாடுவதும் முக்தியடைய நல்ல
Annamalaya devotees circumambulate Arunachala
சக்தி தந்தா
full moon is still in vogue, it is still happening.
சிந்தனையில் தோன்றும் நானேனும் எண்ணம் அதை விட்டு விடணும் மற்ற ஜன்னவேதம் வாழ்வின் நிலை ஏத்திவிடும் சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளு
Untiring efforts of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in serving humanity
தள்ளிடும்
places at the feet of his divine gurus who poured their life energy greed towards currency in any form which they prepared his mortal frame. divine gurus and declares his relentless hard work as an adept in a specific Hindu science. His extraordinary feats in yoga. He was an adept in the power of and from Paramashiva himself, the science of yoga has high caliber in his time period, who is creating the powers of Paramashiva as a mere byproduct, and therefore should have onlooker. He would just make a few sounds and in treating poison in any form. He would any onlooker. He would simply wind around himself physical body, which astonished the medical fraternity. At one point in time, anymore. He was a master of his own body, and Sri Raghupati Yogi came
नित्येश्वरं हरि
all of the divine happenings with all of the divine gurus of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Of 10 in the grounds of the Arunachaleshwara temple. Sri Raghupati Yogi performed the Pada Puja with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism at in the Kritika Mandapam where the yoga sessions were happening. Sri Raghupati Yogi was seated his own guru performing the Pada Puja, which is worship of his feet. That he knew that the young Supreme Pontiff of Hindu the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was completely taken aback as Hinduism recalls this incident with his deep gratitude to withstand the explosive energy that flows within it constantly. Perform their roles in his divine life uncompromisingly. It is Sri Raghupati Yogi and Mata Vibhutananda on the explosive mission that lay ahead waiting for him. Kumar would read from the Upanishad and Shri Shakti always trigger the Vakyartha Sadas, which is the where healthy debates happened on the cosmic principles and cosmic principles as a spiritual practice for his disciples and themselves, chewing on the cosmic principles he has unleashed and debating on practice and technique imparted to him by his beloved gurus, the Supreme Pontiff
Nithyananda
in serving humanity at various levels in the physical level.
மலராய் ஒளிரும் நித்யன் திருமுகம் கரம் தாங்கும் திருச்சூலமோ புவியில் பிணி நீங்க அருள் செய்திடும் குணம் தாண்டி உருவம் அதும் தாண்டி குருவாய் நித்யன் தோன்றும் எழில் வாகனம் குணம் தாண்டி உருவம் அதும் தாண்டி குருவாய் நித்யன் தோன்றும் எழில் வாகனம் அருளாக அகவாழ்வின் இருள் நீக்கி சன்மார்க்க நெறி காட்ட அவன் காட்சி தரும் வாகனம் அருளாக அகவாழ்வின் இருள் நீக்கி சன்மார்க்க நெறி காட்ட அவன் காட்சி தரும் வாகனம் திருக்காட்சி கண்ட விழிகள் விரிந்திடும் வேண்டும் வரம் கேட்கும் மனம் மாயமாய் மறைந்திடும் பல கோடி இதழ் பூத்திடும் மலராய் ஒளிரும் நித்யன் திருமுகம் கரம் தாங்கும் திருச்சூலமோ புவியில் பிடி நீங்க அருள் செய்திடும்
We are continuing to watch the live relay from Tiruvannamalai, where from two locations of KAILASA, the Aushadha Annadhan is being served to the Annamalaya devotees who are walking around the sacred Arunachala hill on this auspicious full moon night and day.
தாங்கி நித்யனும் அமர்ந்தது
Aushadha Annadhan refers to the food infused with conscious energy that is being served freely for all the Annamalai devotees. The Aushadha Annadhan happens every single day of the year and scales up in its services on the auspicious full moon night of every month, because it is on this auspicious full moon night that lakhs of Annamalai devotees gather in Tiruvannamalai to perform the circumambulation around the sacred Arunachala hill. And what we are witnessing today is this instance of the Aushadha Annadhan Seva during the auspicious full moon night. It is the ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai that prevailed during the golden childhood period of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. In the 1970s, 80s, and 90s, that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived now as KAILASA, the only Hindu nation in the world. Specific individuals have contributed to maintaining the beautiful ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai. Such was the quality of individuals of Tiruvannamalai, which by itself is a large joint family, tightly knit together, where each person knows the other. The entire Tiruvannamalai functions as a single large joint family. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism recalls two aged women in Tiruvannamalai who were known as the Attakadai and Ayakadai. These two aged women took the responsibility of keeping the young kids of Tiruvannamalai, the children, healthy by ensuring that they had a clean stomach. They had their own homemade preparation of a banana filled with castor oil in its center and given to the children as the local candy, which the children should consume, and that would completely detox them and keep their stomach absolutely healthy. And this, the two aged women ensured that they did for all the children in the vicinity, not just their own home children. That was the ecosystem and the lifestyle prevailing in Tiruvannamalai, where responsibility was taken for all the children. The entire town of Tiruvannamalai functioned as a single large joint family. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has recommended having this preparation of the banana with castor oil as a powerful detoxing tool. He has recommended this to his devotees and disciples. the remedies and life solutions that the gurus and acharyas of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism came up with were all from the Vedas and the Agamas and the prescriptions of Paramashiva himself, which is why they were unfailing in their results. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has always recommended living as large and stable joint families, because it is the joint family that creates the tolerance and the high level of completion in individuals with each other. Nuclear families create a lot of incompletion and intolerance by its very nature. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself grew up as part of a large joint family, where the children would live literally in any of the houses that made up the family, not specifically in their own home. And the practice of tolerance and accommodating each other was nurtured right from childhood through the stable joint family living. Today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is nurturing these core human values in his disciples and devotees worldwide through the formation of KAILASA, the only Hindu nation in the world, where life is lived as a single large joint family with a high level of completion between each other. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes his very life in Tiruvannamalai, and even up to the age of 21, as a life of Gurukul, where he lived and learnt at the feet of great masters. Gurukula literally means the family of the Guru. Kula means family. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism spent his entire childhood in Tiruvannamalai with his various gurus. He hardly spent time in his own home. He came home to merely attend to his home deities and offer Naivedyam, food to them, and take care of them. The rest of the time he spent with his dear gurus, and he spent by himself in deep meditation and other severe austerities during his golden childhood in Tiruvannamalai. And of course, the major chunk of his life in Tiruvannamalai, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism spent inside the Arunachaleshwara temple. The sprawling, magnificent stone structure, the largest Shiva temple in the world. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, quote, "If I just reproduce the Tiruvannamalai which existed in the 1980s, I think I have fulfilled my mission of creating the largest practicing Hindu university. The whole city is centered on temple and enlightenment." Unquote. These are the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on Tiruvannamalai, the most amazing ecosystem on planet Earth, conducive for enlightenment and conducive for the very landing of the incarnations of Paramashiva. It functions as a spiritual incubator, protecting and nurturing the delicate mortal frame of the incarnation until the body is capable of functioning in the regular mode in the outer world. as we continue to watch the Aushadha Annadhan being served to the Annamalai devotees in Tiruvannamalai, the Kalpataru meditation program is happening in KAILASA Tiruvannamalai, Shri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Kshetram, located on the mountain path. This powerful one-day meditation program is a gift from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to the whole of humanity. In early years, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself has conducted this one-day meditation program, wherein he teaches the science of manifesting our reality in our lives, the science of causing our own reality in our lives. And along with this, the Shiva Diksha initiation and the third eye initiation and the Gayatri Mantra initiation are also given, along with the Mahavakya initiation. The Gayatri Mantra initiation is the first initiation given to the young children when they enter into the formal spiritual training. The Gayatri Mantra or chant is a powerful chant which kindles our inner intelligence and awakens the inner guru in us, which starts guiding us from within. The Mahavakya initiation is the initiation into the energized chants energized by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism specifically for continuous repetition purposes, what is known as the Ajapa Japa, a spiritual practice in Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Multiple chants have been energized for this purpose of Ajapa Japa by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And the initiation into all of these energized chants is given to the delegates of the Kalpataru program, so they can start practicing, they can start the spiritual practice of constant repetition of any of these energized chants, which are called the Mahavakya. Continuous repetition of them directly leads one to a space where they are completely unclutched from the mind and any of its logical thought currents. The Shiva Diksha is the initiation into establishing a strong connection with Paramashiva, from where one can experience the profound space of oneness with Paramashiva, Shivoham. The Shiva Diksha is one of the oldest Dikshas given by the ruling pontiffs of the oldest Shaiva monasteries. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as the ruling pontiff of the Tondai-Mandala Adinam, the ancient kingdom of Kanchipuram, and the ruling pontiff of the Shamala Pita Sarvagnya Pitam, the ancient Madurai kingdom, gives the Shiva Diksha and the Vishesha Diksha, the first and second level initiations, to his disciples and devotees all over the world. The Shiva Diksha is part of the Kalpataru meditation convention. This Kalpataru meditation program is happening in KAILASA Tiruvannamalai, Shri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Kshetram, and it is being conducted by the Acharyas, the meditation teachers, trained and initiated personally by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, for spreading the powerful cognitions, the cosmic principles to humanity at large, and giving them the profound experience of these very truths. in the very words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the amazing ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reveals, quote, "The whole city is an ambience. The whole city is focused on enlightenment. It is a spiritual incubator for an incarnation to flower, for enlightened beings to flower. I tell you, not a single sadhu will go without food in Tiruvannamalai. Even if you just wear the kavi and live as an ordinary beggar, you will be given food and you will have enough money to run your life, the basic needs. The whole Gurukul, the real Hindu Gurukul, Hindu university atmosphere I had in Tiruvannamalai in the 1970s is what I am trying to reproduce all over the world through the Nithyananda Gurukuls and the online e-Gurukuls." Unquote. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism further reveals on why Gurukuls, quote, "Your soul and your consciousness." When I use the word soul, I use what you perceive as you, your sensations, your experience of life. Let me define. Your experience about life happens through the body, but not just the body. Your soul, individual soul. In Sanskrit, I use the word Pratyekatma Chaitanyam. The individual soul is the connection between the pure consciousness and your body. The pure consciousness and you. You means your body. Pure consciousness and your body are tied through a powerful conscious vibration. I should call it as powerful words, conscious vibrations. The Guru can change that programming and give you the best possible conscious frequency connection between you and your body, your consciousness and the body. That connection, Guru gives the best connection, the ultimate connection that awakens powerfulness in you. Unquote. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continuously reveals to us the need to replicate the ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai worldwide, which is why the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has established a Hindu nation today, the nation of KAILASA, which is, in his own description, Tiruvannamalai gone right. That is KAILASA, Tiruvannamalai gone right. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has dedicated innumerable global presidential addresses to just revelations on the Gurukul and the need to bring back the Gurukul system and the need to replicate the Tiruvannamalai ecosystem and on the greatness of his various gurus of Tiruvannamalai. During one of his global presidential addresses, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reveals, quote, "I had the great fortune of living in an amazing Gurukul in Tiruvannamalai. Multiple specialists in Adi Shaiva, in Vedanta, in Siddhanta, in Bhakti Sampradaya, great descendants of Ramana Maharishi, great descendants of Sri Sheshadri Swamigal, multiple Hindu branch specialists. I had the great opportunity. They all reproduced their superconsciousness, enlightenment in my system. I am reproducing the same with my Gurukul on all the Balasams. Whatever I received from my Gurus, I am sharing it, reproducing it on all of you. Whatever my Gurus reproduced on me." We have photographs of my Gurus in the Sarvajna Pita and photographs of me in the same Sarvajna Pita, and of me having all their blessings and the Yogadanda and the Kamandalu. Whatever is mirroring in my brain, I reproduce on my balasons. We have scientific evidences, scientific studies, researches from multiple and various angles. In 2004, in the United States of America, I started the first scientific study on my system. What happens when I go into Samadhi? And we have done at least 200 various studies on myself and my sannyasis, devotees, Gurukul Balasants, on this manifestation science, enlightenment science and initiation. Ultimately, enlightenment itself cannot be captured or defined by any machine, but the effect of enlightenment, samadhi, unclutching, initiation, oneness, power manifestation. What happens when someone falls into samadhi? What happens when somebody manifests the third eye powers? When somebody awakens the kundalini? When somebody is in oneness? When somebody's consciousness goes up? What happens in your brain, body, mind? That can be scientifically studied under controlled conditions. Unquote. These are the very words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the great science of power manifestation, the great science of initiation, of Diksha that happens between the Guru and the disciple, the transmission of the knowledge and experience from Guru to disciple, which is why the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism declares that his very advent on planet Earth as the incarnation of Paramashiva is to reinstate the Guru-disciple tradition for the whole of humanity, for eternity. Because it is through the Guru-disciple lineage and tradition that the great cosmic secrets and the cosmic principles and the profound experiences are transmitted from generation to generation. And it is due to this that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism sent his gurus ahead of him onto the planet Earth into the ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai and came down as their disciple to demonstrate to the world the Guru-disciple tradition and how to acquire knowledge through the Guru-disciple lineage and tradition. And from himself, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is furthering the Guru-disciple tradition through his own disciples. And therefore, the Guru-disciple cyclic succession will be kept alive for eternity. And the root of it all starts in Tiruvannamalai, which is the sacred land where Paramashiva himself appeared as the Guru to resolve the dispute between Lord Brahma and Lord Vishnu as to who is the greater. And from there on started the glorious Guru-disciple tradition of Tiruvannamalai. KAILASA has announced the upcoming dates for the Paramashivoham program, which is the flagship program of KAILASA, personally designed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to give the experience of Shivoham, oneness with Paramashiva, to every being, every individual. The Paramashivoham program happens across 3 levels. The beginner's level, which teaches the science of manifesting our reality, and the intermediate level, which teaches how to achieve the higher superconscious self, and the third advanced level, which becomes the ultimate yoga and meditation summit. There is the current season of Paramashivoham happening, which completes on the 9th of February, and the next season of Paramashivoham starts on the 17th of February, with all 3 levels commencing on the same date. We invite each one of you to register for the Paramashivoham level 1, 2 and 3 and start experiencing the powerful space of Paramashivoham. the oneness with Paramashiva. The link for the registration is continuously flashed on your screen. It is through the Paramashivoham program that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is continuously giving extraordinary breakthroughs in the field of consciousness to humanity at large. Worldwide followers register and continuously attend the various Paramashivoham seasons in their aspiration to live the cosmic principles unleashed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
शिव शक्तीश्वर श्री शैलेश्वर शंभो शंकर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर माधव मुरहर मधुर मनोहर गिरिधर नागर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर अभय प्रदायक आनंददायक भक्त उदाहरण नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर बंसीधर हर श्याम सुंदर नाचे नटवर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर
Superconscious mutants of Tiruvannamalai, the predecessors of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, have predicted in their own mystical ways the advent of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as the living manifestation of Paramashiva on the planet. The great Pundi Mahan, the superconscious mutant who lived in Tiruvannamalai, blessed the biological mother of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, saying that Father himself will be born. The word Father is used to describe Annamalai or Paramashiva himself in Tiruvannamalai. Thus he predicted the advent of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as a living energy of Paramashiva. All the gurus of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism recognized him as the living manifestation of Paramashiva. The great Bhagwan Ramana Maharishi predicted to his devout disciples, close disciples, when he described who would be his successor. He described Sri Yogiram Suratkumar Swamigal, the saint with the fan in his hand, and following him he described the young Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as the young Swami sitting under the banyan tree and smiling. Sri Sheshadri Swamigal predicted in the life of Mata Vibhutananda Puri the advent of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as the incarnation of Paramashiva. The mother of Mata Vibhutananda Puri approached Sri Sheshadri Swamigal to bless her to have a child, and Sri Sheshadri Swamigal, known for his mystical ways of healing and gracing and blessing the people, picked up a handful of mud and gave it to her and asked her to consume it and that she would have a divine child, which in all her sincerity, Mata Vibhutananda Puri's mother did. And the moment she consumed a handful of mud, with no questions raised on the Guru, she realized that she had conceived, and later she came back to Sri Seshadri Swamigal for his blessings, and he blessed her, saying that the mother will be born to take care of the father. These are the mystical utterances of Sri Seshadri Swamigal, which are easily interpreted today as Mata Vibhutananda Puri, the mother who was born to take care and nurture the father, who is Paramashiva himself in the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. It is Mata Vibhutananda Puri who took care of the young Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism during his childhood years, when he underwent all the explosive, miraculous spiritual experiences in his life that sometimes shook him when he underwent them. In such mystical ways, the predecessors of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in Tiruvannamalai have predicted his advent. The advent of his beloved Guru, Bhagwan Arunagiri Yogeshwara, was also predicted by his other gurus. Sri Yogiram Surat Kumar Swamigal predicted the advent of Bhagwan Arunagiri Yogeshwara in the life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism through a mystical utterance. On one of the occasions when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was persisting in knowing the answer to a question from Yogiram Surat Kumar Swamigal, Yogiram Surat Kumar Swamigal jocularly would tell the devotees who visit him for blessings to take away this young boy with them, this young boy who was continuously pestering him for answers. And on one such occasion, when he was not in a position to completely answer the questions of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, he made a mystical remark saying that to answer your questions, Father himself will come. And in just a few days, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had his darshan of Paramashiva in the form of his beloved Guru, Bhagwan Arunagiri Yogeshwara. And Raghupati Yogi, the yoga guru of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, also predicted the advent of Bhagwan Arunagiri Yogeshwara in the divine life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
ஸ்வர்ண சூரிய பிரபை வாகனம் மறுகையில் அபயம் திருக்காட்சி உதயம் நித்யானந்தன் தோன்றிடும் இது ஸ்வர்ண சூரிய பிரபை வாகனம் பல கோடி இதழ் பூத்திடும் மலராய் ஒளிரும் நித்யன் திருமுகம் கரம் தாங்கும் திருச்சூலமோ
We are continuously watching the serving of the Aushadha Annadhan to the Annamalaya devotees in the two locations of Kailasa ecosystem in Tiruvannamalai. The first location is Bhagwan's own parental home, the Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Kailasa Tiruvannamalai Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi, located on the Tiruvudal street. And the second location, which is the KAILASA Tiruvannamalai Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Kshetram, located on the circumambulation path of sacred Arunachala in Annamalai. From both these locations, the Aushadha Annadhan has been continuously happening on this auspicious full moon celebrations, where every full moon night, the Annamalaya devotees gather in Tiruvannamalai in lakhs in numbers and perform the circumambulation around the sacred Arunachala hill, forming what is called the Naramala, which is a garland made of human beings around Arunachala. The entire Girivala path, every full moon night, will be completely covered by the devotees of Annamalayar, with no space visible between them. And therefore they form what is known as the Naramala around Arunachala. Nara meaning human being and Mala meaning garland, a garland of humans around sacred Arunachala every full moon night. And during this time that the Annamalaya devotees are circumambulating sacred Arunachala, the Kailasas in Tiruvannamalai serve the Aushadha Annadhan to these devotees and serve purified drinking water and offer shelter for them during their circumambulation around sacred Arunachala. They are completely taken care of by the Kailasas in Tiruvannamalai while they are immersed in their spiritual practice of circumambulation around Arunachala. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism ensures that especially every Pournima night, the people of Tiruvannamalai, the Annamalaya devotees who enter Tiruvannamalai from all over the world, are completely supported in their spiritual practice of circumambulating the sacred Arunachala. They are given food, water, and they are given powerful cognitions through the spiritual discourses of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. They are given spiritual healing by the initiated healers of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and they are given a shelter in the sprawling Kailasa campus located on the very mountain path. All of these are given to the Annamalaya devotees to support them in their spiritual practice. And it is this Aushadha Annadhan Seva that we are seeing being continuously offered to the Annamalaya devotees. This month, the Pournima, the appearance of the full moon, falls in most part of the day versus most part of the night in most of the months. Every few months, the Pournima falls once in every few months. The full moon appears during most part of the day, which is why the Pournima celebrations this month started late last night and is extended into the day hours of today. And the Aushadha Annadhan is served continuously and will continue to be served until the last devotee completes the circumambulation around the sacred Arunachala. Of course, the Aushadha Annadhan is being served every single day as well. All 3 meals are served. That no resident of Tiruvannamalai should find the need to light their kitchen fire. They can simply come to the Kailasas in Tiruvannamalai and have their meals, which is cooked satvikally by people who hold the highest space and intention for those consuming the food, the highest space and intention of experiencing Shivoham, oneness with Paramashiva. And therefore the food prepared, cooked and served by these initiated disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is conducive for those consuming it for their conscious growth.
வரம் தரும் அருள் மாலை நேரம்
devotees, followers, volunteers of KAILASA and the sannyasis of KAILASA work together to make the service of Aushadha Annadhan happen every month in Tiruvannamalai. The counters that you see on your screen reflect the number of meals served from the time the Aushadha Annadhan started on the auspicious occasion of Pournima, the full moon appearance. The parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where the Aushadha Annadhan is happening, is located on the Tiruvudal street, which is in the 6th circumambulation path around the Annamalayar deity inside the Arunachaleshwara temple. And it is on this street, the Tiruvudal street, that the Annamalayar deity, Paramashiva himself, travels in a ceremonious procession at least 300 days every year during the temple festivals, and his divine shadow and feet fall on the Tiruvudal street. When he graces his devotees by coming out of the temple shrine and gracing them on the streets when they are in their own homes, at least 300 days every year, Annamalayar comes out in procession in the 4 streets surrounding the Arunachaleshwara temple, what is known as the Madavidi, the 4 streets surrounding the temple. The southern side leg of the Madavidi is the Tiruvudal street, on which is located Bhagwan's parental home. And therefore, it is just a few meters away from the Arunachaleshwara temple. And it is in the heart of the temple town of Tiruvannamalai. The second location where the Annadhan is happening is the KAILASA Tiruvannamalai, located on the mountain path, which is away from the heart of the city. It is located in the mountain path, which is a 14-kilometer circle around the sacred Arunachala hill. The Arunachala hill is Paramashiva himself in hill form. The hill is the first form that Paramashiva assumed after resolving a dispute between Lord Brahma and Vishnu when he first appeared as an infinite column of light. From the infinite column of light, he assumed the form of the sacred Arunachala hill, and when his devotees sweetly lamented that they would not be able to offer everyday worship to the Arunachala hill, they requested Paramashiva to assume a form which could be worshipped easily by them every single day. And heeding to their sweet lament, Paramashiva assumed the second form in Tiruvannamalai as the Arunachaleshwara Linga, which is the main Annamalayar deity inside the Arunachaleshwara temple, which receives the everyday worship. And further heeding to the request of his devotees to be continuously available in Tiruvannamalai to handhold and guide humanity in their path to enlightenment, to be available as a living master in Tiruvannamalai, because it is by appearing as the infinite column of light and guiding Lord Brahma and Lord Vishnu that Lord Paramashiva resolved the dispute and removed the ego of Lord Brahma and Lord Vishnu. Heeding to their further request, Paramashiva promised to humanity that he would forever be available in Tiruvannamalai through an unbroken lineage of incarnations. And the current incarnation of Paramashiva is our beloved Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. In every single circumambulation path around the deity, the Annamalayar deity inside the Arunachaleshwara temple, divine life incidents have happened in the life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism during his first 17 years in Tiruvannamalai. There are 7 such circumambulation paths around Annamalayar. The first circumambulation path is just around the Annamalayar Shivalinga inside the main Garbha Mandir, the sanctum sanctorum of the Arunachaleshwara temple. In this first circumambulation path, the profound Parama Advaita Anubhuti, the experience of oneness with Paramashiva, happened when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was around 10 years of age through his beloved Guru, Bhagavan Arunagiri Yogeshwara, who graced him from the very sanctum sanctorum of the Arunachaleshwara temple, seated majestically on the Annamalayar deity, giving the profound experience of Paramadvaita Anubhuti to the young Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. In the second circumambulation path in the Arunachaleshwara temple, which is just surrounding the first circle, is located the Palli Arai chamber, which is the chamber where the Lord and his divine consort are ceremoniously put to sleep at the end of every day and ceremoniously woken up the following day. These are the 2 rituals, which is the earliest ritual of the day of ceremonious waking up of the Lord, which is called the Suprabhata Seva or Tirupalli Elichi, and the last ritual of the day, which is the ceremonious putting to rest the Lord and his divine consort in the Palli Arai chamber. The ritual is called the Palli Arai ritual. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, during his childhood years in Tiruvannamalai, never failed to attend this early morning ritual and the late night ritual. Of course, during the day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism spent literally the entire day in the temple, along with the Shivacharyas, the temple priests, and also by himself, meditating in various spots inside the temple and offering his seva to the divine feet of Annamalayar. But he would never ever miss the early morning ritual and the late night ritual. So much so that we had a delightful sharing from Sri Vaidyanatha Gurukul, a senior Shivacharya temple priest of the Arunachaleshwara temple, that if ever they found that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism did not come for the early morning or late night ritual, they could take it for sure that he was not in station on that given day. That was the high integrity with which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism engaged with the rituals in the Arunachaleshwara temple. It is in this second circumambulation path inside the temple that the Palli Arai ritual and the Tirupalli Elichi ritual happen. Therefore, this second circumambulation is historically significant in the divine life of the young Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. In the third circumambulation inside the Arunachaleshwara temple is the Jiva Samadhi of Bhagavan Arunagiri Yogeshwara, where his pure energy is enshrined, and it is at this Jiva Samadhi that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism beheld his first darshan of his beloved Guru as a young sannyasi at the age of around 10 years. And this third circumambulation is the space where Bhagavan Arunagiri Yogeshwara spent a period of 9 months with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism when he was around the age of 10, and imparted the Paramashiva Jnana and the Paramashiva Vijnana to him at that tender age. In this space of the third circumambulation, all the divine and mystical incidents of this ultimate Guru-disciple relationship happened on the planet. In the fourth circumambulation path inside the Arunachaleshwara temple is located the Kritika Mandapam, the multi-pillared stone structure dedicated to Lord Subrahmanya, it is here that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had his everyday yoga lessons with Yogi Yogananda Puri, also known as Raghupati Yogi. Every day early in the morning, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would train with Sri Raghupati Yogi along with his siblings and friends in rigorous Hatha Yoga training. And he would climb the pillars of this multi-pillared stone structure up and down, often with just the support of one hand. And witness to his training with Sri Raghupati Yogi is Sri Subrahmanyam Ayya, the garland maker of the Arunachaleshwara temple, who would stand all day tying the magnificent garlands for Annamalai Paramashiva. Come rain or shine, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism never missed his yoga lessons with Raghupati Yogi in this fourth circumambulation path inside the temple. In the fifth circumambulation path in the temple is the sacred banyan tree under which is seated the deity of Lord Ganesha. It is to this Ganesha that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism offered his worship and organized the first public function personally organized and conducted by him at around the age of 10. The record of which is a photographic evidence captured of the entire team of children who worked with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, inspired completely by him, and who made possible this first organized and conducted public function, which is the Ganesh Chaturthi festival. This sacred banyan tree is also specially significant in the history of KAILASA because this banyan tree and the banyan tree in Adi KAILASA, Bengaluru, have been found to have the same DNA as proven by the research laboratories. These mystical banyan trees, as revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, are the geographical reflections of the celestial banyan tree of Mahakailasa itself. The sixth circumambulation inside the Arunachaleshwara temple, which is actually located just outside the compound wall of the temple, but which is the sixth circle around the Annamalai deity, is the Madavidi itself, where Annamalai comes in procession for at least 300 days every year. And it is on this sixth circumambulatory path that the parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is located, which is today celebrated as KAILASA Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi. The seventh circumambulation path, which is the mountain path itself, the mountain path around the sacred Arunachala, holds fond memories of many divine incidents that happened during the everyday Girivala that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism undertook as a child. One of the incidents that happened, which is a highlight incident on the Girivala, is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was one day walking with his head lowered as he was chanting the verses of the Arunagiri Andadi, authored by the famous saint Gohe Namah Shivaya. As he was chanting these verses immersed in oneness with Paramashiva, he happened to lift his head when he suddenly saw himself surrounded by a bunch of hyenas, which are known to attack young children, especially when they themselves are as a group. The moment he saw them, he understood that they were ready and growling, ready to pounce on him. His entire life was at stake. From his very Swadhisthana center, which is the spleen center, the energy center in the spleen area, he let out a scream, uttering the word Arunachala, beckoning his beloved Arunachala to save his very life. The moment he called out to his beloved Arunachala, from nowhere an old man appeared with a long stick in his hand and in an instant chased away the hyenas that were surrounding him. And before the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism could even look at the old man properly, he disappeared into thin air along with the hyenas. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism instantly realized that Arunachala himself had come in the form of the old man to save his very life. The young Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism recalled this incident immediately to his guru, Mata Vibhutanandapuri, under whose guidance he had undertaken the everyday Girivala around sacred Arunachala. And Mata Vibhutanandapuri confirmed to him instantly that it was indeed Arunachala himself who came to save, his living manifestation, his living energy, in the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. In the seventh circumambulation path, multiple incidents have happened later in the life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. It is here in the seventh circumambulation path that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism established the KAILASA Tiruvannamalai Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Kshetram, the temple monastery complex, which is today serving the Aushadha Annadhan, which you see on your very screen. This sprawling campus, from the time of its inception on the 19th of April 2008, has served the citizens and visitors of Tiruvannamalai, restoring the spiritual strength of them through various meditation conventions, initiation programs, medical camps, and a host of socio-spiritual services. And it is here, on the seventh circumambulatory path, that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducted the first recorded Chandi Homa on the 7th of November in the year 2000, when the management team of the Rajarajeshwari temple, which is actually located right opposite KAILASA Tiruvannamalai, requested the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in the year 2000 to guide them in managing and running the Rajarajeshwari temple and serving humanity at large. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism recommended that they conduct a powerful Chandi Homa in the temple, which will take care of the temple forever. And he said that he himself would conduct the powerful Chandi Homa. And therefore, this historic Chandi Homa, the first recorded Chandi Homa performed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, happened here in Tiruvannamalai, in this sacred land, right opposite the current KAILASA campus in Tiruvannamalai. Of course, way back in the year 2000, the KAILASA campus had not yet happened. But just 8 years later, right at this location where this historic incident happened, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism established the KAILASA campus, the KAILASA ecosystem. Therefore, all the 7 circumambulatory paths around Annamalai hold fond memories of divine incidents from the life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. It is in the Arunachaleshwara temple, in all of its circumambulatory paths, that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism spent his first 17 years on the planet before he left Tiruvannamalai in the year 1995 to raise the consciousness of humanity at large at the global level. We are continuing to watch the Aushadha Annadhan Seva, the service to Annamalai devotees, as they come around the sacred Arunachala hill on the sacred full moon day. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has time and again recalled to us the undaunted tyaga and dedication and extreme commitment of his gurus in his life and towards humanity at large, to whoever sought them out for life solutions. In his own words, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes the extreme commitment of his yoga guru, Sri Raghupati Yogi, who literally ruthlessly trained his body through rigorous yoga, preparing his mortal frame to withhold the cosmic energy explosion inside it and transmit it to humanity, one individual at a time. In his own words, Quote, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes Sri Raghupati Yogi through these very words. Quote, his extreme commitment, I should say his tyaga, because 90% of the time when I am excited, he teaching makes him a great teacher, but the 5% of the time when I decide to throw a tantrum, he holding me without giving up on me, that tyaga, now 43 years, I can sit in Padmasana for hours, like how he is sitting. You can see how he is sitting in the photograph. He just reproduced himself on me. He just reproduced himself on me. I can sit like this for any number of hours. Unquote. These are the very words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describing the extreme commitment and utter sacrifice of his yoga guru, Sri Raghupati Yogi, in uncompromisingly training his body in rigorous yoga. Today, the Asia Book of Records have awarded the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and KAILASA for the largest number of hours that a group is able to sit in Padmasana, which is a recorded 3 hours and 10 minutes. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, through all the training imparted to him by his gurus, simply passes on the same to his disciples, who in turn will take it forever into the future. Through these awards and recognitions of the various extraordinary contributions in reviving of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism restores the legitimacy to Sanatana Hindu Dharma and its teachings and practices and techniques. Sitting in the yogic posture of Padmasana is extremely significant in restoring the health of the individual. And today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, through his very life as an example, has inspired millions of his devotees to adopt yoga as an integral part of their lifestyle, and therefore build a yogic body through it, which is a very important step towards achieving enlightenment, to be able to withstand the energy of enlightenment in one's body.
चन्द्रशेखरा पन्नगभूषण निखिललोचना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा माता पिता गुरु देव महेश्वर दीनदयाभर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा
We are continuously watching the Aushadha Annadhan service being provided by the KAILASA ecosystems of Tiruvannamalai to the Annamalaya devotees who are circumambulating the sacred Arunachala hill in Tiruvannamalai on this auspicious full moon day. The two locations of KAILASA in Tiruvannamalai, which is the birth town of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The first location is the parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which has now come officially under the fold of KAILASA. And the second location is the temple monastery complex located in the mountain path established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the 19th of April 2008. From both these locations, the Aushadha Annadhan is being continuously served to the Annamalaya devotees. When the Annamalaya devotees commence their circumambulation around the sacred Arunachala hill, they can walk into KAILASA Tiruvannamalai Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi, the parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and have their meal. And when they are halfway through the circumambulation, at the 7th kilometer in the 14-kilometer walk around the hill, this is exactly where the KAILASA Tiruvannamalai Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Kshetram is located, and they can once again rest their feet, have their meal, and refresh themselves before completing their circumambulation around Arunachala. From the lives of his gurus and the lives of the senior citizens of Tiruvannamalai who lived during his golden childhood period in Tiruvannamalai, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continuously shares with his devotees, disciples, and followers worldwide the ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai that existed during his golden childhood in the 1970s, 80s, and early 90s. And through these sharings, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continuously inspires his devotees, disciples, and followers to imbibe the qualities that went into making these human beings who formed part of the ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai. Whether it is the science of yoga, or the science of puja, or the science of listening to the powerful discourses of the great incarnations, every single dimension which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has successfully revived and made as an integral part of the lifestyle of his devotees and disciples, Every single dimension is from the ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai, where the great gurus of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism lived, and the senior citizens of Tiruvannamalai who followed the Kailasa lifestyle radiated in their own lives. The practice of performing the everyday Atmartha Puja, which is the personal worship that one offers every day to either one's own Atmalinga or one's own personal deities, as well as the spiritual practice of visiting the temple every day in the neighborhood and witnessing the Parartha Puja, which is the puja offered to the main deity in the temple. These simple spiritual practices, which go a long way in establishing the spiritual foundation for an individual, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has shared with us innumerable times, citing the examples of his own grandmother, his grandfather, his gurus, the temple priests, the Shivacharyas of the Arunachaleshwara temple, who followed these spiritual practices of Atmartha Puja and Parartha Puja diligently without missing even a single day. In the very words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, when he speaks on the subject of the Atmartha Puja and the Parartha Puja, quote, I have seen my grandmother, my grandfather, at least 100 people in my life I have seen. Not one day they will miss the Atmartha Puja and Parartha Puja, both. They will not miss the Atmartha Puja in their home, and they will not miss even one day going to the Arunachaleshwara temple and worshipping. In that list of 100 people I can name, the first will be my Guru Panduranganar, then my grandmother Anasuya Ammal, Sri Raja Mudalyar, my grandfather Sri Annamalai Chettiar, my paternal grandfather, Sri Raja Mudalyar's brother. I can name at least 25 Shivacharyas I know personally. I have not seen one of them miss even one day of their Atmartha Puja. Even though they are only doing puja the whole day in the main temple in the Garbha Mandir, even though it is their routine to come and perform the main temple puja in the Garbha Mandir, the main Arunachaleshwara's Parartha Puja, they will not miss their home Anmartha Puja. They will finish their Atmartha Puja and then come to the temple to perform the Parartha Puja. Unquote. Through these sharings, continuously, through his global presidential addresses, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continuously reveals the details of what goes up to make the ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai and the level of integrity and authenticity of the human beings who lived in the ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai. And through this, he continuously inspires his devotees and disciples to adopt such a lifestyle of high integrity and a lifestyle which is made of the components conducive only for our conscious growth and not anything else. The entire ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai has been described time and again in all its glorious details and dimensions by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, explaining in detail the simplest of details that goes to make up the integrated lifestyle of Tiruvannamalai.
எண்ணத்திரை நீங்க சிம்மத்தின் மீதே
It is in this ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai that the young Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism spent his first 17 years from 1978 to 1995. It is during these years of his life that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism literally lived with his gurus, right from Bhagwan Arunagiri Yogishwara to all of his other gurus. He spent his maximum time on the planet with one or other of his gurus, imbibing the cosmic principles in the various streams of Hinduism in which each of his guru was an adept. We have heard innumerable delightful encounters with Arunagiri Yogishwara revealed to us by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which is a great source of unending inspiration to the devotees and followers of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to again and again pledge one's integrity to the presence of the Guru in one's life and to live the cosmic principles and experience the space of Parama Advaita, which is the oneness with Paramashiva. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism recalls to us an incident with Bhagwan Arunagiri Yogishwara on the subject of Sayujya Mukti, which is oneness with Paramashiva. In his own words, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes this incident and encounter with Bhagwan Arunagiri Yogishwara. Quote, "Once I went and told Arunagiri Yogishwara, when I read the story of Bringi Maharishi, who worshipped only Shiva and did not worship Devi Parvati Parashakti, I felt Bringi Maharishi was right, and I went and told Arunagiri Yogishwara, what is wrong in what Bringi Maharishi did? You should read the story of Bringi Rishi. He worshipped only Shiva, he did not worship Devi. Then finally, Shiva gave him the knowledge that he and Devi are one and the same by giving the Ardhanarishwara darshan, and he also completed and understood and realized and got the blessings of Shiva and Devi together. I went and asked Arunagiri Yogishwara, what is wrong in what Bringi Rishi did? He laughed and said beautifully, understand, being chaste only to Paramashiva is great bhakti, devotion, great but not enough. Understanding all his dimensions is needed for the ultimate truth, liberation. You need to be in sync, in completion with all aspects of Paramashiva. Only then you can achieve Sayujya Mukti, the ultimate enlightenment, liberation." Unquote. These are the very words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism when he describes this encounter with his guru, Bhagwan Arunagiri Yogishwara, when Bhagwan Arunagiri Yogishwara imparted the clarity to the young Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism from the life of the Bringi Maharishi. Through innumerable such narrations in his global presidential addresses and in his various meditation conventions held across the world, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continuously inspires his devotee to align to the cosmic principles of Paramashiva and to live a life of higher consciousness.
தரிசனம் நித்யானந்தன் யுகம் காக்கும் தரிசனம் தரிசனம் கல்பதரு தரிசனம் ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம் தரிசனம் நித்யானந்தன் தரிசனம் ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம் ஆனந்தத்தின் எல்லை கடந்திடும் திவ்ய தரிசனம் எதுவோ பக்தர்களும் போகும் எண்ணம் கடந்திட தியானம் தனி வையம் தனி சொல்ல வந்த தரிசனம் அல்லவோ அருள் வாழ்வின் பொருள் இந்த தரிசனம் நித்யானந்தன் யுகம் காக்கும் தரிசனம் தரிசனம் கல்பதரு தரிசனம் ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம் தரிசனம் நித்யானந்தன் தரிசனம் ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம் தரிசனம் நித்யானந்தன் தரிசனம் ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம்.
நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன வேதம் வாழ்வின் மேலே ஏத்திவிடும் சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க. அட கேளுங்க, சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க. நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன வேதம் வாழ்வின் மேலே ஏத்திவிடும் சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க. அட கேளுங்க, சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க. தியானத்தை செய்ய வானம் கொண்ட எண்ணம் மாய்த்து விடும் நித்யானந்தன் வேதம் தானுங்க. ஆனந்த வேதம் எங்க நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன வேதம் ஞானத்தையும் தந்து விடுங்க. தந்து நம்ம தெய்வீகமா மாத்தி விடுங்க. நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன வேதம் வாழ்வின் மேலே ஏத்தி விடும் சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க. அட கேளுங்க, சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க. நம்முடைய வாழ்க்கையில எவ்விதமான ஒரு நோக்கமும் இல்ல என்பதும் புரிந்துவிட வாழ்க்கையின் அர்த்தம் அது தெளிந்து விடும். நம்முடைய வாழ்க்கையில எவ்விதமான ஒரு நோக்கமும் இல்ல என்பதும் புரிந்துவிட வாழ்க்கையின் அர்த்தம் அது தெளிந்து விடும். நித்ய சொன்னாரு சக்தி தந்தாரு, நித்ய சொன்னாரு சக்தி தந்தாரு. நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன வேதம் வாழ்வின் மேலே ஏத்தி விடும் சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க. அட கேளுங்க, சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க.
The Aushadha Annadhan is continuously being offered to the Annamalaya devotees from KAILASA Tiruvannamalai, Shri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi, the parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, and from KAILASA Tiruvannamalai, the Shri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Kshetram, the temple monastery located on the mountain path around Arunachala. From both the locations, continuously the Aushadha Annadhan is being served from the onset of the full moon. As the Annamalaya devotees circumambulate sacred Arunachala, they walk into these two Kailasas and receive the Aushadha Annadhan, have their meal and resume their circumambulation around Arunachala. Both of these locations serve Aushadha Annadhan not just on the full moon days and nights, but also every single day, serving all three meals of the day, so much so that the citizens of Tiruvannamalai would hardly need to cook in their homes. If they do not wish to, they can simply walk into these Kailasas and have the Aushadha Annadhan, which is food infused with conscious energy through items referred to as Aushadha, sacred items infused with conscious energy, which have the property to heal and enlighten the person consuming it.
வாழும் அந்த நாமெனும் வாழ்வு பெரும் ஆனந்த
the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, describes his own effort in establishing KAILASA and the way KAILASA is manifesting for the whole of humanity. In his own words, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes, quote, "You need sincere work, not hard work. You should never be afraid of hard work, but you need sincere work. In every level, the sincerity my gurus have shown, I should say, this KAILASA manifesting is the sincere work of my gurus. From Arunagiri Yogeshwara Paramashiva himself, the whole Guru Parampara and their extreme sincerity." Unquote. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has repeatedly highlighted and explained in detail the extreme sincere work of his gurus in his life and in their own lives as contribution to the people at large, and how each one of his gurus poured their life energy into him and finally empowered him when he was 16 years of age through the Yoga Pattabhishekam coronation ceremony, and after passing on the mantle to him to take the whole mission forward to the entire humanity, the gurus of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism departed from their bodies, attaining Mahasamadhi. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, further describes the sincere work of his gurus, the sincere contribution of his gurus in his own life. In various different ways. In his own words, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes how his gurus built his body, mind, and consciousness, and how he dedicates the entire credit of the revival of KAILASA to the sincere work of his gurus. In the very words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, quote, "The body which does not get tired the body which does not even know something called sickness, the mind which does not get bored, the mind which does not even know something called frustration, the consciousness which is constantly, intensely excited, joyful, radiating, fully alive.
नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा मूषिकवाहना मङ्गलदायक गौरीनन्दना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा.
I repeat, quote, the body which does not get tired, the body which does not even know something called sickness, the mind which does not get bored, the mind which does not know something called frustration, a consciousness which is constantly, intensely excited, joyful, radiating, fully alive with the highest possible visualization, which has the capacity to infuse energy into any being. All of this is the result of the sincere work of my gurus. I can very comfortably from my memory repeat at least 10,000 Tamil verses from Vinayagar Agaval, the Devaram, the Tiruvasagam, many of the Padigams, the Tamil verses from Vinayagar Agaval, from Devaram, from Tiruvasakam, the Tiruppugal, the Arunagiri Andadi, the Siddhar Padalgal, the Agathiyar Muvayiram, the Bogar Yelayiram, the Karakidai Nigandu. I can list from all of these various books at least 10,000 verses from my memory. By heart I can repeat. The credit goes to the sincere work of my gurus. My guru, Panduranganath, he used to live in a place called Keelnathur. From that place to the main Arunachaleshwara temple, it is 3 kilometers by walk. Every day, morning and evening, 2 times he will be there, sharp on time in the temple to conduct his classes. Unquote. These are the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describing the sincere work of his gurus, and he dedicates the entire credit of the revival of Kailasa to the sincere hard work of his gurus. It is the guru-disciple lineage of Tiruvannamalai and the quality of the people who were the gurus. It is the revival of all of this. That is the revival of Kailasa.
नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा हे मधुसूदना भवभयभञ्जना मङ्गलपावना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नर्दन सुन्दर नटन मनोहर करुणसागर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा जगदोधारण कृष्ण जनार्दन परमदयागना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
हरि नित्ये
On the one side, while he has described the glory of his gurus, on the other side, he has described the greatness of his own biological mother, who never interfered in the training that his gurus imparted on him, however uncompromising it may be. Although the biological mother of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Ma Nitya Lokanayaki Ananda, was very close and attached to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism during his childhood years, when it came to the training that his gurus imparted on him, Ma Lokanayaki Ananda never interfered, and it was the same throughout his golden childhood in Tiruvannamalai. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, he describes his mother, Ma Nitya Lokanayaki Ananda, through these very words, quote, "The whole ecosystem of Arunachala should be remembered, celebrated. I celebrate my mother because she was ferocious with me. Don't think she is a powerless woman. She may be very silent, but when it comes to training me, my gurus are the absolute authorities. Neither she will interfere nor she will disrespect them. She will not even listen to my complaints to her about my gurus. The moment I start telling her, Raghupati Yogi is making me do 1008 Surya Namaskars, she will immediately start doing her cooking. Till then, she will be talking nicely to me, joking and laughing with me. But the moment I try to complain about my gurus, she will just turn her head and start cooking. I now know I have to just keep quiet. Even one day, she will not allow me to miss my classes with my gurus. She will never bother to send me to school. And she knows I don't go to school. And she will never ask me. From school, so many times the teachers will come and tell, he is not coming to school, but she will never ask me about it. She herself will manage them. She had an amazing understanding about what I am going to become. She is the witness for all the training I went through with my gurus, the sincere work of my gurus. By the time I was 10 to 12 years of age, I started realizing that she and my gurus are hand in hand. They had a tight network and understanding about each other more than me. So I stopped complaining. The extreme sincerity of my gurus, the way they never gave up, never compromised, never reduced the intensity of their training." Unquote. These are the very words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describing the sincere hard work of his gurus in his life and the extreme mature understanding his biological mother, Ma Nitya Lokanayaki Ananda, had when it came to the subject of his guru's intense training on him. Ma Nitya Lokanayaki Ananda never ever interfered with the training, however uncompromising it may have been. She simply sent the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism only back to the divine fold of his gurus every single time. And this, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism recalls once again in the context of the incident when he was attacked by a bunch of hyenas when he was doing the circumambulation around sacred Arunachala. When he was reading the verses of the Arunagiri Andadi with his head lowered and walking around sacred Arunachala, he suddenly lifted his head and saw a bunch of hyenas about to attack him. Hyenas are known to kill young children. And at that moment, with complete and deep surrender to Arunachala, he let out a scream, Arunachala, from his very hara, his Svadhisthana, spleen center. And the moment he let out the scream, an old man appeared from nowhere with a long stick and chased the hyenas away and himself disappeared into thin air. The young Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism understood that it was indeed Arunachala himself who appeared to protect him. And this he shared with his guru, Mata Vibhutananda Puri. Mata Vibhutananda Puri, after confirming that it was indeed Arunachala who saved his life, reminded him to continue the Girivala every single day as a spiritual practice. And this shocked the young Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as he had just undergone an almost life-taking incident, which he had also shared with Mata Vibhutananda Puri. And he asked her, "What if the Hainas come again tomorrow?" And she asked him back, "Will the Hainas come every day? Just go on in the Girivala." And when the young Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism repeated this conversation to his biological mother, Manitya Lokanayaki Ananda, his mother simply replied to him, "If the Hainas come every day, Arunachala also will come every day and save you." That sealed the topic for the young Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. He simply continued his Girivala around Arunachala, and of course, the Hainas never came every day. It is through such sweet incidents in his life that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explains the maturity of mind of his biological mother, who was always on the side of his gurus uncompromisingly and never ever interfered in their training, which facilitated the preparation of his mortal frame to its peak potential, which will for generations transmit the explosive cosmic energy to humanity at large. All of these components make up the amazing ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai, the quality of the human beings, the presence of the superconscious mutants, the gurus of Tiruvannamalai, the townspeople of Tiruvannamalai who live as a single large joint family, tightly knit network. All of these components make up the amazing ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai, which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has replicated as KAILASA, the only Hindu nation in the world today. And he continuously inspires his devotees and disciples with all of these sharings from his own life about the ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai to live such a quality life and radiate such qualities in each one's life.
வரம் தர நித்யனும் அமர்ந்த ஸ்வர்ண வாகனம் கருணையின் ரூபமாய் இறைவன் நித்யம் தோன்றிடும் அருள்மழை பொழியும் கல்ப விருட்ச வாகனம் தரிசன தருணம் வேண்டும் யாவும் கூடிடும் வரம் தர நித்யனும் அமர்ந்த ஸ்வர்ண வாகனம் கருணையின் ரூபமாய் இறைவன் நித்யம் தோன்றிடும் அருள்மழை பொழியும் கல்ப விருட்ச வாகனம் தரிசன தருணம்.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explains incidents from his own divine life as teachings to his devotees and disciples. He explains through the lives of his various gurus the divine qualities that they radiated and inspires his disciples and devotees to imbibe these very qualities and raise their own consciousness. Through his own life and the intensity he showed in his life and the focus that he showed towards his goal of reviving Kailasa, so much so that from the time he assumed birth, he never showed inclination to any other form of entertainment except the revival activities of Kailasa, which is revival of the temple based traditions. And this he explains to us, taking his own life as an example, how not to divert from our life purpose and how to continuously work only in the zone of our life purpose and achieve what needs to be achieved and not waste our energy in any diversions in life. In his own words, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explains this, quote, whenever you build anything directly which is going to be useful for your goal, what for you are born, your life purpose, you will only feel more and more empowered, rejuvenated. You will not feel tired, dull, or bored. But whenever you are trying to waste your time, life, energy in the skills just for the sake of some award, reward, which is not the purpose of your existence, there is an automatic mechanism to shut you down, to withdraw and put you in boredom and tiredness. Whatever is your life's purpose, I have seen in my own life, the whole day sometimes, even 20 hours, I will be sitting and making deities and decorating them. My mother will be standing next to me for hours with the food plate or milk, asking me, begging me literally, at least have one meal or drink a cup of coffee or tea or milk. Not that I don't want to eat or drink. I will be so fulfilled, I will say, just leave it and go, and it will be there lying. And I had a pet dog, his name was Money. He will eat it because I know this is my life's purpose. I will spend so much of time in decorating the deities, making the deities, but I will not sit and practice even 10 minutes of handwriting because I know I'm not going to write anything in the hand. I'm only going to type in future. If at all I'm going to write, it is going to be my autograph. And for that, you do not need to practice. Autograph is something which you do as you know, as you are. Unquote. These are the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in explaining how to recognize, identify our life purpose and continuously work towards fulfilling it, not diverting our energy into anything else which will only cause boredom and tiredness in us. From his own life, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continuously shares such divine incidents to make us understand how to fulfill the original purpose for which we are born, how not to get diverted in any unwanted things in life, and how to remain on the shortest path to enlightenment in our life. All the divine incidents in the life of the great incarnations is only to teach us how to live and how not to live. Every incident happens as a divine orchestration to teach humanity a great lesson. No incident in the life of an incarnation happens for any other reason.
எண்ணத்திரை நீங்க சிம்மத்தின் மீதே வீரமுகம் காட்டும் நித்யானந்தன் வீரமுகமாக குரு நித்யன் தோன்றும் காட்சி அது காண பயம் நீங்குதே
The Annamalaya devotees continue to come to both the Kailasas in Tiruvannamalai and receive the Aushadha Annadhan and enjoy their meal before they resume the circumambulation around Arunachala on this sacred Pournami day, the full moon day. KAILASA has announced the dates for the upcoming Paramashivoham seasons up to the month of June of this year. The Paramashivoham 21-day convention happens in 3 levels for beginners, the intermediate level and the advanced level. The next upcoming Paramashivoham commences on the 17th of February. Paramashivoham is the flagship program of KAILASA, personally designed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as a gift to humanity, for them to experience the space of Shivoham, oneness with Paramashiva. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has spent his entire life in only contribution to humanity, whatever it is that humanity has given back to him. He has never bothered about it. The attacks on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism are unprecedented in the history of humanity and in the history of incarnations. Through all the unprecedented persecution and attacks, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has only continued to breathe life into human beings and other beings of this universe, while he himself has been choked through the ugly jaws of persecution. He has continued to breathe life, even while he was choked, into the lives of the people, humanity at large. In his own words, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes his whole attitude and love for life in these very words, quote, "I do not have the time to hate the people who hate me. I don't have the time to be sarcastic to people who are sarcastic to me. I have time to love people who love me. I have too many people who love me. Paramashiva has given his own space to me, his own Shamala Pita Sarvagnya Pitam, his own Kailasa to me. Why waste time in the people who hate you? If you are fighting with the people who hate you, you are living in hell. If you are sarcastic with people who are sarcastic to you, you are living in hell. If you are loving the people who love you, you are in heaven. If you are intensely working with the people who are integrated to you, you are in Kailasa." Unquote. These are the very words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in explaining to us not to waste any of our energy in anything except in fulfilling of our life purpose, which is experiencing the space of oneness with Paramashiva, Shivoham. space of oneness with Paramashiva, Shivoham. Service happens for the people. Therefore, the impact of the food consumed by the people impacts their consciousness in a highly positive way, transitioning them to a zone of higher conscious living.
நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன வேதோ வாழ்வின் மேலே ஏத்திவிடும் சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க அட கேளுங்க சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன வேதோ வாழ்வின் மேலே ஏத்திவிடும் சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க அட கேளுங்க
World to radiate, not only you will be living
சக்தி தந்தாரு நித்ய சொன்னாரு சக்தி தந்தாரு நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன
becoming enlightened. No, you are responsible. the period of the full moon is coming to a close in just a couple of hours, and the Aushadha Annadhan is continuously being offered at the two Kailasas in Tiruvannamalai. It is once again late in the evening, almost completing the 24-hour cycle of the appearance of the full moon. And the Girivalam path, the mountain path around sacred Arunachala, is continuously filled with the Annamalayar devotees who form a garland of humans around Arunachala every Pournima, every full moon night, garland of humans which is called the Naramala in Tiruvannamalai. It is a unique phenomenon in Tiruvannamalai where devotees form a garland of humans around Arunachala, Paramashiva. And as they are proceeding in their circumambulation, they take a few minutes off at KAILASA Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Kshetram, which is located on the Girivala path. They take a few minutes to come and have the Aushadha Annadhan before resuming their path around sacred Arunachala.
मुक्तिप्रदायका विघ्नविनाशका सिद्धिविनायका नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा गंगाधर हरा हे परमेश्वरा जय जगदीश्वरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा शिव शक्तीश्वरा श्री शैलेश्वरा शंभो शंकरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा माधव मुरहरा मधुर मनोहरा गिरिधर.
The disciples and followers of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in Tiruvannamalai and watching online from all around the world have been celebrating the acquisition of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's parental home in Tiruvannamalai into the official fold of KAILASA. And ever since this happened, just a few months ago, it has been continuous celebrations at KAILASA Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi, starting from the flagship festival of Tiruvannamalai, which is the Kartika Deepam festival, a 17-day festival end to end that happens in the month of November-December. Starting from this Kartika Deepam festival of last year, continuously it has been celebrations in KAILASA Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi, along with the service of Aushadha Annadhan to the people. Continuous celebrations have been happening in KAILASA Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi, the parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashiva.
नित्येश्वरा ವದನ ಸುಂದರ ನಟನ ಮನೋಹರ ಕರುಣ ಸಾಗರ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರೀಶ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಜಗದೋಧಾರಣ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಜನಾರ್ದನ ಪರಮದಯಾಗನ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರೀಶ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ
The number of meals that have been served from the onset of the full moon yesterday evening has crossed the figure of 1 lakh. Over 1 lakh Annamalai devotees have been served the Aushadha Annadhan during this auspicious Pournima day, and it is being continued to be served until the end of the full moon.
ಚಂದ್ರಕಲಾಧರ ಗೌರಿ ಮನೋಹರ ಪರಮ ಕೃಪಾಕರ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರೀಶ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಗೋಕುಲನಂದನ
The sannyasis of Tiruvannamalai, the sadhus, who reach Tiruvannamalai surrendering at the divine feet of Annamalayar with a complete trust that he will take care of them. Walking to Kailasas in Tiruvannamalai, knowing that they will be completely taken care of by the living manifestation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashiva. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continuously fulfills his responsibility as the living manifestation of Paramashiva by completely taking care of the devotees of Annamalayar, the sadhus and sannyasis who reach Tiruvannamalai surrendering to Annamalayar.
ಚಂದ್ರಶೇಖರ ಪನ್ನಗಭೂಷಣ ನಿಖಿಲ ಲೋಚನ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರೀಶ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಮಾತಾ ಪಿತಾ ಗುರು ದೇವ ಮಹೇಶ್ವರ ದೀನದಯಾಭರ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರೀಶ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ.
Every single activity of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, right from his childhood, has been in complete alignment with his divine mission for humanity, which is enlightening humanity, putting humanity on the path of superconscious living. And therefore, not a single moment was wasted in his divine life on the planet in any other form of entertainment or activity. And witness to this is the townspeople of Tiruvannamalai who lived around him during his first 17 years, and in his later years, which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism spent in the Sri Ramakrishna Mutt in Chennai and later in Calcutta. And prior to that, during his years in the Polytechnic in Gudiyatham, in the Rajagopal Polytechnic in Gudiyatham, witness to this attribute of the living manifestation of Paramashiva, where every moment was spent only in enriching the lives around him and in activity related to revival of Kailasa. Witness to this are the very students and teachers of the Rajagopal Polytechnic who vouch for his single-minded focus on the revival activities of Kailasa. And in the next phase of the divine life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which he spent at the Sri Ramakrishna Mutt in Chennai and later in Calcutta in the Belur Mutt, witness to this undeniable attribute of the living manifestation of Paramashiva are the brahmacharis, the young monks, and the senior swamis of the Sri Ramakrishna Mutt, who vouch and guarantee on his lifestyle, which was focused completely on activities related to revival of Kailasa. And in his later years, when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism left the Sri Ramakrishna Mutt and wandered by foot across the length and breadth of India, the entire journey, he enriched one life at a time, engaging with humanity at large and understanding the cognitions and thought currents of human beings so he could work with them and enlighten them. And after this period of time, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism established the first Kailasa in Tiruchengood. All throughout his life on the planet, there are direct eyewitnesses who vouch for the single truth that every moment of the life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the planet Earth was spent only in the revival activities of Kailasa, in the revival of the Kailasa lifestyle, in inspiring the people in living the Kailasa lifestyle, which is the only solution to all the individual and global problems faced by humanity today. Such is the high integrity, authenticity, and consistency with which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has lived his life on the planet and continues to live. His very life is his message to the people. Just studying the life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is enough to help us understand how to function in our own lives and how to achieve our original purpose of assuming this birth. The role that the gurus of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism played in his life. On this subject, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has shared immensely with us on how his sheer dedication, love, and commitment and integrity to his gurus was more than enough for him to continue his focus on his purpose and advent on the planet Earth and never get diluted by any of society's influence on him. In the very words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on this subject, the Supreme Pontiff of subject, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism believe and understand as the purpose of our life, and how not to blame society for gaslighting us through all its unconscious ways, and how just simple obedience and integrity to the Guru is more than enough. In fact, it is the only thing needed to remain focused on achieving our life purpose. Through his own life with his gurus, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has time and again helped us to understand how simple, honest attachment and relationship with the Guru can help us remain on our path, on the shortest path we need to take to fulfill our original life purpose. And it is here in the sacred land of Tiruvannamalai that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, during his period of the golden childhood of Tiruvannamalai, spent 17 years with his beloved gurus. It is with his gurus that he spent most part of his life. With each of them, and witness to the months and years he spent with his gurus, the family members of his own gurus, the second and third generations, who have witnessed the number of hours that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism spent with his gurus.
கல்பவ்ருக்ஷவாகனமதில் நித்யானந்தன் தரிசனம் கல்பவ்ருக்ஷவாகனமதில் நித்யானந்தன் தரிசனம் வேண்டுகின்ற வரமெதுவும் வேண்டும் முன்னே தந்திடும் வேண்டுகின்ற வரமெதுவும் வேண்டும் முன்னே தந்திடும் காட்சி தன்னை கண்களும் கண்டதும் கேட்க எந்த வேண்டுதல் மிஞ்சிடும் எண்ணத்திரை முற்றிலும் நீங்கிடும் நித்யானந்த வைபவம் ஓங்கிடும் ஆனந்த தரிசனம் கல்பவ்ருக்ஷவாகன தரிசனம் ஆனந்த தரிசனம் கல்பவ்ருக்ஷவாகன தரிசனம் வரம் தர நித்யனும் அமர்ந்த ஸ்வர்ண வாகனம் கருணையின் ரூபமாய் இறைவன் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும் வரம் தரும் அருள் மாலை நேரம் நித்யம் தோன்றிடும் சிம்ம வாகனம் அவன் திருப்பதம் காணும் யோகம் பிறவியின் பலன் யாவும் கூடும் வரம் தரும் அருள் மாலை நேரம் நித்யம் தோன்றிடும் சிம்ம வாகனம் அவன் திருப்பதம் காணும் யோகம் பிறவியின் பலன் யாவும் கூடும் எண்ணத்திரை நீங்க சிம்மத்தின் மீதே வீரமுகம் காட்டும் நித்யானந்தன் வீரமுகமாக குரு நித்யன் தோன்றும் காட்சி அது காண பயம் நீங்குது குரு நித்யன் அருளாலே ஜெயமோங்குது ஆனந்த பீரிட
This marathon Aushadha Annadhan Seva to the people of Tiruvannamalai, to the Annamalaya devotees from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is not merely a humanitarian service of feeding hungry stomachs. It is a deep spiritual service done to every being who's partaking of this food. Through this Aushadha Annadhan, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism works directly on each being to raise the consciousness through just the food that is being served to them. For he holds the highest space and intention for every being who partakes of this food. The intention being the superconscious breakthrough of each being. When it comes to consuming food, the intention of the person preparing it and serving it plays a major role on the impact of the food on the person consuming it. In this context, the intention and space of this entire Aushadha Annadhan service is from the very space of Paramashiva, the living manifestation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And therefore, through this marathon Aushadha Annadhan Seva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is holding the collective space for all the individuals partaking of this Aushadha Annadhan, in giving them the superconscious breakthrough, for them to experience the superconscious breakthrough. Every single activity of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is only towards the divine objective of making individuals realize the space of Shivoham, oneness with Paramashiva. And this he does in multivarious ways, relentlessly, untiringly, in the most user-friendly way possible for the human beings. With Paramashiva. And this he does in multivarious ways, relentlessly, untiringly, in the most through every spiritual service of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to humanity. He helps human beings understand the realness of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the realness of the cosmic principles, and the immediate impact they can have in our life, in our consciousness, when we wake up to their realness, when we wake up to the straight context that they hold for us in our lives. Spiritual service, just understanding the realness of Sanatana Hindu Dharma itself is the process of enlightenment understand human beings. The realness, the work of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the awakening of cosmic human beings to the realness of Sanatana Hindu Dharma and the cosmic principles in our life, which in our consciousness as when we wake up to their realness, when we wake up to the straight context, when human beings understand that they hold for us in our lives. Just understand directly the realness of their consciousness when they wake up is the process of this enlightenment for human beings, and with that awareness, the work of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is an awakening direct human beings to the realness of the results are immediate and the cosmic principles which it holds when the cosmic principles are understood in their right context and lived in one's life. When human beings understand that the food that they consume directly impacts their consciousness, when they wake up to the realness of this cosmic principle, and with that awareness and consciousness when they consume the food, it has a direct impact on their consciousness. The results are immediate in Sanatana Hindu Dharma when the cosmic principles are understood in their right context and lived in one's life. The superconscious Newtons who make up the ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai, the great predecessors of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in the grand lineage of incarnations of Paramashiva. It is these superconscious mutants, the gurus of Tiruvannamalai, the great incarnations and mutants, who have kept this ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai alive and vibrating with the energy of Paramashiva and with the science of living enlightenment. And it is this ecosystem that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving as KAILASA, and which he has established as the only Hindu nation in the world today, the nation of KAILASA, where he is recreating the superconscious mutants once again and putting them back in society, and through it reviving the ancient civilizational Hindu nation, KAILASA, which existed once upon a time on planet Earth across 56 nations as the global enlightened civilization. By continuously sharing with us his interactions, his divine experiences with his gurus, the superconscious mutants and incarnations of Tiruvannamalai, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has instilled in us and continues to instill in us the great truths of Sanatana Hindu Dharma and the life and lifestyle of the great Hindu incarnations, which oozed from their very body language, through their very words, and through their ultimate compassion for humanity, because of which they happen on planet Earth. In the very words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, when he recalls his years of living around Sri Yogi Ram Surat Kumar Swamigal, his guru and immediate predecessor in the lineage of incarnations of Paramashiva in Tiruvannamalai, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explains how he spent his time around Sri Yogi Ram Surat Kumar Swamigal, literally drinking in the enlightened body language of Sri Yogi Ram Surat Kumar Swamigal, absorbing the whole thing in sweet silence, where there was no need for any words to be exchanged between them. In the very words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, quote, "The grace of Sri Ram Surat Kumar, the way he would sit, and the grace he radiated, brought tremendous assurance and trust about the whole science he was radiating. I tell you, it is not that all the time he would be talking to me. Many times I will sit in one corner, sometimes even 100 feet away from him, but watching his activities, his behavior, what he is doing. There are many times not even one word will transpire between me and him. Just a glance. I will go and sit, watch whatever he is doing and come back. Sometimes even once a week, one smile. But there was such tremendous reassurance, feeling guided, feeling protected. It was like, I know what you think and you know what I think. What is the need to talk to each other? That kind of a feeling. We both know each other. Then what is there to talk? That was the kind of the echo chamber that happened around me." Unquote. These are the very words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, describing his days around the great Sri Yogi Ram Surat Kumar Swamigal in Tiruvannamalai. Through such continuous sharings from his divine life on the planet around his gurus, sitting at the feet of his gurus, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has again and again reiterated to us the importance, the significance of the Guru-disciple tradition, which is what has kept this living enlightenment science alive, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma science alive over generations. And it is only through the Guru-disciple tradition and lineage that it can be taken further to eternity for the benefit of whole of humanity. So the revival of the Guru-disciple tradition is the core vision and mission of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as the living manifestation of Paramashiva. The entire Guru-disciple lineage started from Paramashiva himself as the Adi Guru, the primordial Guru. The various Hindu sciences, the various streams of Hinduism, each spearheaded and transmitted through its own Guru-disciple lineage. It is through all of these various traditions and Guru-disciple lineages that the Hindu sciences have been kept alive, and therefore its revival is the only solution and hope for the whole of humanity, which is why the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism repeatedly speaks of the glory of the Guru-disciple tradition. And seekers from all over the world come to the feet of the great masters to be their disciples and learn under their tutelage. The land of Akhanda Bharat, which spread across 56 nations before the persecution on Hinduism started, is the land of this glorious Guru-disciple lineage and traditions, and it is this that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving in all its glory. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes KAILASA as nothing but Tiruvannamalai and the Guru-disciple lineage gone right. In his very words, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes KAILASA, quote, Nithyananda and KAILASA is nothing but a living small stream of living enlightened masters, Guru Shishya Parampara, gone right. That is all. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism further describes Nithyananda and KAILASA, quote, You might have heard anything that can go and will go wrong. I tell you, anything can go right, will go right. I am just the simple living stream of the Hindu Guru Shishya Parampara from a small village gone right. Unquote. This is how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes KAILASA as the Guru Shishya Parampara of Tiruvannamalai gone right. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes his integrity to his gurus, which made KAILASA happen. In his own words, quote, All I know is absolute integrity to my gurus, pure vision, sincere hard work, without any exploitative strategies. Listen carefully, I am doing what I am doing, even when I did not have anything supporting me. We have the earliest video records of me available, 2001-2002. Even at that time, you can see very clearly I am describing. I am not at all bothered about success. I am clearly ready for simple hard work to help every human being, every individual. I was clear when I started my public life. When I started enriching the world, I did not have the support of the wealth or social infrastructure or anything. I only received the enlightenment and guidance from my gurus. I did not have any external support, but I was very clear. I can peel my skin and make the sandals for my gurus. Understand, if I do not have anything, I can peel my skin and make the Guru Padukas. That kind of a clear dedication I had. It was absolutely clear. With that dedication, I have decided I will do whatever I can with all my integrity to make KAILASA happen. Unquote. These are the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on his absolute integrity to his gurus, which is more than enough to make KAILASA happen, because KAILASA is nothing but the culmination of the aspiration of the entire Guru Shishya Parampara that has kept this science of enlightened living alive over generations of persecution. Therefore, mere integrity to the Guru is enough to make Kailasa happen.
சக்தி தந்தாரே நித்ய சொன்னாரே சக்தி தந்தாரே நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன வேதம் வாழ்வின் நிலை எத்திவிடும் சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க அட கேளுங்க சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க ஞானத்தை செய்ய மனம் கொண்ட எண்ணம் மாய்த்துவிடும் நித்யானந்தன் வேதம் தானுங்க ஆனந்த வேதம் எங்க நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன வேதம் ஞானத்தையும் தந்து விடுங்க தந்து நம்ம தெய்வீகமா மாத்தி விடுங்க நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன வேதம் வாழ்வின் நிலை எத்திவிடும் சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க அட கேளுங்க சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க
This colossal Aushadha Annadhan service to the Annamalaya devotees that is happening from the two Kailasas in Tiruvannamalai is the undaunted effort of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, not just to feed hungry stomachs, but to revive the lifestyle of Kailasa of eating food infused with Aushadha, infused with conscious energy. And his effort in reviving the Kailasa lifestyle and his effort in completely supporting the spiritual practice of the devotees of Paramashiva in experiencing the space of oneness with Paramashiva. It is a much larger purpose towards service to humanity.
नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा मूषिकवाहना मङ्गलदायक गौरीनन्दना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा मुक्तिप्रदायक विघ्नविनाशक सिद्धिविनायक नित्यपुरीश.
We are entering into the last few hours of the full moon day, and the Aushadha Annadhan is continuing to be served to the Annamalaya devotees who continue their circumambulation around Arunachala. The 14-kilometer walk around the sacred Arunachala hill, which is Paramashiva himself in hill form.
जय जगदीश्वरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा शिव शक्तीश्वरा श्रीशैलेश्वरा शम्भो शङ्करा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा
In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in his description, in his explanation of the mission and vision of KAILASA in establishing KAILASA, the only Hindu nation in the world. Quote, Sri Kailasa is the effort of bringing legitimacy to the principle of Paramashiva. Paramashiva is real. He himself is manifesting through this body as Guru. He himself is teaching Paramashiva Jnana and Paramashiva Vijnana to the world. The science of enlightenment, the science of power manifestation, the science of unclutching, the science of Shaivite diet, the science of Shaivite bodybuilding, in every level, bringing legitimacy to Paramashiva and his teachings is this mission. It is about bringing legitimacy to the principles of Paramashiva, the Veda Agamas, socially, politically, spiritually, in every level. Celebrating Paramashiva is real. It brings legitimacy to Paramashiva in our life. Celebrating all his sciences, Paramashiva Jnana and Paramashiva Vijnana, revealed in the Vedas and Agamas, brings social legitimacy, political legitimacy, religious legitimacy, and economic legitimacy to it. Bringing legitimacy to Paramashiva Jnana and Vijnana in every sphere, every dimension of life, every aspect of human existence is the purpose of Sri Kailasa. Rejuvenates, pulls out of delusion, and liberates. That Paramashiva is real. Nothing can be compared to the bliss of celebrating Paramashiva. Celebrate Paramashiva in every level. The extraordinary conscious celebration of the universe is Sri Kailasa. Paramashiva is real. When you remember Paramashiva is real, he himself has manifested as my Guru. Your body feels it. I'm teaching the truth as it is, unapologetically. I want each one of you to celebrate Paramashiva. Do not struggle. Struggling is immature cognition work. When you celebrate Paramashiva in your lifestyle, it is called the Charyapada. When you celebrate Paramashiva in your food, it is called the Agamic diet. When you celebrate Paramashiva in your body and through your Kundalini Shakti, through yoga, it is the Nithyananda Yoga. It is the Yoga Pada. When you decide to connect with Paramashiva and make him manifest through you, it is called Puja, the Anmartha Puja or Parartha Puja. It is the Kriya Pada of Paramashiva. When you decide to celebrate the cosmic principles of Paramashiva and manifest him absolutely in your life, it is called the Jnanapada. All these four padas are nothing but celebrating Paramashiva. Create the enlightenment ecosystems wherever you are. Unquote. These are the inspiring words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in describing his vision and mission for humanity and his advent on the planet Earth. And towards fulfilling this divine objective, which is the enlightenment of the entire humanity, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has worked untiringly from the day he landed on planet Earth. From his very divine descent, the extreme hard work of Kailasa commenced right from his childhood years in Tiruvannamalai. And we are continuing to witness the serving of the Aushadha Annadhan to the devotees of Annamalayar who are in circumambulation around the sacred Arunachala hill on this auspicious full moon day. The food is being served from the two Kailasas in Tiruvannamalai. The first location being the very parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, where he took birth and spent the first 17 years of his life. And the second location is the temple monastery established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in Tiruvannamalai on the very mountain path. From both of these locations, the Aushadha Annadhan Seva is being offered. And this happens every full moon night of every month. And on all the other days, the everyday Annadhan is served for the citizens of Tiruvannamalai. We are almost in the last few hours of the full moon day of this month, and we are seeing the Annamalaya devotees in the midst of their circumambulation around the sacred Arunachala, which they complete before the completion of the full moon day. And during their circumambulation, they come to the Kailasas in Tiruvannamalai to have the Aushadha Annadhan, the food that is being served continuously for them while they are immersed in their spiritual practice of circumambulation around Arunachala. Every effort of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is to raise the consciousness of individuals in every possible way through every dimension of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, be it the dimension of food or the very lifestyle or each of the sciences of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. In every possible way, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism works with individuals and raises their consciousness to create enlightened beings and incarnations who will once again make the global enlightened civilization of Kailasa that once upon a time existed on planet Earth across 56 nations before the systematic persecution of Sanatana Hindu Dharma started by the invaders. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes the open source technology of Sanatana Hindu Dharma and its aim for humanity and the revival of this through the establishment of Kailasa, the only Hindu nation of the world today. In his own words, quote, "This open source system was started first by Hinduism before any software companies started it. We are giving knowledge for free. So the largest Hindu repository is Kailasa's Jnanalaya, the Hinduismpedia. I sincerely request all of you to take a look, and we may take 2 to 3 years to complete it. It is a library of scriptures, the Vedas, the Agamas, the Puranas, the Smritis, the Bhashyas, the Vartikas, the Tikas, a long list, whatever we are able to gather and still gathering, we have organized and we are presenting it to the world. Other than an army, we have everything. We are a non-violent nation run by the sovereign order of Kailasa, monks and nuns. We have established all the ingredients needed to make this nation possible. And each and every one supported directly and indirectly at various levels. Just looking back at the age of 3, I was made to observe the Chaturmasya by initiation by my gurus. At the age of 10, I had the blessings and darshan of Paramashiva. At the age of 12, I had my Parama Advaita Anubhuti. At the age of 16, my gurus have left their bodies into Mahasamadhi. At the age of 16, I started my public life. I stayed in ashrams, temples, enriched by Sanatana Hindu Dharma and its various sampradayas. And I revived Kailasa, and now I'm 44, completed. One thing I wanted to assure all of you who put your faith on me, your time, treasure, talent, who invested your time, treasure, talent. I commit to all of you, with the grace of Paramashiva, I will revive Kailasa, the fully fledged Hindu nation, run by incarnations and enlightened beings, the sovereign order of Kailasa, like the Vatican for the Catholics, Tibet for the Buddhists, Israel for Jews, Kailasa will be for all Hindus. We are not competition to any nation. Kailasa will be run by monks and nuns, enlightened beings, incarnations, the sovereign order of Kailasa. Our focus is to bring solutions for all the problems modern day humanity is facing, whether global warming or pandemic or war. Unquote. These are the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in describing the objectives of Kailasa and describing his untiring work in establishing this Hindu nation of Kailasa. As we can see in front of our own eyes, spearheading this entire Aushadha Annadhan service in Tiruvannamalai on this auspicious full moon night, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is making his strong statement to humanity at large in his true intention for the entire humanity, which inspires him continuously in his undaunted efforts. While we are watching the Aushadha Annamalai on this auspicious Pournami night, here are a few direct words from with his yoga guru. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, quote, I was supposed to be given some Aushadha, for which I was supposed to fast for 11 days. And I was given only liquid. With the yogi who was taking care of my fasting. He just that is exactly the region I feel the hunger. He said, visualize this area as a Shiva and decide you will empower my experience. And this is the share. With this great science of Aushadha is in the most easy of ways to imbibe and make circumambulation around Arunachala, and we can see the increase in the the hill twice and the disease would disappear. The local villagers share that for full 3 years, day in and day out, he made a naramala, human beings, a garland made of human beings around Arunachala. The whole day he will heal and send them to walk around the hill. He will not only heal, but he will give simple things like some leaf, the mud of Arunachala, and heal them. Not only his healing, his inspiring of the people to stand on Hinduism was just too much. These are the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, describing his Guru, Sri Satki Swamigal. In this sacred land of Tiruvannamalai, where the very mud of Arunachala is Aushadha, which heals and moves one on the path of enlightenment.
जय जगदीश्वरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा शिव शक्तीश्वरा श्री शैलेश्वरा शंभो शंकरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा माधव मुरहर मधुर मनोहर गिरिधर नागरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा अभयप्रदायक
The very science of Aushadha, of infusing conscious energy into leaves and herbs and other ingredients, and making it an effective tool for healing and enlightenment, has its roots in the great Siddha tradition. And in Tiruvannamalai, many great Siddhas have lived over centuries. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashiva, has shared with us the lives of these great Siddhas of Tiruvannamalai and the miracles that they created with this entire Siddha tradition of healing through herbs, the science of Aushadha. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism recalls how a particular old Brahmin lady of Tiruvannamalai caused miraculous healing through the leaf of just one particular tree. These are the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describing this miracle incident. Quote, usually, these great Siddhas don't give different medicines for different diseases. They master and program one tree, and whatever they say, that tree listens. They just pick up a leaf and say, go and heal this person. He has cancer, and the leaf will heal. I have seen this. Once, an old widow Brahmin lady. Her family is a temple priest in my native town. She will sit on the steps of her old house, built with stone. She will sit on the stone steps, and people will sit just outside the stone steps, and they will tell her about their disease. She will place a leaf and tell it to heal, and she will make a paste of it and give it to the person, and the person will get healed. I myself had jaundice in my young age, and I was taken to her. That was the only medicine, that leaf, that she gave me 3 times, and I became all right. Even the chicken pox completely gets healed. That tree used to be there in the backyard of that house. Continuously speaking to that tree, she became very close to the tree, and whatever she says, the tree will simply listen. It assumed the chemical quality and heal. So trees do listen, and healing through all these things is possible. These are the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in explaining the science of healing through herbs and leaves. The great science of the Siddha tradition in Sanatana Hindu Dharma.
संहारक पतित पावना नित्य पुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा चंद्रशेखरा पन्नगभूषण निखिललोचना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा माता पिता गुरु देव महेश्वर दीनदयाभरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा
This service of serving the Aushadha Annadhan to the Annamalayar devotees in Tiruvannamalai from the two locations of the KAILASA ecosystem. The first location being the very parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, located on the Tiruvudal street, just a few meters away from the Arunachaleshwara temple. KAILASA Tiruvannamalai, Shri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi, and the second location, which is the KAILASA ecosystem established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the mountain path in Adi Annamalai. From both of these locations, the Aushadha Annadhan is being continuously offered to the devotees of Annamalayar who are circumambulating Arunachala on the sacred full moon day. And this marathon effort is completely spearheaded by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and happening under his very auspices. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the importance of Aushadha in the Hindu tradition, where the food itself becomes medicine which completely heals our system, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has explained multiple times during his global presidential addresses about the science of Aushadha, the Hindu science of Aushadha, and its impact on our body, mind, and consciousness. These are the very words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on this subject. Quote, in Hindu tradition, the food itself is taken in such a way it becomes medicine. Tasty medicine is food in the Hindu tradition. Even the neem juice, I have seen how my gurus will make me take the neem juice. They will make sesame seed balls, sesame seed and jaggery, and they will make me just gulp the neem juice and then take the sesame seed ball, and I will nicely enjoy the sesame seed ball, and only that taste will be on the tongue. I won't even remember I took the neem juice. I will actually be waiting to take the neem juice because I will then get the sesame balls as the bonus. Tasty medicine is diet in Hinduism, in Vedic tradition. Unquote. These are the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describing his golden childhood in Tiruvannamalai with his gurus, with his various gurus with whom he explored the various sciences of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and how each of them worked with him, nurturing and grooming his body to withstand the explosive cosmic energy happening inside it continuously, which needs to be transmitted to the entire humanity without collapsing his mortal frame. And part of that process was the administering of the various types of Aushadha to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by his dear gurus. Today, having a glass of neem juice early morning has become the lifestyle of the devotees, disciples, and followers of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. It is an integral part in the KAILASA lifestyle, where the day starts with consuming a teaspoon of castor oil, which is a complete detoxing agent for the human body, followed by consuming a glass of neem juice, a powerful Aushadha, which will detox the system and awaken the non-mechanical parts of the brain.
ஞானியை கண்டிட நித்யானந்தன் ரூபமும் கொண்டிங்கு கல்ப விருட்ச வாகனம் தன்னிலே கண்குளிர காட்சியும் தந்திட கேட்கும் வரமெல்லாம் இதற்கு ஈடென்றாகுமோ? கேட்கும் வரமெல்லாம் இதற்கு ஈடென்றாகுமோ? வரம் தர நித்யனும் அமர்ந்த ஸ்வர்ண வாகனம் கருணையின் ரூபமாய் இறைவன் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும். கல்ப விருட்ச வாகனம் அதில் நித்யானந்தன் தரிசனம். கல்ப விருட்ச வாகனம் அதில் நித்யானந்தன் தரிசனம். வேண்டுகின்ற வரமெதுவும் வேண்டும் முன்னே தந்திடும். வேண்டுகின்ற வரமெதுவும் வேண்டும் முன்னே தந்திடும். காட்சி தன்னை கண்களும் கண்டதும் கேட்க எந்த வேண்டுதல் மிஞ்சிடும். எண்ணத்திரை முற்றிலும் நீங்கிடும். நித்யானந்த வைபவம் ஓங்கிடும். ஆனந்த தரிசனம் கல்ப விருட்ச வாகன தரிசனம். ஆனந்த தரிசனம் கல்ப விருட்ச வாகன தரிசனம். வரம் தர நித்யனும் அமர்ந்த ஸ்வர்ண வாகனம் கருணையின் ரூபமாய் இறைவன் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும். வரம் தரும் அருள் மாலை நேரம் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும். சிம்ம வாகனம் அவன் திருப்பதம் காணும் யோகம்.
It is the experience, the first-hand experience of the disciples, devotees, and followers of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism who are serving this Aushadha Annadhan to the devotees of Annamalayar in Tiruvannamalai that this entire initiative and effort of serving the Aushadha Annadhan across extended hours only rejuvenates their body and mind and does not put them in an ounce of tiredness. That is the power of serving this Aushadha Annadhan to the Annamalayar devotees. That is the power of this huge spiritual practice on the part of the KAILASA volunteers and devotees and disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. They experience it as the most invigorating, rejuvenating experience. And at the end of it, they only emerge more energetic and more intense and enthusiastic than ever before. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has explained the significance of the spiritual practice of serving the Aushadha Annadhan to the Annamalayar devotees. In Tiruvannamalai, the Annamalayar devotees hold such a strong connection with Annamalayar Paramashiva, and Annamalayar Paramashiva becomes the very digestive fire in their stomach. It is in Tiruvannamalai that Paramashiva is revered as the fire element because it is here that he appeared as an infinite column of fire or light to resolve a dispute between Lord Brahma and Lord Vishnu, and therefore he is worshipped as the fire element in Tiruvannamalai. And each of his devotee who carries him in their very being, he becomes their very digestive fire inside their stomach, and therefore when you serve the food into their digestive fire, it is equivalent to serving Annamalayar himself. Each being in Tiruvannamalai to whom you serve the Aushadha Annadhan, you are serving to Annamalayar himself. This is the profound understanding imparted by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explaining the context behind serving the Aushadha Annadhan to the Annamalai devotees in Tiruvannamalai as they come around in circumambulation of their beloved Arunachala. And this directly connects to the experience, the first-hand experience of the KAILASA volunteers, devotees, and disciples who only feel rejuvenated at the end of this marathon Aushadha Annadhan Seva.
कल्पतरु दर्शनम् ज्ञानपीठ महासंस्थान सिंहासन दर्शनम् दर्शनम् नित्यानन्द दर्शनम् ज्ञानपीठ महासंस्थान सिंहासन दर्शनम् दर्शनम् नित्यं दर्शनम् दर्शनं दैव दर्शनम् दर्शनं नित्यं दर्शनम् दर्शनं दैव दर्शनम्
The mountain path around sacred Arunachala is completely filled with the Annamalai devotees who are coming in circumambulation around sacred Arunachala. And right outside the gates of KAILASA in Tiruvannamalai, located on the mountain path, the Aushadha Annadhan is being served to the devotees proceeding in their circumambulation.
கொடியேற்ற நாளிலே நித்யன் தவ கோலம் பூண்ட தரிசனம் வரம் வேண்டி பக்தரும் நித்யனின் பதம் நாட கூடும் தரிசனம் கொடியேற்ற நாளிலே நித்யன் தவ கோலம் பூண்ட தரிசனம் மண்ணும் மகிழ்ந்திடும் விண்ணும் உறைந்திடும் ஆனந்தத்தின் எல்லை கடந்திடும் திவ்ய தரிசனம் எதுவோ பக்தர்களும் பொங்கும் எண்ணம் கடந்திட தியானம் தனி வையம் தனி சொல்ல வந்த தரிசனம் அல்லவோ அருள் வாழ்வின் பொருள் இந்த தரிசனம் நித்யானந்தன் யுகம் காக்கும் தரிசனம் தரிசனம் கல்பதரு தரிசனம் ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம் தரிசனம் நித்யானந்தன் தரிசனம் ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம் தரிசனம் நித்யானந்தன் தரிசனம் ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம்.
நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன வேதம் வாழ்வின் மேலே ஏத்திவிடும் சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க அட கேளுங்க சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன வேதம் வாழ்வின் மேலே ஏத்திவிடும் சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க அட கேளுங்க சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க தியானத்தை செய்ய வானம் கொண்ட எண்ணம் மாய்த்து விடும் நித்யானந்தன் வேதம் தானுங்க ஆனந்த வேதம் எங்க நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன வேதம் ஞானத்தையும் தந்து விடுங்க தந்து நம்ம தெய்வீகமா மாத்தி விடுங்க நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன வேதம் வாழ்வின் மேலே ஏத்தி விடும் சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க அட கேளுங்க சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க நம்முடைய வாழ்க்கையில எவ்விதமான ஒரு நோக்கமும் இல்ல என்பதும் புரிந்துவிட வாழ்க்கையின் அர்த்தம் அது தெளிந்து விடும் நம்முடைய வாழ்க்கையில எவ்விதமான ஒரு நோக்கமும் இல்ல என்பதும் புரிந்துவிட வாழ்க்கையின் அர்த்தம் அது தெளிந்து விடும் நித்ய சொன்னாரு சக்தி தந்தாரு நித்ய சொன்னாரு சக்தி தந்தாரு நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன வேதம் வாழ்வின் மேலே ஏத்தி விடும் சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க அட கேளுங்க சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க
We can see the sannyasis of KAILASA serving the Aushadha Annadhan to the Annamalai devotees at the Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi of KAILASA Tiruvannamalai, the parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashiva. And the KAILASA volunteers are serving the Aushadha Annadhan to the Annamalai devotees at the Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Kshetram at Annamalai, which is located on the circumambulatory path around the sacred Arunachala.
சக்தி தந்தாரு நித்ய சொன்னாரு சக்தி தந்தாரு
We have just a few more hours to go before completion of the full moon day, when the devotees of Annamalai will also be completing the circumambulation around sacred Arunachala.
நானேனும் எண்ணம் அதை விட்டு விடணும் மற்றவர்க்காய் वाहना मङ्गलदायक गौरीनन्दना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा मुक्तिप्रदायक विघ्नविनाशक सिद्धिविनायक नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा गंगाधर हर हे परमेश्वर जय जगदीश्वरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा शिव शक्तीश्वरा श्रीशैलेश्वरा शंभो शंकरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा माधव मुरहर मधुर मनोहर गिरिधर नागरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा अभयप्रदायक आनन्ददायक भक्त उदाहरणा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा.
As we are nearing the completion of the full moon day celebrations in Tiruvannamalai, we are witnessing the continuous serving of the Aushadha Annadhan to the devotees of Annamalai Paramashiva who are circumambulating sacred Arunachala hill in Tiruvannamalai. The Aushadha Annadhan is serving of food infused with conscious energy through the elements called Aushadha, which has its roots in the Siddha tradition of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, where herbs are infused with conscious energy and consumed as food, which heals and gives enlightenment itself. Over 120,000 people have been served the Aushadha Annadhana ever since the full moon day celebration started yesterday.
जगदोधारण कृष्ण जनार्दन परमदयागन नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा सत्य सनातना नित्य निरंजन भक्त परायणा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा चंद्रकलाधरा गौरी मनोहरा परम कृपाकरा नित्यपुरी नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा गोकुलनन्दना गोपी मनोहर हरि नारायण नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा बन्धविमोचना पापसंहारक पतित पावन नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा चन्द्रशेखरा पन्नगभूषण निखिललोचना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा माता पिता गुरु देव महेश्वर दीनदयाभर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा.
Just serving of the Aushadha Annadhan to the Annamalayar devotees who are intensely immersed in circumambulating Arunachala, holding their beloved Arunachala in their very beings, whose digestive fire becomes Arunachala himself. Merely serving this Aushadha Annadhan to these devotees of Annamalayar is an intense spiritual practice for the KAILASA volunteers and sannyasis. And it is this which makes them feel completely rejuvenated during this entire marathon service to the Annamalayar devotees. The deep spiritual context behind serving the Aushadha Annadhan and behind receiving the Aushadha Annadhan is huge, and it is the spiritual context and truth behind this that makes the entire process a completely rejuvenating process for those serving the Aushadha Annadhan and for those receiving it. the divine life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is a life of service to humanity, of continuously giving humanity. And this we have seen right from the childhood years of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where he has lived a life of only service and dedication and commitment to humanity in enlightening humanity with the cosmic principles of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashiva, has recalled to us the various incidents with his various gurus with whom he explored the great Hindu sciences in Tiruvannamalai during the first 17 years of his life. And one such beautiful incident which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has recalled to us is with his guru in Vedanta and Tantra, Mata Vibhutananda Puri, also known as Mataji Kuppamal, describing this incident in his own words. Quote, "My Guru, Mataji Kuppamal, Vibhutananda Puri, she told me just before her passing away. She knew she was going to leave the body. She gave me the Parivrajaka Danda, which is supposed to be carried during the Parivrajaka Yatra. She said, 'I bless you. You will never feel hungry or thirsty. You will never have any problem of cold or problem of shelter, nothing.' It was such a powerful blessing. I thanked her. She also asked me to give a vow. She said, 'Till you achieve the ultimate and start teaching as the Guru, till you sit as the Pidadipati and start teaching the world, you should not retain anything with you. If something is there and anybody asks, you should give it away to them.' I gave her the promise and kept the promise successfully without missing it. In 1995, I gave the promise. Till 2003, till I sat on the pita physically, literally, if anyone asks for anything which is around me, it is theirs. That was the most graceful feeling I've ever felt about myself. That experience became only more deep and more permanent in me." These are the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on this beautiful and sweet incident with his guru, Mata Vibhutananda Puri. Literally, during one of the last encounters the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had with his beloved guru, Mata Vibhutananda Puri. Through all these profound encounters with his gurus of Tiruvannamalai, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continuously experienced the powerful presence of the gurus in his very life. And it is this experience that he transmits to his disciples and devotees worldwide as the power of the guru-disciple tradition, of how the gurus have over generations and centuries inspired the disciples towards the higher cosmic principles and enriched their lives in every possible way. And it is this unending source of inspiration which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is for his disciples and devotees that keeps his devotees and disciples in the zone of higher consciousness and which enables them to immerse themselves in such marathon spiritual services to humanity and which rejuvenates them at the end of it. The circumambulation around sacred Arunachala in Tiruvannamalai by the devotees of Annamalayar is in full flow. as we can see the devotees coming into the two Kailasas in Tiruvannamalai to receive the Aushadha Annadhan.
கல்பவ்ருக்ஷவாகனமதில் நித்யானந்தன் தரிசனம் கல்பவ்ருக்ஷவாகனமதில் நித்யானந்தன் தரிசனம் வேண்டுகின்ற வரமெதுவும் வேண்டும் முன்னே தந்திடும் வேண்டுகின்ற வரமெதுவும் வேண்டும் முன்னே தந்திடும் காட்சி தன்னை கண்களும் கண்டதும் கேட்க எந்த வேண்டுதல் மிஞ்சிடும் எண்ணத்திரை முற்றிலும் நீங்கிடும் நித்யானந்த வைபவம் ஓங்கிடும் ஆனந்த தரிசனம் கல்பவ்ருக்ஷவாகன தரிசனம் ஆனந்த தரிசனம் கல்பவ்ருக்ஷவாகன தரிசனம் வரம் தர நித்யனும் அமர்ந்த ஸ்வர்ண வாகனம் கருணையின் ரூபமாய் இறைவன் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும். வரம் தரும் அருள் மாலை நேரம் நித்யம் தோன்றிடும் சிம்ம வாகனம் அவன் திருப்பதம் காணும் யோகம் பிறவியின் பலன் யாவும் கூடும் வரம் தரும் அருள் மாலை நேரம் நித்யம் தோன்றிடும் சிம்ம
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashiva, has described to us the life of his Aushadha Guru, Sri Narayana Swami Pillai, also called Totakaratata in the town of Tiruvannamalai, because he was also involved in growing beautiful flowers which he and a few others would sit and make garlands to offer to the Arunachaleshwara temple in Tiruvannamalai. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describing Sri Narayana Swami Pillai and how he would simply smear a mirror with an Aushadha, and through that he would show, just like a television, the scenes that people wanted to see. This was an extraordinary power that he radiated so casually in his life, through which even the police force of Tiruvannamalai would see the scenes that they wished to see while tracking the crimes that came to them. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, quote, just lying in a small Ganesha temple outside the Arunachaleshwara temple, the old man is called the Totakaratata, Sri Narayana Swami Pillai. Totakaratata means the one who maintains the small gardens in and around the temple. That is the way he produced whatever herbs he wanted. And so casually he will take a mirror and put some black lines on it, and that mirror will act like a television and show whatever people want to see. I have seen this, and very casually he will tell. 100% guarantee. I had the fortune of living around him for 6 years. I have not seen a single failure. He was just an ordinary village man, not a big organization or anything, a simple village man. It is with these words that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes Sri Narayana Swami Pillai, his guru in the science of Aushadha, during his golden childhood period in Tiruvannamalai. Each of his gurus was an adept, a giant in a specific Hindu science, in a specific Hindu tradition. Sri Narayana Swami Pillai was an adept in the science of Aushadha. His formulae for the people, his preparations of Aushadha, which he gave to the people, were unfailing formulae, which always healed even the most severe of diseases. ranging from migraine to cancer. And Sri Narayana Swami Pillai simply gave all of this to the people, expecting nothing in return for his services. That was his true greatness, of not only Narayana Swami Pillai, but of all the gurus of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the great superconscious mutants of Tiruvannamalai. They simply served the people with these extraordinary Hindu sciences, expecting nothing in return for it. For their own livelihood, they made very nominal sums of money through other conventional means with which they expected their own families to support themselves. But their own lives they dedicated to humanity and to preserve these great Hindu sciences. Sri Raghupati Yogi, the yoga guru of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who was a giant and adept in the science of yoga and also in the science of Aushadha, served as a cashier in the State Bank of India in Tiruvannamalai, drawing a very nominal sum of money, which he would hand over to his wife Premavati Ammal, and expected her to maintain his large family of 12 children. And Premavati Ammal did it, knowing that the life of her husband was a life of utter dedication and service to humanity, and she could not expect more than that from him. Such was the greatness of these great superconscious mutants who were the gurus of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in the temple town of Tiruvannamalai. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes these great Siddhas who literally brought him up during his golden childhood in Tiruvannamalai in his own words. Quote, I have seen at least 5 Siddhas who never ate any food, no water, nothing, just living on air. Living in the air is a lifestyle in Siddha tradition. It is not a miracle. It is a lifestyle in the Siddha tradition. In Siddha tradition, anything you touch is miraculous. That is why the miracle powers, the extraordinary powers themselves, are called as the Siddhis. They are not the Siddhas. They are not called as Vedantis or Yogis. They are called the Siddhas because they are not only enlightened, they simply play with these extraordinary powers. Only Siddhas can create an extraordinary civilization. It is these Siddhas who are the people who appear wherever they want and disappear wherever they want. And that is soon going to become a lifestyle, just like using the aircraft. Because of the Siddha tradition, I am not giving big promises. I have decided and I am seeing very clearly all the Siddhas' blessings are there with me to make this whole thing as a science and a live, usable, practical lifestyle. All the people who brought me up are Siddhas, including Raghupati Yogi. Even though he is a master of yoga, he is also a great Siddha. The people who bring you up, their impact and impression stays in you strongly. I was brought up by these great Siddhas. All I'm going to do is whatever I received from all of them, I'm going to express it, put it in the mainstream with the help of this organization. That is all. Make it available to the world, to the public, to the humanity. I am telling you, this is going to be one of the greatest contributions of reviving the Siddha tradition. If we need to create enlightened beings, the low effort methods will not work. The no effort method is the only way. The enlightenment pills are the only way. The Siddha tradition is the only tradition which has evolved the science to create these enlightenment pills. Unquote. These are the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in describing the miracle Siddha tradition, the ancient Hindu science, which is the foundation of the Hindu medicinal system, the very materia medica of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has time and again declared that he will revive all of these sciences, including the science, the Vaimanika Shastra, which is the science of flying machines. It is our great rishis who invented the first flying machine eons ago, before the modern day world invented its first flying machine. And the flying machines of our great rishis functioned not through depletion of any of nature's resources, but through creation of sound vibrations. All of the inventions and discoveries of our great rishis of the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization was through oneness with the whole of cosmos, not touching or depleting any of nature's resources, but completely coming into sync with it, into oneness with the whole of cosmos, and through that devising methods and creating these inventions and discoveries, which is why they are timeless, priceless, and unsurpassed, and remain the eternal references for modern day scientists who are still coming to terms with these genius inventions and discoveries of the ancient rishis. It is that civilization that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving today as the ancient civilizational Hindu nation of Kailasa. And reviving the lifestyle of these rishis in all of its components is the untiring effort of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, one dimension of which is the revival of consuming Aushadha as food, which is what we are seeing in front of our own eyes, where food is infused with Aushadha, with conscious energy, and aids in the conscious growth of those consuming it.
நித்யானந்தன் சொன்னவேதோ வாழ்வின் நீலை ஏத்திவிடும் சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க அட கேளுங்க சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க நம்முடைய வாழ்க்கையில எவ்விதமான ஒரு
Both the KAILASA campuses in Tiruvannamalai are completely packed with the devotees of Annamalayar who are coming in to receive the Aushadha Annadhan during their circumambulation around the Arunachala hill on the sacred full moon night. Each of the great Hindu sciences, such as the science of healing, the science of Aushadha, the science of Vedanta, the science of Tantra, all of the Hindu sciences, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving for the whole of humanity to benefit, to experience, and to make as an integral part of its very lifestyle. It is these Hindu sciences that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explored with his various gurus during his golden childhood in Tiruvannamalai, where he spent the first 17 years of his life. While the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism experienced his own power of healing at the end of his spiritual wandering, journeying by foot across the length and breadth of India, he directly manifested the power of healing right at the age of 8 through the grace of his guru, Sri Raghupati Yogi, his yoga guru, who was not just a great adept at the science of yoga, but also an adept in the science of Aushadha, and one who radiated the various powers of Paramashiva as a mere byproduct of his extraordinary achievement in the science of yoga. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism recalls to us a miracle incident with his yoga guru Sri Raghupati Yogi in this very sacred land of Tiruvannamalai during his rigorous years of training in yoga with him. The incident, in the very words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, quote, "I still remember the way I started healing. I realized the science of healing after I realized my incarnationhood, but the healing itself I started doing at the age of 8. Raghupati Yogi had a name all over the village that any problem like poisonous snake bite or people trying to commit suicide by drinking poison or consuming poisonous leaves, any of this kind of an emergency, people would come to him and he will just have a small stick kind of a thing. He will just touch that area where the snake bite has happened or through which part they have consumed the poison. If they drank the poison through the mouth, he will touch the mouth. So sometimes the people will pour poison through the ears. So if it was poured through the ears, he would touch the ears. In whatever way through which the poison went inside the system, he would touch that area with a stick and then touch the ground some 3 to 4 times, and the poison will simply come down. It will go away to the ground and the person will be free from it. He had this reputation. And still in Indian villages, you will see this kind of treatment working. He had the kind of the power, and the people will also come to him if they have any muscle sprain or any other pain or fever, and he will do the same thing. He will put that stick on the area and touch the stick and touch the ground with the stick, and the person will become all right. He was a well-known healer in Tiruvannamalai. One day he was sitting in Padmasana, hands locked and planning to levitate. He would sit like that for 20 minutes and then slowly his body would move upwards. It will take around half an hour to reach 3 to 4 feet height. and then very slowly he will start releasing the air. I have seen when he starts releasing the air to come down, if you keep a paper below that airflow, it will simply burn. Exhaling will be so hot and so sharp, it will literally be like a needle. And so he was preparing himself for levitation, his hands and legs locked in Padmasana and hands locked in the Samana Mudra. At that time, an old lady came to him for healing. I do not remember the exact problem for which she came. I picked up the healing stick which he uses and tried to give it to him. He said, "You yourself do." And I did it and she became all right. I can say that is the first time I started healing. I did not gain this power through any tapas. He just held me in that space. It was such a casual thing. When he said, "You yourself do," the first thing, naturally I was taken aback. But I had the strong trust on him because I know he was sitting in Samadhi and he was raising in Samadhi. In Samadhi state, whatever he says comes true, and all that I have seen. In the Samadhi state, if anybody tries to disrespect or abuse him, I have seen them suffering like anything. All of this I have seen. How powerful when he radiates Samadhi. So because he said it, I just picked up the stick and I did it and I simply saw the healing happen. From that time, so many people I have healed. The very signs I understood much later. Actually, he did not want to pick up the stick and heal because he was already locked in the mudra and he had already started levitating. If he opens his hands and comes down and does the healing and again sits, it may take some 10-15 minutes, which he did not want to do. So very casually, he simply held me in his inner space and those powers started radiating in me. Whenever the master holds you in his inner space, never ever think he only gives you responsibilities. He gives you powers. The only thing is you should trust him, not to be taken aback, but to continue to be part of his inner space and move and raise to the way he wants you. Unquote. These are the powerful words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, describing this miracle incident with his yoga guru, Sri Raghupati Yogi. The way his yoga master held him in his inner space and the way the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism raised to his master's expectations, raised to the way he held him in his inner space and radiated the very powers of healing. This is the glory of the Guru-disciple tradition, where the masters hold the disciples in the ultimate space of oneness with Paramashiva and have the pure intention for their disciples, for them to radiate the space of Paramashiva and the powers of Paramashiva, and it simply happens through simple trust and obedience towards the master. It is this Guru-disciple tradition that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving today, has successfully revived, and through the establishment of the Hindu nation of KAILASA, the very backbone of which will be the Guru-disciple tradition. It is in this sacred land of Tiruvannamalai that all of these gurus of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism lived just a few decades ago. In this sacred land of Tiruvannamalai, these superconscious mutants lived so casually, simple lives, great beings they were, radiating the highest cosmic principles in their lives. With humility, with such humility and deep devotion to Paramashiva, living a life of utter sacrifice and dedication and commitment towards humanity, expecting absolutely nothing in return from humanity for any of this. And to these great beings, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism dedicates his untiring effort of the revival of Kailasa as a mark of gratitude to these great beings who lived just a few decades before in Tiruvannamalai. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes the glorious ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai with such powerful descriptions and words to help us understand the importance of an ecosystem in the life of every being. It is the ecosystem that creates the ambience for the flowering of the individual self, for the conscious growth of each individual. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describing the ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai, quote, "The ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai gave me competence to live, not any stupid qualifications. Qualifications can be an introduction when you talk about you to others, when you try to sell. Qualification is like that. The gift wrapper. It can be the gift wrapper, but the competence is the real gift inside the wrapper. These powerful cognitions made me competent for life." Unquote. These are the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on what the ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai and the great gurus who lived in Tiruvannamalai gave him as the true gift. The very cosmic principles as the powerful cognitions which enabled him to be competent in life. The Aushadha Annadhan Seva to the Annamalaya devotees is in full swing in both the KAILASA campuses in Tiruvannamalai on this auspicious full moon night. As the devotees are coming around the sacred Arunachala hill, they are having their meal in either one of the two campuses of KAILASA in Tiruvannamalai before resuming their circumambulation around Arunachala. The first campus is KAILASA Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi, the parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, located on Tiruvudal Street, which is on the southern side of the Arunachaleshwara temple, and the second campus is KAILASA Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Kshetram, located in the mountain path itself, established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the 19th of April 2008. In both these KAILASA campuses, the KAILASA volunteers and the sannyasis of KAILASA are continuously serving the Aushadha Annadhan on the sacred occasion of full moon night, and this is a service that is offered every full moon night of every month, where lakhs of devotees of Annamalai gather in Tiruvannamalai to circumambulate Arunachala, which is one of the oldest spiritual practices in Tiruvannamalai. The unbroken lineage of incarnations of Paramashiva in Tiruvannamalai has kept this ecosystem alive despite the continued persecution by the invaders over centuries. The immediate predecessor in this unbroken lineage of incarnations of Paramashiva to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, his immediate predecessor in this unbroken lineage is Sri Yogi Ram Suratkumar Swamigal, about whom we have heard from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism through the various divine incidents that have happened during his childhood, during the years that he spent around Sri Yogi Ram Suratkumar Swamigal in Tiruvannamalai. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, when he speaks about the life of Sri Yogi Ram Suratkumar Swamigal, quote, "One of my mentors and masters, Sri Yogi Ram Suratkumar, he used to collect garbage from all over Tiruvannamalai. I think he has collected some 2,000 to 3,000 bags, and he has kept everything safely in a gunny bag near a place where he used to stay. People used to ask him, 'What is this? You collect all the garbage and keep it next to you?' He used to tell, 'Only I'm having garbage or what? Why don't you look in? You are collecting more garbage than me.' Just to remind you that you are collecting more garbage than me, I am collecting and keeping. It is symbolically reminding you. Please understand, his garbage does not affect him. Our garbage affects us because we keep it inside. People used to respect his garbage. I know. He used to keep the garbage all the way at the Mahadeva's chariot, the temple chariot. He used to live near the chariot in a small house, which somebody had donated to him. So every day Mahadeva goes in that chariot. The temple authorities would never throw the garbage away. They will simply move it aside. Once Mahadeva gets into the chariot, goes around and comes back and finishes his rounds, they will put the garbage back in the same place. The garbage was respected so much. It was safely kept, highly respected. And whoever comes, he will show them, 'See, this is what you are doing inside you.'" Unquote. This is the description of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in describing Sri Yogi Ram Suratkumar Swamigal, his predecessor in the lineage of incarnations of Paramashiva in Tiruvannamalai. Mystical are the ways of the great incarnations and the superconscious mutants of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the ways they employ to teach humanity what to do and what not to do, to awaken humanity to what it is doing and to the blind spots that human beings carry. Every single action of theirs is only towards awakening human beings to their own blind spots, to awaken them, to drop what they should not be doing and to pick up what they should be doing. They themselves carry no identity. They are simple, egoless beings who dedicate their life towards enlightening humanity.
அருணையின் வேந்தன் கொடிதனை ஏற்றி அருளிடும் நாளின் தரிசனம் கருணையாய் நித்தியன் கையிலையில் தந்த நிகரில்லாத உயர் தரிசனம் உலகையே இங்கு கடவுளாய் மாற்ற கடவுளே தரும் தரிசனம் கவிதையாய் மாற வரிகளும் ஏங்கும் கரையில்லாத உயர் தரிசனம்
தரிசனம் கல்பதரு தரிசனம் ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம் தரிசனம் நித்யானந்தன் தரிசனம் ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம்
தரிசனம் நித்யன் தரிசனம் தரிசனம் தெய்வ தரிசனம் தரிசனம் நித்யன் தரிசனம் தரிசனம் தெய்வ
Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. It is under his auspices and spearheaded by him, inspired by him, that this Aushadha Annadhan Seva is being offered to the Annamalaya devotees in Tiruvannamalai at both the KAILASA campuses in Tiruvannamalai. At his own parental home, recently acquired officially by KAILASA Bharat, which is today celebrated as KAILASA Tiruvannamalai Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi, and in the second location in the mountain path, KAILASA Tiruvannamalai Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Kshetram, established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the 19th of April 2008. In both of these campuses, we are seeing the Aushadha Annadhan, food infused with healing energy, healing herbs, healing ingredients being served to the Annamalaya devotees who are circumambulating the sacred Arunachala hill on this auspicious Pournami night, the full moon night. It is in this sacred land of Tiruvannamalai that the gurus of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism lived just a few decades ago, serving the people of Tiruvannamalai, guiding them through radiating the various powers of Paramashiva, through the various Hindu traditions, the great Hindu sciences. It is with them that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explored these various Hindu sciences, and which he has revived today and placed as the seed bank of Hinduism, as the nation of KAILASA, the only Hindu nation in the world today. And it is during the golden childhood period of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in Tiruvannamalai, in the late 70s, 80s and early 90s, that all these superconscious mutants lived in Tiruvannamalai. And it was during this time when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was around the age of 10, around the year 1988, that Paramashiva himself appeared as a young sannyasi, as Bhagwan Arunagiri Yogeshwara, his beloved Guru, and spent a period of 9 months in the third circumambulation path of the Arunachaleshwara temple, imparting the Paramashiva Jnana and the Paramashiva Vijnana to the young Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has shared with us several divine incidents that happened with Arunagiri Yogeshwara, and has transmitted to us the various cosmic principles that he received directly as Paramashiva's message from Bhagwan Arunagiri Yogeshwara. Recalling one such incident where a powerful cosmic principle was transmitted as Paramashiva's direct message from Bhagwan Arunagiri Yogeshwara to the young Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. In the very words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describing this divine incident, quote, Paramashiva's message directly from KAILASA. Listen. புலனெல்லாம் நமக்கு அடங்கி புலப்படாது போகும் காலமும் உயிர்ப்பை உயிர்ப்பிக்கும் உற்சாக சத்தியத்தை உணர்த்தும் விதமாய் வாழ்க்கையை உயர்த்திக் கொள்ளல் சத்திய பிரத்யாகாரம். I will translate. Listen. There will be a time in your life where your senses will not be active. Now itself declaring your conscious sovereignty over your senses And even when they are not active, when they are not alive, when they are not excited, when they are not functioning, you remaining alive, active, powerful is pratyahara. That is the achievement your body needs to do to manifest conscious sovereignty. This teaching I directly received from Arunagiri Yogeshwara Paramashiva himself. Understand, he taught me with a beautiful example. He said, how do people die in this old age? He explained how one by one the senses stop functioning. Like the eyes slowly become dim, the skin loses its capacity to experience. Then it stops its ability to experience even a loving touch or care. Then slowly it loses its experience even to sense. The tongue loses its ability to taste, its ability to verbalize what goes on inside you. The ears, how they lose their ability to receive sounds or information and process it. Even while all these senses don't function well or are not excited, active, inspired to be alive, if you are alive, that is what is the power of conscious sovereignty. Preparing your body to live conscious sovereignty. When your senses are active, alive, declare your conscious sovereignty over them so that they will continue to be your obedient servants, the place they are supposed to be, and they will not fail you even when they are slowly settling down. This is the right science of pratyahara. Unquote. These are the very words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describing the divine incident when he received this powerful cosmic principle of pratyahara directly from Bhagwan Arunagiri Yogeshwara, his beloved Guru. In this very sacred land of Tiruvannamalai, inside the Arunachaleshwara temple, in the third circumambulation path,
சக்தி தருங்க அச்சத்திலும் துக்கத்திலும் தள்ளிடும் எண்ணங்களை சுட்டு விடுங்க எல்லையில்லா ஆனந்தத்தை தந்திடும் எண்ணம் போது சக்தி தருங்க நித்ய சொன்னாரு சக்தி தந்தாரு நித்ய சொன்னாரு
Another divine incident that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has shared with us that happened with his beloved Guru, Bhagwan Arunagiri Yogeshwara, is the incident when Bhagwan Arunagiri Yogeshwara brought down the 9 planets and downloaded the entire Hindu cosmology, the entire science, the Hindu cosmology into his very system. Recalling this divine happening in the very words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Quote, what was happening between Arunagiri Yogeshwara and me, what Paramashiva shared with me, that very methodology I am adopting and transmitting. That is why, even though you spend only half hour listening to the satsang, the whole day you are in that same mode. Because time spent is only half an hour, but the amount of information, the quantity and quality of the knowledge transmitted is disproportionate. It is not proportionate. Understand, it is like an intense cosmic downloading happening from him to my system, from his body to my body. Suddenly, maybe the reasons known only to him, he decided to teach the whole science of Navagrahas, showing directly the grahas to me. And he just did something like this. I do not know whether he took me to the space of Kailasa or he brought the grahas to Arunachala where I was sitting with him. I was sitting with him in the temple, in the Arunachaleshwara temple. Suddenly, I saw like chess coins, all the Navagrahas alive, living, moving, and I immediately bowed down to them. The moment I realized they are alive, I immediately bowed down to them. Because I bowed down, I remember very clearly they were alive, not stone replica or any small toy. No, they were alive, breathing, smiling, fully conscious, and immediately I bowed down to them. A few months earlier, I went to Tiruchendur and did the Navagraha Puja. When I was invoking all the Navagrahas and bowing down, I saw the same darshan repeating, and all the grahas were alive. They were all blessing. Anyhow, Arunagiri Yogeshwara started talking about every graha and explaining who holds what energy, who does what responsibility, and the whole science he transmitted into me, the whole knowledge of Jyotisha. As I said, the words he uttered and the quantity and quality of the information transmitted was unimaginable. He also taught me an important sacred secret. If you can bring a powerful cognition in you and do dharana, dhyana, samadhi on that powerful cognition and be humble to the grahas, understand, humbleness pleases the grahas. Be humble to the crows. Shani will bless you. Shani will be blessing you. Humbleness pleases the grahas. Whenever you are humble, be very clear. Graha doshas are getting solved. Somebody asked me, why are you bowing down so much to the priests who come from Tiruvannamalai? I replied, they are representatives of Paramashiva. They touch Mahadeva's physical form every day. They may not know whom they are touching, but I know whom they are touching. Be humble to Brahmanas, to Shukracharya and Brihaspati. Be humble to the Brahmanas. Shukracharya and Brihaspati will be completely pleased by you, pleased with you. Humbleness makes the grahas happy with you. Unquote. These are the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, recalling the incident when Bhagwan Arunagiri Yogeshwara, his beloved Guru, downloaded the entire Hindu cosmology into his system, bringing down the very grahas, the planetary deities, into the space where they were sitting, inside the third circumambulation path of the Arunachaleshwara temple. Such deeply profound and mystical incidents fill the life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism during his golden childhood period in Tiruvannamalai, this sacred land where we are witnessing the Aushadha Annadhan Seva being offered to the devotees of Paramashiva who are circumambulating the sacred Arunachala hill. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has recalled several of these innumerable incidents with all of his gurus, awakening us to the realness of Hinduism, to the realness of the cosmic principles, and to the miracle life that we can lead when we awaken to the realness of Hinduism, which is the lifestyle and life of Kailasa, which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived and re-established as the only Hindu nation in the world.
ನಟನ ಮನೋಹರ ಕರುಣ ಸಾಗರ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರೀಶ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಜಗದೋಧಾರಣ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಜನಾರ್ದನ ಪರಮದಯಾಗನ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರೀಶ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಸತ್ಯ ಸನಾತನ ನಿತ್ಯ ನಿರಂಜನ ಭಕ್ತ ಪರಾಯಣ ನಿತ್ಯ ಪುರೀಶ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ ಹರಿ ನಿತ್ಯೇಶ್ವರ
Another simple incident with Bhagwan Arunagiri Yogeshwara, which taught a profound cosmic principle to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism at that tender age. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has recalled during his global presidential addresses this divine incident with Bhagwan Arunagiri Yogeshwara in the very words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Quote, I still remember Arunagiri Yogeshwara gave me one copper coin in which Arunachaleshwara form was printed. I was keeping it and worshipping it. It was very near and dear for me. One day, one of my classmates, he was given a chocolate by another friend and he said, no, I do not want the chocolate. Instead, if you give me that money, I will be happy. The friend asked, what are you going to do with the money? He said, near my house, somebody is building a temple. I have decided that till the temple is completed, I will not eat chocolates and I will collect all the money and give it to the temple to complete that construction. Even if he collects everything, he may give some 10 bricks. Not more than that. But his way of tyaga, I was so happy I gave this dollar to him, which I was worshipping for quite a long time. And after a few hours, I came back to the temple to meet Arunagiri Yogeshwara. I told him that I did this. He was so happy. He said, learn to respect Shraddha. At that time, he did not use the word tyaga, he used the word Shraddha. I can say that both different words, but ultimately the same experience. That friend may contribute only 10 bricks. Even if he saves all the money, it may come maximum to 50 rupees to 100 rupees. With that, he may contribute some 10 bricks. Less than 10 to 20 bricks, but his ferociousness, more than the contribution he does to the temple, his heart will become the temple. Unquote. Through sharing of this incident with Arunagiri Yogeshwara and recalling Bhagwan Arunagiri Yogeshwara's words to him, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism unleashes to us one more cosmic principle of learning to respect Shraddha whenever we see it being demonstrated by anyone in our lives. It is through these various incidents with his gurus in Tiruvannamalai that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism transmits the powerful cosmic principles to us. These incidents are themselves powerful carriers of the cosmic principles and happen through the divine orchestration of existence in the life of the incarnation on the planet to teach humanity all of these cosmic principles. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has explained to us the importance of maintaining the my book in our spiritual life. And we have heard from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism how he himself maintained his my book with all the powerful cognitions that he received from Bhagwan Arunagiri Yogeshwara and his other gurus, and how the my book helped him to recall all the powerful cognitions and get back to the right inner space. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in explaining the spiritual practice of maintaining the my book, quote, I can say that this is the one process which has raised my whole awareness in the young age. I used to have a notebook. Whatever spiritual things I read or hear, all the essence I will write down. And whenever I have any confusion or necessity to understand, I will read that. I will carry that book always with me. That is like my extension of heart and brain, extended heart and brain. I used to call that as my book. Now I'm trying to remember the contents of my book to publish, because there are so many things I have noted down in that book which I heard from Arunagiri Yogeshwara directly. Almost, it is like, I will remind me, all my Pratipaksha Bhavanas are written in that. Practically any negative thought which can come to a human being, I have a solution in that book, and I will always refer to it. It is almost like my guide. I will continuously cherish, 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 and get those ideas back to the inner space and establish myself again into yoga. Understand, even if you miss once the timing of creating the right thought against the wrong thought, you are caught. The timing is very important. Unquote. These are the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in explaining to us the spiritual practice of maintaining the My Book with all the powerful cognitions that we receive in our life. And the My Book becomes an eternal reference to counter any single negative thought that might enter our inner space. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explains that any single negative thought should immediately be countered with the right positive thought. And the timing of this is very important, because even if we once miss the timing of creating the right thought against the wrong thought, we are caught in it.
காட்சியும் தந்திட கேட்கும் வரமெல்லாம் இதற்கு ஈடென்றாகுமோ கேட்கும் வரமெல்லாம் இதற்கு ஈடென்றாகுமோ வரம் தர நித்யனும் அமர்ந்த ஸ்வர்ண வாகனம் கருணையின் ரூபமாய் இறைவன் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும் கல்பவ்ருக்ஷவாகனமதில் நித்யானந்தன் தரிசனம் கல்பவ்ருக்ஷவாகனமதில் நித்யானந்தன் தரிசனம் வேண்டுகின்ற வரமெதுவும் வேண்டும் முன்னே தந்திடும் வேண்டுகின்ற வரமெதுவும் வேண்டும் முன்னே தந்திடும் காட்சி தன்னை கண்களும் கண்டதும் கேட்க எந்த வேண்டுதல் மிஞ்சிடும் எண்ணத்திரை முற்றிலும் நீங்கிடும் நித்யானந்த வைபவம் ஓங்கிடும் ஆனந்த தரிசனம் கல்பவ்ருக்ஷவாகன தரிசனம் ஆனந்த தரிசனம் கல்பவ்ருக்ஷவாகன தரிசனம் வரம் தர நித்யனும் அமர்ந்த ஸ்வர்ண வாகனம் கருணையின் ரூபமாய் இறைவன் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும்
For viewers who have joined us
மாலை நேரம்
just now, you are watching the live relay from Tiruvannamalai,
அவன் திருப்பதம் காணும் யோகம்
where the Aushadha Annadhan service is happening to the devotees of Annamalayar who are circumambulating the sacred Arunachala hill on this auspicious Pournima, the full moon night. From the two campuses of KAILASA in Tiruvannamalai, the Aushadha Annadhan, which is the free food offering, the food that is infused with Aushadha, sacred ingredients for healing and enlightenment. This Aushadha Annadhan is being continuously offered to the devotees of Annamalayar while they are circumambulating the sacred Arunachala hill. And this is a phenomenon that happens every month on the auspicious full moon night, where lakhs of Annamalayar devotees gather in Tiruvannamalai to come in circumambulation around the sacred Arunachala hill, which is Paramashiva himself in hill form. And during this time, the Kailasas in Tiruvannamalai serve the Aushadha Annadhan to these devotees of Paramashiva, supporting them completely in their spiritual practice of circumambulation. And today, we are watching the Aushadha Annadhan being served from the two Kailasa campuses the first being the parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, located on Tiruvudal Street, which has become officially part of KAILASA just a couple of months ago. And today it is being celebrated as KAILASA Tiruvannamalai Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi. And the second campus is KAILASA Tiruvannamalai Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Kshetram, which is the temple monastery which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism established on the very mountain path on the 19th of April 2008. From these two KAILASA ecosystems, the Aushadha Annadhan is being served to the Annamalayar devotees. This Aushadha Annadhan Seva started with the commencement of the full moon day and has been continuing non-stop ever since and will continue until the completion of the full moon day.
அருணையின் வேந்தன் கொடிதனை ஏற்றி அருளிடும் நாளின் தரிசனம் கருணையாய் நித்யன் கையிலையில் தந்த நிகரில்லாத உயர் தரிசனம் உலகையே இங்கு கடவுளாய் மாற்ற கடவுளே தரும் தரிசனம் கவிதையாய் மாற வரிகளும் ஏங்கும் கரையில்லாத உயர் தரிசனம்
தரிசனம் கல்பதரு தரிசனம் ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம் தரிசனம் நித்யானந்தன் தரிசனம் ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம்
தரிசனம் நித்யன் தரிசனம் தரிசனம் தெய்வ தரிசனம் தரிசனம் நித்யன் தரிசனம் தரிசனம் தெய்வ தரிசனம்
இதனை அண்டம் முழுதிலும் நித்தியனும் என்றும் நிலை பெற செய்யும் தரிசனம் இதுவோ பொங்கும் கடலென பக்தர் குழுமிட நித்தியனின் தெய்வ தரிசனம் புண்ணிய தரிசனம் அல்லவோ அருள் வாழ்வின் பொருள் இந்த தரிசனம் நித்யானந்தன் யுகம் காக்கும் தரிசனம் தரிசனம் கல்பதரு தரிசனம் ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம் தரிசனம் நித்யானந்தன் தரிசனம் ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம்.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism provides the service of offering food security and assistance through the various food banks across the world. Through the KAILASA's Nithyananda Annalayas, the food temples of KAILASA across the world, and serving of food infused with conscious energy to aid the conscious growth of the beings that consume the food is one of the important pillars of KAILASA, one of its important dimensions and services to the whole of humanity. KAILASA works to unite all nations for common human values such as global peace, eradicating poverty, religious tolerance, gender equality, women empowerment, child welfare, eradicating illiteracy, sustainable development, animal protection, establishment and support of food banks, holistic healthcare, the revival of ancient heritage of Hinduism, protecting and reviving the science of enlightened birthing and pregnancy, democracy and uncorrupt elections, ethical environmentalism, protection of monks, organic and sustainable agriculture, recovery of drug abuse, sexual abuse victims, vegetarianism, and climate change. Towards this goal, KAILASA has established many organizations and initiatives around the world, such as the KAILASA Uniting Nations for Nonviolence and Global Peace, the KAILASA Uniting Nations for Feminine Empowerment and Gender Equality, the KAILASA Uniting Nations for Mental Health and Development, and KAILASA Uniting Nations for Nutritious Food and a Hunger-Free World. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, after the establishing of KAILASA, the only Hindu nation in the world, continuously strives through various initiatives to unite all nations towards achieving the common human values. And part of this initiative is serving of this Aushadha Annadhan, offering food security and assistance to humanity at large. KAILASA's global aid for food security and assistance is $20 billion. It is one of the most important pillars of KAILASA. Through just serving of food to humanity at large, the lifestyle of KAILASA, an important lifestyle of KAILASA, is added to the lives of the people. We are entering into the last few hours of the full moon day. The Annamalaya devotees are continuing their circumambulation around sacred Arunachala in Tiruvannamalai, and the sacred Aushadha Annadhan Seva service is being offered to the Annamalaya devotees from the two KAILASA campuses in Tiruvannamalai, the parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashiva and the KAILASA Tiruvannamalai on the mountain path, established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in the year 2008. Over 130,000 people have been served the Aushadha Annadhan from the start of the full moon day, yesterday until now. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, continuously encourages his disciples and devotees and followers worldwide to focus on building the relationship with the universe through organically growing agricultural products and through maintaining goshalas where the divine sacred cows are cared for. In the very words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, urging his disciples to focus on organic agriculture in the various farmlands of KAILASA and also to focus on maintaining goshalas, the cow shelters where the sacred cows are attended to with the utmost care. In his very words, start growing organic agricultural products, food, vegetables, grains, rice, everything organically, natural way as per the Veda Agamic tradition and start making it freely available. For first come, first serve. All my sannyasis, Kailasavasis should take this as priority. Do agriculture and goshala, and whatever is produced should be shared freely. First come, first serve basis. Set a trend, model, inspire the governments, bigger organizations to follow this. And second, start educating the whole world about the right food. Let us take this responsibility, educating the whole world, to teach the right knowledge about food and growing food organically, satvikally as per Veda Agamic tradition, sharing it freely with the whole world. These are the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism during his global presidential address on the 10th of February 2020. On the 4th of January 2020, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism delivers his message regarding maintenance of goshalas in all Kailasas worldwide. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, quote, "Anything which can suffer should not be killed for your food, even milk. The cow should be treated with a lot of respect, devotion. Drink milk only from that kind of goshalas." I am trying to achieve that agamic perfection in our Goshalas too. I wanted all our Goshala in charges all over the world to read the Agamas and understand the spirit with which cows need to be treated. These are the very words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on maintaining Goshalas as one of the 5 important pillars of the revival of Kailasa and its enlightened ecosystem. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashiva, is the avatar of this day and age, the incarnation of Paramashiva. Time and again, incarnations like Sri Ramachandra Prabhu, Bhagavan Sri Krishna, Swami Narayan, or Ramakrishna Paramahamsa have come down to bring humanity to a greater level of conscious awakening. In this same way, for the breakthrough of this age that we are living in currently, the cosmic superconsciousness has embodied the human form again through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the reviver of the Hindu civilizational nation, Kailasa, the only Hindu nation in the world. Entrusted with this vision from birth, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was recognized as an incarnation by his gurus who prepared him for his avataric mission of reviving Kailasa, the ancient Hindu enlightened civilization. Today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived all of the dimensions of Hinduism, from the powers of Paramashiva to sacred scriptures, to temple rituals, to the lifestyle for enlightened living. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has established more than 16,000 Kailasas around the world to uphold the teachings of Paramashiva in the form of temples, Paduka Mandirs, Satsang centers, the Paramashiva Shaka centers, universities and Sarvagnya Pitas. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also revived the Sacred Arts University, which has produced 1 million metal deities and distributed them to the Kailasa ecosystems all over the world. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is recognized as a leader of Hinduism with more than 10,000 letters of commendation and recognition for his work of reviving this nation from country statesmen, religious leaders, and noteworthy personalities across the globe. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been recognized and has received the grand coronation as the successor of 21 ancient Hindu kingdoms, the details of which can be understood when we study the very structure of Kailasa that existed earlier before the invaders persecuted the Sanatana Hindu Dharma, science of living enlightenment, where Kailasa existed across 56 nations and various ancient Hindu kingdoms, numbering up to almost 200. And out of this, the 21 ancient Hindu kingdoms, the SPH is today coronated as the ruling emperor. The outstanding contributions of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in the revival of the Hindu nation has been recognized by global leaders. Kailasa is the revival of the ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation with its own sovereign territory. It is the first sovereign state for all the 2 billion born and practicing Hindu diaspora worldwide. The United States of Kailasa provides a base for the revival, preservation, and central administration of Hinduism, similar to the Vatican, which serves as a central administration hub for the Roman Catholic Church. The United States of Kailasa stands for all the great values enshrined in the Constitution of Kailasa, which are the Vedas and the Agamas, revealed directly by Paramashiva. It is governed by the Sovereign Order of Kailasa, the oldest governing body for Hinduism. The Sovereign Order of Kailasa's Nithyananda is an atypical government, simultaneously functioning as the supreme governing body of Hinduism and a sovereign entity under international law. The ancient enlightened Hindu civilization existed in 56 nations with 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces, and 10,000 Hindu traditions. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the head of 21 such ancient indigenous kingdoms of Hinduism. He is reviving Hinduism to its full glory. In the United States of Kailasa, which stands for human rights and religious freedom for all Hindus worldwide, protecting Hindus from persecution in over 100 countries.
संहारक पतित पावन नित्य पुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा चंद्रशेखरा पन्नगभूषण निखिललोचना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा माता पिता गुरु देव महेश्वर दीनदयाभरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा
Much before the Hindu Dharma was a religion as we cognize it today. The word Hindu was a defining aspect of a person who was keenly intent on destroying evil, not just externally, but breaking the bondage of Maya or delusion. Hindu is therefore a quality of a person who recognizes the internal spiritual quest for the experience of oneness with Paramashiva and powerfulness as a more tangible journey than what we in the modern day venture to achieve in our material life. As a philosophy, as a civilization, and as a lifestyle, Hindu Dharma emerged from Paramashiva. Over time, though it has undergone countless cycles of creation, destruction, revival, and expansion in all directions, it has never died, thus earning the prefix Sanatana or eternal. It accompanies a pantheon of traditions, lineages, and heritages that are still living today after its origin many thousands of years ago. Kailasa has announced the upcoming dates for the Paramashivoham Meditation Convention, which happens in three levels: the beginner's level, the intermediate level, and the advanced level. The dates for the Paramashivoham 21-day conventions have been announced up to the month of June. The immediate upcoming commencement date of the next Paramashivoham season is the 17th of February.
காட்சியும் தந்திட கேட்கும் வரமெல்லாம் இதற்கு ஈடென்றாகுமோ? கேட்கும் வரமெல்லாம் இதற்கு ஈடென்றாகுமோ? வரம் தர நித்யனும் அமர்ந்த ஸ்வர்ண வாகனம், கருணையின் ரூபமாய் இறைவன் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும். கல்பவ்ருக்ஷவாகனமதில் நித்யானந்தன் தரிசனம், கல்பவ்ருக்ஷவாகனமதில் நித்யானந்தன் தரிசனம். வேண்டுகின்ற வரமெதுவும் வேண்டும் முன்னே தந்திடும், வேண்டுகின்ற வரமெதுவும் வேண்டும் முன்னே தந்திடும். காட்சி தன்னை கண்களும் கண்டதும் கேட்க எந்த வேண்டுதல் மிஞ்சிடும், எண்ணத்திரை முற்றிலும் நீங்கிடும், நித்யானந்த வைபவம் ஓங்கிடும். ஆனந்த தரிசனம் கல்பவ்ருக்ஷவாகன தரிசனம், ஆனந்த தரிசனம் கல்பவ்ருக்ஷவாகன தரிசனம். வரம் தர நித்யனும் அமர்ந்த ஸ்வர்ண வாகனம், கருணையின் ரூபமாய் இறைவன் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும். வரம் தரும் அருள் மாலை நேரம் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும் சிம்ம வாகனம், அவன்
We are nearing the end of the full moon day,
பிறவியின் பல
and here in Tiruvannamalai, the devotees of Annamalai are on their way in circumambulating the sacred Arunachala hill when they stop by at KAILASA and Tiruvannamalai, located on the very mountain path around the hill, and receive their Aushadha Annadhan.
பிறவியின் பலனாவும்
The serving of the Aushadha Annadhan, which is serving of food infused with the Aushadha elements that aid in healing and enlightenment, infused with conscious energy. The Aushadha Annadhan Seva is being offered to the devotees of Annamalai from the moment of commencement of the full moon day.
எண்ணத்திரை நீங்க சிம்மத்தின் மீதே வீரமுகம் காட்டும் நித்யானந்தன், வீரமுகமாக குரு நித்யன் தோன்றும்.
As part of the full moon day celebrations in KAILASA Tiruvannamalai, when the Aushadha Annadhan is being continuously offered to the Annamalayar devotees who are circumambulating the sacred Arunachala, the Kalpataru meditation program, the one-day meditation convention, also happened in Tiruvannamalai today at this very Kailasa campus on the mountain path. This one-day meditation convention, the Kalpataru, is the gift of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to humanity at large, through which he teaches the science of manifesting our reality in our lives, how to be a Kalpataru for ourselves in our own lives. Kalpataru refers to the wish-fulfilling tree that gives you whatever you wish to manifest in your life. And this Kalpataru meditation convention empowers us with the science of manifesting our own reality in our lives. And part of this Kalpataru meditation convention is the Shiva Diksha initiation, the first level initiation into the worship of Paramashiva, through which the strong connection to Paramashiva is established for every being taking the initiation in order to experience the powerful space of oneness with Paramashiva, Shivoham. And part of the Shiva Diksha initiation is the Gayatri Mantra initiation, the Mahavakya initiation, as well as the initiation into the Samaya Diksha Mantra. The Gayatri initiation is initiation into the Gayatri Mantra, one of the oldest initiations in the Hindu tradition, imparted to young children, where the inner intelligence is kindled to start functioning as one's own inner guru, one's own inner voice. And the Mahavakya initiation initiates the delegates into the various energized chants gifted to the world by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the constant repetition of which puts one in the space of Shivoham, oneness with Paramashiva. This Kalpataru meditation program, which includes the Shiva Diksha, happens in Tiruvannamalai today on this Pournima, the full moon day celebrations. Acharyas, the meditation teachers, directly trained and initiated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, conduct this Kalpataru meditation convention. In early years, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself has conducted this Kalpataru meditation convention across the world in various countries during the various world tours of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We are nearing the completion of the full moon day of this month. And we see the last few devotees of Annamalayar completing their circumambulation around sacred Arunachala and receiving the Aushadha Annadhan at the KAILASA campus on the mountain path.
நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன வேதம் வாழ்வின் நிலை எத்திவிடும் சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க. அட கேளுங்க, சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க. நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன வேதம் வாழ்வின் நிலை எத்திவிடும் சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க. அட கேளுங்க, சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க. தியானத்தை செய்ய மனம் கொண்ட எண்ணம் மாய்த்து விடும் நித்யானந்தன் வேதம் தானுங்க. ஆனந்த வேதம் எங்க நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன வேதம் ஞானத்தையும் தந்து விடுங்க. தந்து நம்ம தெய்வீகமா மாத்தி விடுங்க. நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன வேதம் வாழ்வின் நிலை ஏத்தி விடும் சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க. அட கேளுங்க, சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க. நம்முடைய வாழ்க்கையில எவ்விதமான ஒரு நோக்கமும் இல்ல என்பதும் புரிந்துவிட வாழ்க்கையின் அர்த்தம் அது தெளிந்து விடும். நம்முடைய வாழ்க்கையில எவ்விதமான ஒரு நோக்கமும் இல்ல என்பதும் புரிந்துவிட வாழ்க்கையின் அர்த்தம் அது தெளிந்து விடும். நித்ய சொன்னாரு சக்தி தந்தாரு, நித்ய சொன்னாரு சக்தி தந்தாரு. நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன வேதம் வாழ்வின் நிலை ஏத்தி விடும் சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க. அட கேளுங்க, சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க. கர்மங்களை வென்றுவிட தெய்வத்தை எண்ணி நீங்க ஆடி பாடுங்க. ஆடுவதும் பாடுவதும் முக்தியடைய நல்ல மார்க்கம் தானுங்க. கர்மங்களை வென்றுவிட தெய்வத்தை எண்ணி நீங்க ஆடி பாடுங்க. ஆடுவதும் பாடுவதும் முக்தியடைய நல்ல மார்க்கம் தானுங்க. நித்ய சொன்னாரு சக்தி தந்தாரு, நித்ய சொன்னாரு சக்தி தந்தாரு. நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன வேதம் வாழ்வின் நிலை எத்தி விடும் சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க. அட கேளுங்க, சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க.
This service of serving the Aushadha Annadhan to the Annamalaya devotees happens every single full moon night of every month when lakhs of Annamalaya devotees gather in Tiruvannamalai to circumambulate sacred Arunachala. And on all other days of the month, this Aushadha Annadhan is served as the everyday Annadhan to the residents of Tiruvannamalai and to the sadhus and sannyasis who live in Tiruvannamalai.
நாமெனும் வாழ்வு பெரும் ஆனந்தம் தரும். நித்ய சொன்னாரு சக்தி தந்தாரு, நித்ய சொன்னாரு சக்தி தந்தாரு. நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன வேதம் வாழ்வின் நிலை ஏத்தி விடும் சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க. அட கேளுங்க, சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க.
we are continuing to watch the Aushadha Annadhan being served to the Annamalaya devotees while they circumambulate the sacred Arunachala hill on this full moon night. The Aushadha Annadhan is being offered from the KAILASA campus located on the mountain path and also being offered from the parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, KAILASA Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi, located on the Tiruvudal street, just on the southern side of the Arunachaleshwara temple. From both of these locations, the Aushadha Annadhan is being served to the Annamalaya devotees. The food that we consume plays an important role in building our inner space. To build a space of non-violence within us, the food that we consume plays an important role. One of the founding principles of KAILASA is ahimsa, non-violence. Ahimsa paramo dharmaha, which means non-violence is the ultimate cosmic law. This is the first principle, founding principle of KAILASA. The second founding principle of KAILASA is all the citizens of KAILASA are Paramashiva, citizens of Paramashiva, and have a right to be treated as Paramashiva by the whole of KAILASA. These are the two founding principles of KAILASA, and towards building a space of non-violence in every individual, the food that one consumes plays a very vital role, which is why the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism insists on serving the Aushadha Annadhan worldwide to the global diaspora in order to build a space of purity and non-violence in every individual. As the food, the Aushadha Annadhan is infused with conscious energy, which removes the toxins and negativity in our inner space and replaces it with positive sentiments and emotions and thought currents. It is the mission and vision of KAILASA, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, to have enlightened living as a lifestyle for all of humanity, to share with today's world the practical applications of the science of enlightenment. KAILASA and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism strive continuously to serve the religious and spiritual needs of the 2 billion Hindus and the whole of humanity. KAILASA continuously creates strong diplomatic networks with national governments and international organizations to develop and administer humanitarian projects aligned with the world's needs.
शंभो शंकरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा माधव मुरहर मधुर मनोहर गिरिधर नागरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा अभय प्रदायक आनंददायक भक्त उदाहरणा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा.
Today, we are witnessing the Aushadha Annadhan being served to the millions of Annamalaya devotees in Tiruvannamalai through the KAILASA volunteers and the sannyasis of KAILASA. We have photographic evidences of the first recorded Annadhan that was cooked and served personally by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in Tiruvannamalai, this very sacred land, which is the birth town of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And this historic incident happened on the 19th of November in the year 2002, on the auspicious occasion of the Kartika Deepam, the flagship festival of Tiruvannamalai, when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself personally organized a pilgrim tour for a small group of delegates, his devotees. He brought them to Tiruvannamalai and himself cooked and served the food to them, and this has been captured as photographs which form part of the sovereign archives of KAILASA today. And this instance on the 19th of November 2002 is the first official launch of Nithyananda Annalaya by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which today has grown to huge proportions as we are witnessing right in front of our eyes. The Aushadha Annadhan being served to millions of Annamalaya devotees in Tiruvannamalai.
नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा. चन्द्रकलाधरा गौरी मनोहरा परमकृपाकरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा. नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा. गोकुलनन्दना गोपीमनोहर हरिनारायण नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा. नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा. बन्धविमोचना पापसंहारक पतितपावना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा.
KAILASA is pleased to announce the upcoming dates of the Paramashivoham flagship meditation convention of KAILASA in its various 3 levels. The first level for beginners, which teaches the science to manifest our reality. The second level, the intermediate level, which teaches the science of achieving your highest superconscious self. And the third advanced level, which is the ultimate yoga and meditation summit. The upcoming dates of this Paramashivoham meditation convention have been announced up to the month of June of this year. The next upcoming Paramashivoham program in all of its 3 levels commences on the 17th of February. We invite each one of you who's watching this live relay to register for the Paramashivoham program for the next season commencing on the 17th of February and start experiencing the space of Paramashivoham, oneness with Paramashiva. It is from this space that the peak potential of any individual can be realized, for which each individual is hardwired. And it is a program personally designed and conducted by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. It is conducted under his very auspices. And it is through this program that the cosmic secrets are unleashed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and the powerful Bhava Samadhi darshans are bestowed upon us by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The link to register for the upcoming Paramashivoham season is ecitizen.info/PSM. The link to register for the upcoming Paramashivoham season is ecitizen.info/PSM.
மறுகையில் அபயம் திருக்காட்சி உதயம் நித்யானந்தன் தோன்றிடும் இது ஸ்வர்ண சூரிய பிரபை வாகனம் பல கோடி இதழ் பூத்திடும் மலராய் ஒளிரும் நித்யன் திருமுகம் கரம் தாங்கும் திருச்சூலமோ புவியில் பிடி நீங்க அருள் செய்திடும் குணம் தாண்டி உருவம் அதும் தாண்டி குருவாய் நித்யன் தோன்றும் எழில் வாகனம் குணம் தாண்டி உருவம் அதும் தாண்டி குருவாய் நித்யன் தோன்றும் எழில் வாகனம் அருளாக அகவாழ்வின் இருள் நீக்கி சன்மார்க்க நெறி காட்ட அவன் காட்சி தரும் வாகனம் அருளாக அகவாழ்வின் இருள் நீக்கி சன்மார்க்க நெறி காட்ட அவன் காட்சி தரும் வாகனம் திருக்காட்சி கண்ட விழிகள் விரிந்திடும் வேண்டும் வரம் கேட்கும் மனம் மாயமாய் மறைந்திடும் பல கோடி இதழ் பூத்திடும் மலராய் ஒளிரும் நித்யன் திருமுகம் கரம் தாங்கும் திருச்சூலமோ புவியில் பிடி நீங்க அருள் செய்திடும் அபயக்கரம் தாங்கி நித்யனும் அமர்ந்ததோ சூரிய பிரபை வாகனம் அபயக்கரம் தாங்கி நித்யனும் அமர்ந்ததோ சூரிய பிரபை வாகனம் கருணை கடல் குழந்தை முகம் கொண்டு எழிலாய் புன்னகையோ
In this sacred land of Tiruvannamalai, next to only the Arunachaleshwara temple, the most visited spots in Tiruvannamalai are the two KAILASA campuses.
பல கோடி இதழ் பூத்திடும் மலராய் ஒளிரும் நித்யன் திருமுகம் கரம் தாங்கும் திருச்சூலமோ புவியில் பிடி நீங்க
The Aushadha Annadhan is being served just outside the gates of the KAILASA campus on the mountain path, making it all the more convenient for the Annamalaya devotees who are circumambulating the sacred Arunachala to simply step aside and receive their Aushadha Annadhan and partake of the sacred food offering before they resume their circumambulation around Arunachala.
ஸ்வர்ண வாகனம் கருணையின் ரூபமாய் இறைவன் நித்யன்
For those of you who are interested in volunteering for Kailasa and being a part of these divine services to humanity, you can simply scan the QR code on your screen. It is the divine vision of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, to serve the people of Tiruvannamalai, the devotees of Annamalayar, especially when they are immersed in the spiritual practice of circumambulating the sacred Arunachala on the auspicious full moon night. And fulfilling this divine vision, the Aushadha Annadhan is served continuously to the Annamalayar devotees as they come around their beloved Arunachala. And on all other days of the month, the Aushadha Annadhan is served as the everyday Annadhan to the sannyasis and devotees of Annamalayar of Tiruvannamalai, as the living manifestation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, fulfills his responsibility in taking care of the people's needs in the temple town of Tiruvannamalai, where the sannyasis and devotees of Annamalayar surrender themselves at the feet of Annamalayar, completely trusting that he will take care of them.
ஆனந்த தீரிட ஏழுலகும் இங்கு நித்யனின் காட்சியை பாடிவிட அன்றத தில்லையின் ஆனந்த தாண்டவம் நித்யனும் இன்றரங்கேற்றிவிட எண்ணத்திரை நீங்க சிம்மத்தின் மீதே வீரமுகம் காட்டும் நித்யானந்தன் வீரமுகமாக குரு நித்யன் தோன்றும் காட்சி அது காண பயம் நீங்குது குரு நித்யன் அருளாலே ஜெயமோங்குது மனமும் குருவின் பதத்தில் சரணாகதியாகுது பூமி முதலான புவனங்கள் யாவும் நித்யன் அருட்கண்ணில் உருவானது நித்யன் அருட்கண்ணில் உருவானதாலே தோன்றும் உயிர் யாவும் அவனானது ஜெகமே நித்யானந்தமயமானது நான்மறை போற்றிடும் நாயகன் நித்யனின் ஆனந்த காட்சியை கண்டவுடன் கூடிய பக்தர்கள் யாவரும் சேர்ந்து கேட்டிட வேறென்ன வேண்டும் வரம் பூமி முதலான
The citizens of Tiruvannamalai, the Annamalayar devotees, received the Aushadha Annadhan with a complete sacred sentiment of receiving it directly from the divine hands of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism through the extended hands of his devotees.
புவியில் இதுவே உயர்வானது வரம் தரும் அருள் மாலை நேரம் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும் சிம்மவா
As we are approaching the conclusion of the full moon day, the last few devotees of Annamalayar are seen coming to receive the Aushadha Annadhan as they move forward in their circumambulation of Arunachala.
அவன் திருப்பதம் காணும் யோகம் பிறவியின் பலன் யாவும் கூடும்
The infrastructure and the equipment for preparing and serving the Aushadha Annadhan, especially every full moon night, to the lakhs of Annamalayar devotees who gather in Tiruvannamalai. The infrastructure for this is being continuously upgraded at KAILASA Tiruvannamalai here on the mountain path. And the entire operations are completely happening under the auspices of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, under his personal guidance.
ஏற்றி அருளிடும் நாளின் தரிசனம் கருணையாய் நித்யன் கையிலையில் தந்த நிகரில்லாத உயர் தரிசனம் உலகையே இங்கு கடவுளாய் மாற்ற கடவுளே தரும் தரிசனம் கவிதையாய் மாற வரிகளும் ஏங்கும் கரையில்லாத உயர் தரிசனம்
தரிசனம் கல்பதரு தரிசனம்
The circumambulation path around the Arunachala hill is 14 kilometers, and KAILASA Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Kshetram, where the Aushadha Annadhan is happening, is located on the 7th kilometer, which is exactly midway when the devotees of Annamalayar commence their circumambulation from the Arunachaleshwara temple, and in their journey, midway before they reach the temple once again, is located KAILASA Tiruvannamalai, and it becomes a convenient spot for them to rest their feet and partake of the Aushadha Annadhan before they resume their circumambulation. Every full moon night of every month, this marathon service is offered to the Annamalaya devotees. And on the remaining days of the month, the everyday Aushadha Annadhan happens for the sannyasis and residents of Tiruvannamalai.
தரிசனம் நித்யானந்தன் யுகம் காக்கும் தரிசனம் தரிசனம் கல்பதரு தரிசனம் ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம் தரிசனம் நித்யானந்தன் தரிசனம் ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம். ஏற்ற நாளிலே நித்யன் தவ கோலம் பூண்ட தரிசனம் வரம் வேண்டி பக்தரும் நித்யனின் பதம் நாட கூடும் தரிசனம் கொடியேற்ற நாளிலே நித்யன் தவ கோலம் பூண்ட தரிசனம் மண்ணும் மகிழ்ந்திடும் விண்ணும் உறைந்திடும் ஆனந்தத்தின் எல்லை கடந்திடும் திவ்ய தரிசனம் எதுவோ பக்தர்களும் பொங்கும் எண்ணம் கடந்திட தியானம் தனி வையம் தனி சொல்ல வந்த தரிசனம் அல்லவோ அருள் வாழ்வின் பொருள் இந்த தரிசனம் நித்யானந்தன் யுகம் காக்கும் தரிசனம் தரிசனம் கல்பதரு தரிசனம் ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம் தரிசனம் நித்யானந்தன் தரிசனம் ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம்.
The KAILASA volunteers and the sannyasis of KAILASA have been working untiringly to serve the Aushadha Annadhan to the Annamalaya devotees. And it is their personal experience that they feel completely rejuvenated during this spiritual service to the Annamalaya devotees, where the whole experience of serving the Aushadha Annadhan is a rejuvenating experience for the KAILASA volunteers and the sannyasis. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, has explained the spiritual significance of serving the Aushadha Annadhan in Tiruvannamalai to the devotees of Annamalaya. He has explained that in Tiruvannamalai, where Paramashiva is worshipped as Annamalaya, as the fire element, for it is here that he appeared as an infinite column of fire or light to resolve a dispute between Lord Brahma and Lord Vishnu as to who is the greater of them both. After resolving the dispute, Paramashiva assumed three forms here in Tiruvannamalai. One, as the sacred hill Arunachala. Two, as the Arunachaleshwara Linga inside the Arunachaleshwara temple. And three, as a living incarnation, promising to humanity that he would be forever available in these three forms. And the current living incarnation of Paramashiva is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. As Paramashiva appeared as the infinite column of fire here in Tiruvannamalai, he is worshipped as the fire element in Tiruvannamalai. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has explained that when the devotees of Annamalayar are completely soaking in his presence here and coming around in circumambulation around Arunachala, Arunachala Paramashiva becomes their very digestive fire in their stomach. And when we serve the food into the digestive fire of each of the devotee of Annamalayar, we are literally serving food to Annamalayar himself. And this explains the deep rejuvenating experience of the KAILASA volunteers and sannyasis who offer this Aushadha Annadhan to the devotees of Annamalayar, where they feel only completely rejuvenated at the end of this marathon service. It is the divine vision of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, which he has shared with all the in-charges of the Nithyananda Annalayas in all the Kailasas around the world, that it is their responsibility to ensure that there is no hungry stomach in the vicinity of Kailasa, and to ensure that the food is served to all the hungry stomachs in the vicinity of Kailasa, and to give the assurance to those living in the vicinity of Kailasa that there is no need for them to light their own home kitchen fire, as the food is available to them in the Kailasa ecosystem near them 24/7, where they are free to walk in at any time and receive the sattvic food. we are almost nearing the completion of the full moon day. And we are seeing the waning in the number of Annamalaya devotees who are circumambulating around sacred Arunachala and who are coming forward to receive the Aushadha Annadhan. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, has given his vision for the Nithyananda Annalayas, the 4 temples of Kailasa around the world. The vision is directly from the very verses of the sacred Upanishads, the Hindu source scriptures. Annam bahu kurvita annam nanindya tatvratam, which literally means, let us create and share and let us not waste food. This is authenticity. And this is what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has given as a divine vision for the Nithyananda Annalayas. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has explained to the in charges of these Nithyananda Annalayas to create and share food and to ensure that there is no hungry stomach that is denied food. And further, let all the hungry stomachs being fed, let us not waste the food by dropping it in the stomach which is not hungry or in the dustbin outside or inside. Let there not be any form of wastage of food, either outside or inside. This is being authentic with food. This is the vision and guidance given by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to the Nithyananda Annalayas of Kailasa worldwide. And towards this divine cause of continuously serving the Aushadha Annadhan to the global diaspora worldwide, this divine cause is supported by the Hindu diaspora and members of the global community who have recognized this undeniable and extraordinary contribution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa towards the conscious growth of humanity at large. And continuous contributions of groceries and condiments to Kailasa's food banks all over the world happen. And of all the Kailasas worldwide, Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai, Kailasa in Madurai, and Kailasa in Sripuram and Hyderabad serve the largest volumes of Aushadha Annadhan, especially during the full moon.
अभयप्रदायक आनन्ददायक भक्त उदाहरणा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा बंसीधर हरा श्याम सुंदर नाचे नटवरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा हे मधुसूदन
In his global presidential address on the 10th of February 2020, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism urges his devotees and followers to start growing organic agricultural products, food, vegetables, grains, rice, everything organically in a natural way as per the Veda Agamic tradition, and start making it freely available on a first come, first served basis. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says, all my sannyasis, Kailasavasis, should take this as priority. Do agriculture and Goshala, and whatever is produced should be shared freely on a first come, first served basis. Set a trend, a model, inspire the governments, the bigger organizations to follow this, and start educating the whole world about the right food. Let us take this responsibility in educating the whole world to teach the right knowledge about food and growing food organically, sattvically, as per the Veda Agamic tradition, sharing it freely with the whole world. And further, on the 4th of January 2020, in his global presidential address, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism urges his devotees and followers with these words on maintaining Goshalas, the cow shelters, which is another important pillar in the mission of Kailasa. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, anything which can suffer should not be killed for your food. Even milk, the cows should be treated with a lot of respect and devotion. Drink milk only from those kind of Goshalas. I am trying to achieve that agamic perfection in our Goshalas too. I wanted all our Goshala in charges all over the world to read the Agamas and understand the spirit with which cows need to be treated. These are the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as guidance to his devotees and disciples in maintaining the Goshalas, where the sacred cows are worshipped, cared for, and the produce from these Goshalas in turn are used in the organic agriculture as nutrients for the organic crops. In all of Kailasa's farmlands around the world, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism inspires the Kailasavasis and followers to continuously do organic farming and use the produce in serving the Aushadha Annadhan to the people at large. In KAILASA Tiruvannamalai, there are multiple farmlands where organic agriculture is continuously practiced.
दीनदयाभरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्ये
The Annamalai devotees of Tiruvannamalai know that they can walk into any of the Kailasa campuses at any point in time and request for a meal, and they will never be denied, for it is the divine vision of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to ensure that food is made available continuously in all the Kailasas worldwide to serve the people in the vicinity of the Kailasa ecosystems. During the childhood years of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in Tiruvannamalai, his biological family was known across Tiruvannamalai for their philanthropic activities and specifically for serving of sattvic food to the citizens of Tiruvannamalai. The biological mother of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Ma Nithyananda Ananda, and the maternal grandfather of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Sri Raja Mudaliar, were well known for their giving tendencies in serving the people with food. At any point in time of the day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism recalls that his biological mother, Ma Nithyananda Ananda, never hesitated or never asked any questions when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism expressed his desire to serve the sadhus and sannyasis of Tiruvannamalai with whatever was available in the home kitchen of his mother. She simply made it available for him. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continuously took items from his mother's home kitchen and gave it away to the sannyasis of Tiruvannamalai and to his own beloved Guru, Bhagavan Arunagiri Yogeshwara. And Sri Raja Mudaliar, the maternal grandfather of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, was well known for his spiritual practice of serving food to the sannyasis of Tiruvannamalai before he consumed food himself. And not only that, Sri Raja Mudaliar fed all the other beings as well, including the cows, the horses, the dogs, and all the other beings, by placing food and drinking water in stone bowls just outside his home, which we can see even today. These very stone bowls are outside the home of Sri Raja Mudaliar on the Kannikovil street, which is just a street away from the KAILASA Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi, the parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We have heard from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism when he fondly recalls how his mother, Manitya Ananda, would meticulously lay out the ingredients for cooking the following day, the previous day night itself in her home kitchen. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would promptly take all of these laid out items and pack them up and take them to be given away to the sannyasis or as an offering to his beloved Guru, Bhagwan Arunagiri Yogeshwara. And yet, Manitya Lokanayaki Ananda would never question him for what he did. She simply knew that it was all going towards a divine cause, as there was no other activity or entertainment in the life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism at that young age. And this was something known not just to his mother but to the entire townspeople of Tiruvannamalai, who are the direct eyewitnesses to the life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which he lived with the utmost integrity and authenticity. His entire life revolved around reviving Kailasa and all of its related activities. The default destination for the Annamalaya devotees to have their meal is the KAILASA campus in Tiruvannamalai. The two KAILASA campuses in Tiruvannamalai. The Annamalaya devotees are well aware that at any point in time they are free to walk into these KAILASA campuses and request for their meal, and it will be available to them. The Kailasas in Tiruvannamalai are like their own homes, where they are completely feeling at home. and partaking of the food that is being offered. The Kailasa campuses in Tiruvannamalai are the most frequently visited tourist spots, second only to the Arunachaleshwara temple. And they offer a host of socio-spiritual services like the Aushadha Annadhan and spiritual healing administered by initiated healers of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism who heal as extensions of his own divine hands. And the spiritual literature of Kailasa is made available for reading in these Kailasa campuses. And spiritual counseling is given to individuals who seek life solutions for life situations in their own life. And all of the festivals celebrated by the Kailasa temples worldwide are celebrated here in Tiruvannamalai in these Kailasa campuses. And the citizens of Tiruvannamalai are welcome to be part of it and experience the intense space of oneness with Paramashiva through these celebrations. Various initiation programs such as the Shiva Diksha and the Kalpataru meditation program happen in these Kailasa campuses, empowering the participants to establish a strong connection with Paramashiva and start experiencing the space of Shivoham, oneness with Paramashiva. On 2 occasions every year, Annamalayar himself graces his devotees by moving in procession on the very Girivala, the circumambulation path around the sacred Arunachala, to demonstrate to his devotees the sacred sentiment of circumambulating Arunachala by himself performing the circumambulation. And one of these instances happens during the Tiruvudal festival, which follows the Makara Shankaranti festival on the 14th or 15th of January every year. And as part of Tiruvudal festival, Annamalayar comes around in circumambulation on the Girivala path, and during this time, he stops outside the Kailasa Tiruvannamalai campus and receives the Mandagappadi, which is the offering of the robes and all the items used in worship of Paramashiva, which are offered by the devotees and disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. It is one of the most joyful occasions in the yearly celebrations of Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai, when Annamalayar himself comes in procession on the Girivala path and receives the Mandagappadi just outside at the gate of Kailasa, located here. And the second instance when Annamalayar himself comes around in circumambulation around the sacred Arunachala is at the culmination of the flagship festival of Kartikai Deepam, which happens in the month of November-December. And once again, the Mandagappadi is offered just at the gates of Kailasa here in the mountain path to Annamalayar.
அருணையின் வேந்தன் கொடிதனை ஏற்றி அருளிடும் நாளின் தரிசனம் கங்கையை இங்கு கடவுளாய் மாற்ற கடவுளே தரும் தரிசனம். கவிதையாய் மாற வரிகளும் ஏங்கும் கரையில்லாத உயர் தரிசனம்.
தரிசனம் கல்பதரு தரிசனம் ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம். தரிசனம் நித்யானந்தன் தரிசனம் ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன.
During the Tiruvudal festival celebrations in Tiruvannamalai, which happens on the Tiruvudal street, where the parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is located, Annamalayar comes around in procession 3 times on the Madavidi, which is the street surrounding the Arunachaleshwara temple, and during all the 3 times, KAILASA Tiruvannamalai Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi offers Mandagapadi to Annamalayar. This year was special celebrations for KAILASA, as it is this year that KAILASA Tiruvannamalai Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi, the parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, was officially acquired into the divine fold of KAILASA, and therefore, right from Bhagwan's own parental home, the Mandagapadi was offered to Annamalayar as he came in procession 3 times on the Madavidi, circumambulating the Arunachaleshwara temple. And the Tiruvudal Brahmotsavam celebrations happens on the Tiruvudal street on the night of this festival, and this was witnessed by the Kailasavasis and devotees of KAILASA right from Bhagwan's own parental home, from where Bhagwan himself witnessed this flagship festival during his childhood days in Tiruvannamalai.
வரம் வேண்டி பக்தரும் நித்யனின் பதம் நாடக்கூடும் தரிசனம். கொடியேற்ற நாளிலே நித்யன் தவ கோலம் பூண்ட தரிசனம். வரம் வேண்டி பக்தரும் நித்யனின் பதம் நாடக்கூடும் தரிசனம். கொடியேற்ற நாளிலே நித்யன் தவ கோலம் பூண்ட தரிசனம். மண்ணும் மகிழ்ந்திடும் விண்ணும் உறைந்திடும் ஆனந்தத்தின் எல்லை கடந்திடும் திவ்ய தரிசனம் எதுவோ பக்தர்களும் பொங்கும் எண்ணம் கடந்திட தியானம் தனி வையம் தனி சொல்ல வந்த தரிசனம் அல்லவோ. அருள் வாழ்வின் பொருள் இந்த தரிசனம் நித்யானந்தன் யுகம் காக்கும் தரிசனம். தரிசனம் கல்பதரு தரிசனம் ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம். தரிசனம் நித்யானந்தன் தரிசனம் ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம். தரிசனம் நித்யானந்தன் தரிசனம் ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம்.
We are coming to the conclusion of the full moon day. As we see, the last few devotees of Annamalai are completing their circumambulation around Arunachala, and in the event, receiving their Aushadha Annadhan at KAILASA Tiruvannamalai Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Kshetram, located here on the mountain path. And we are slowly witnessing the Annamalai devotees retiring for the day after completing the circumambulation. The KAILASA campuses in Tiruvannamalai are the only campuses that offer the Aushadha Annadhan continuously from the start up to the finish of the full moon day every month until the last devotee of Annamalayar partakes of the food. The Aushadha Annadhan service to the Annamalayar devotees continues on the mountain path at the KAILASA Tiruvannamalai Shri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Kshetram. Food charity is a sacred spiritual service in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, unmatched in quantity and quality in any other culture of the world. At around just 5 years of age, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism began worshipping the deity of Annapurna Devi, the goddess of food, that was gifted to him by his maternal grandfather, Sri Raja Mudalyar, which he brought from the city of Varanasi, the home of Annapurna Devi. And in 2002, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism began expanding this beautiful sentiment for the entire world through the Nithyananda Annalaya by cooking and serving the very first recorded meal. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism commenced the services of the Nithyananda Annalaya through this incident. Till date, whoever serves in the Nithyananda Annalaya has always experienced that the food is continuously flowing in abundance regardless of any prevalent shortages. And as the years would show, the energy of Annapurna Devi would express through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, fulfilling the hungry stomach of millions every day. In the year 2014, the Mahant of the Annapurna temple in Varanasi, Sri Sri Rameshwaranandaji, declared that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was indeed the son of Annapurna Devi. Annapurna Devi has graced him. It is indeed remarkable that the saint who has worshipped Annapurna Devi his entire life would be moved by the work of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism that he declared him as her very extension. And true to this, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism functions as the ultimate largest Annadani for the whole of humanity, feeding humanity with the Aushadha infused food, where the food carries the qualities of healing and raising the very consciousness and awakening the non-mechanical parts of the brain when consumed. It is here, in this sacred land of Tiruvannamalai, that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism spent the first 17 years of his life. With the 5 layers of people around him that exist in Tiruvannamalai, the first layer being his own gurus, his beloved gurus, the enlightened beings who were blessed to play the role in the divine life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as his own guru. The second layer being his acharyas, the numerous esteemed teachers with whom the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explored the many spiritual subjects of Hinduism at that young age. And the third layer is his own biological family. The fourth layer constitutes the friends, siblings, and relatives who were born around the same time as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and were the very first circle of disciples to be blessed with the darshan of Paramashiva as the young incarnation. And the fifth layer constitutes the whole town of Tiruvannamalai. From the person who holds the torch during the grand processions of Arunachaleshwara through the town, to the players of the Tirukailaya Vadyam, the band of traditional Hindu instruments. Throughout his divine childhood, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism interacted with all of these individual beings who made up each of these 5 layers in multivarious leelas, which will forever be retold again and again for eternity. Numerous illustrious souls such as Bhagwan Ramana Maharishi, the great Pundi Mahan, and Sri Sheshadri Swamigal foresaw the imminent incarnation of Paramashiva as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism before his advent on the planet. Bhagwan Ramana Maharishi, the predecessor of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in the unbroken lineage of incarnations of Paramashiva in Tiruvannamalai, envisioned his advent before attaining Mahasamadhi in the year 1950. Prior to departing from his mortal form, Sri Raju Mudalyar, the biological grandfather of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, sought the blessings of Bhagwan Maharishi, Ramana Maharishi in the late 1940s. In a ceremonious gesture, Bhagwan Ramana Maharishi blessed Shirarja Mudalyar and proclaimed that Bhagwan Arunachala himself would come into his lineage. The great Pondi Mahan and Sri Sheshadri Swamigal, two other revered incarnations of Tiruvannamalai, also foretold of the descent of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on separate occasions. The crowning glory of prophecies that herald the magnificent arrival of the Avatar lies in the Jivanadi revelations through the compilation of the eternal Akashic records by Rishi Agastya. The highlight verse in these recorded revelations reads, O Nithyananda Sangha, please carefully listen completely to these words of Paramashiva. Paramashiva has come in the form of Nithyananda to protect this world as the result of the penance of many crores of Siddhas. Paramashiva has incarnated as Paramahamsa. These are the various prophetic words of the incarnations on the advent of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as the living manifestation of Paramashiva on the planet.
नर्दन सुंदर नटन मनोहर करुण सागर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर जगदोधारण कृष्ण जनार्दन परमदयागन नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर सत्य सनातना नित्य निरंजन भक्तपरायणा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वर हरि नित्येश्वर.
On several occasions, we have heard the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism share with us how his beloved gurus prepared various types of Aushadha and administered it to the young Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for the highest expression of superconsciousness to happen through his divine body. Sri Narayana Swami Pillai, the Guru of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in the science of Aushadha and in the science of mantras and yantras, was known in the spiritual hub of Tiruvannamalai as a great adept in these various sciences. The traditions which use the sacred chants, the sacred geometric shapes representing the cosmic energy, and medicinal herbs in order to sustain the experience of superconsciousness in one's body. Preserved and revered in the sovereign archives of KAILASA today are two of the yantras and books which Sri Narayana Swami Pillai gifted to his beloved disciple, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and as well as several documented records of initiations given to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by Sri Narayana Swami Pillai. These initiations include the mantras to manifest any reality you wish and the mantras for energizing Aushadha, the sacred herbs. Amongst the immense contribution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to humanity, the most unique is the revival of the science of power manifestation. The revival of this science alone has initiated the superconscious breakthrough of humanity. and made the possibility of living a life absolutely free from fear and suffering into a reality. The experience is shared by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism with his Guru, Srinarayana Swami Pillai, marked the beginning of the proliferation of this science on the planet Earth once again. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived the enlightened civilization through the revival of KAILASA and also established the global movement, the KAILASA Uniting Nations for Yogic Sciences, to protect the sacred knowledge of power manifestation from being lost forever. We are continuing to watch the Aushadha Annadhan Seva given to the Annamalai devotees on the mountain path from KAILASA Tiruvannamalai, located here. As the Annamalai devotees are completing their circumambulation around sacred Arunachala on this auspicious full moon night. This marathon Aushadha Annadhan Seva started with the commencement of the full moon day and has been continuing non-stop until the last devotee of Annamalai completes the circumambulation. Time and again, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made humanity understand that it is the Guru-disciple tradition, the Guru-Shishya Parampara of Sanatana Hindu Dharma that has kept the science of enlightened living alive, that has kept alive the various Hindu traditions aimed at enlightening humanity through various paths. On the 19th of July 2016, during his global presidential address, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed, if still the method of enlightenment, the science of living enlightenment, the science of completion, and science of enlightened lifestyle is still available on planet Earth, if it is still available, if we are able to still enjoy it, it is just because of the Guru Parampara. It is just because of the Guru Parampara, the Guru Shishya Parampara, and the thousands of our sannyasis, gurus, who have given their very life. They even died, gave up their body many times just to protect our tradition, knowledge, values. Thousands and thousands of our sannyasis were killed during the invasions. Thousands and thousands fought to protect our values, our traditions. These are the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism during his global presidential address on the 19th of July 2016.
வரம் தர நித்யனும் அமர்ந்த ஸ்வர்ண வாகனம் கருணையின் ரூபமாய் இறைவன் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும் அருள்மழை பொழியும் கல்ப விருட்ச வாகனம் தரிசன தருணம் வேண்டும் யாவும் கூடிடும் வரம் தர நித்யனும் அமர்ந்த ஸ்வர்ண வாகனம் கருணையின் ரூபமாய் இறைவன் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும் அருள்மழை பொழியும் கல்ப விருட்ச வாகனம் தரிசன தருணம் வேண்டும் யாவும் கூடிடும் வரம் தர நித்யனும் அமர்ந்த ஸ்வர்ண வாகனம் கருணையின் ரூபமாய் இறைவன் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும் தேவியுடன் ஈசனும் ஆவலுடன் பூமியில் தேவியுடன் ஈசனும் ஆவலுடன் பூமியில் ஆண்டு கொள்ளும் குருநாதனின் உருவாய் வர எண்ணிட ஆண்டு கொள்ளும் குருநாதனின் உருவாய் வர எண்ணிட நித்யானந்த புரியை கண்டிட நித்யானந்தன் ரூபமும் கொண்டிங்கு கல்ப விருட்ச வாகனம் தன்னிலே கண்குளிர காட்சியும் தந்திட கேட்கும் வரமெல்லாம் இதற்கு ஈடென்றாகுமோ கேட்கும் வரமெல்லாம் இதற்கு ஈடென்றாகுமோ வரம் தர நித்யனும் அமர்ந்த ஸ்வர்ண வாகனம் கருணையின் ரூபமாய் இறைவன் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும் கல்ப விருட்ச வாகனம் அதில் நித்யானந்தன் தரிசனம் கல்ப விருட்ச வாகனம் அதில் நித்யானந்தன் தரிசனம் வேண்டுகின்ற வரமெதுவும் வேண்டும் முன்னே தந்திடும் வேண்டுகின்ற வரமெதுவும் வேண்டும் முன்னே தந்திடும் காட்சி தன்னை கண்களும் கண்டதும் கேட்க எந்த வேண்டுதல் மிஞ்சிடும் எண்ணத்திரை முற்றிலும் நீங்கிடும் நித்யானந்த வைபவம் ஓங்கிடும் ஆனந்த தரிசனம் கல்ப விருட்ச வாகன தரிசனம் ஆனந்த தரிசனம் கல்ப விருட்ச வாகன தரிசனம் வரம் தர நித்யனும் அமர்ந்த ஸ்வர்ண வாகனம் கருணையின் ரூபமாய் இறைவன் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும்
The last few devotees of Annamalayar are coming forward to receive the Aushadha Annadhan as they are completing the circumambulation around the sacred Arunachala.
வரம் தரும் அருள் மாலை நேரம் நித்தியம் தோன்றிடும் சிம்ம வாகனம் அவன் திருப்பதம் காணும் யோகம் பிறவியின் பலன் யாவும் கூடும் வரம் தரும் அருள் மாலை நேரம் நித்தியம்
And this marathon service of serving the Aushadha Annadhan non-stop to the devotees of Annamalayar across two locations in Tiruvannamalai. One, from the very parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Janmabhūmi located on the Tiruvudal street in Tiruvannamalai, and from the KAILASA here on the mountain path. From both these locations, the Aushadha Annadhan has been served to the Annamalayar devotees continuously for over 24 hours. The Aushadha Annadhan started more than 24 hours ago and has been continuing non-stop.
எண்ணத்திரை நீங்க சிம்மத்தின் மீதே வீரமுகம் காட்டும் நித்யானந்தன் வீரமுகமாக குரு நித்யன் தோன்றும் காட்சி அது காண பயம் நீங்குது குரு நித்யன் அருளாலே ஜெயமோங்குது ஆனந்த பீரிட ஏழுலகும் இங்கு நித்யனின் காட்சியை பாடிவிட அன்றத தில்லையின் ஆனந்த தாண்டவம் நித்யனும் இன்றரங்கேற்றிவிட எண்ணத்திரை நீங்க சிம்மத்தின் மீதே வீரமுகம் காட்டும் நித்யானந்தன் வீரமுகமாக குரு நித்யன் தோன்றும் காட்சி அது காண பயம் நீங்குது குரு நித்யன் அருளாலே ஜெயமோங்குது
And while the full moon celebrations are on in Tiruvannamalai through this mega service of serving Aushadha Annadhan to the Annamalayar devotees, parallelly in the other Kailasas worldwide, the Thaipusam celebrations concluded, with the highlight of it being serving of this very Aushadha Annadhan in Kailasa, Malaysia, in 6 different locations in Malaysia. Malaysia is known for its devotion to Lord Subrahmanya, and therefore the Thaipusam celebrations is especially significant in Malaysia. And this year, on the Thaipusam celebration day, which is the 24th of January 2024, Kailasa, Malaysia served the Aushadha Annadhan from 6 different locations.
நான் மறை போற்றிடும் நாயகன் நித்யனின் ஆனந்த காட்சியை கண்டவுடன் கூடிய பக்தர்கள் யாவரும் சேர்ந்து கேட்டிட வேறென்ன வேண்டும் வரம் பூமி முதல்
We were blessed earlier in the day today with a live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on this auspicious occasion of Thaipusam.
வரம் தரும் அருள் மாலை நேரம் நித்யம் தோன்றிடும் சிம்ம வாகனம் அவன் திருப்பதம் காணும் யோகம் பிறவியின் பலன் யாவும் கூடும் வரம் தரும் அருள் மாலை நேரம் நித்யம் தோன்றிடும் சிம்ம வாகனம் அவன் திருப்பதம் காணும் யோகம் பிறவியின் பலன் யாவும் கூடும் உலகையே இங்கு கடவுளாய் மாற்ற கடவுளே தரும் தரிசனம். கவிதையாய் மாற வரிகளும் ஏங்கும் கரையில்லாத உயர் தரிசனம். தரிசனம் கல்பதரு தரிசனம்.
Food has been served during this auspicious occasion of full moon day to close to 1.5 lakh devotees of Annamalai from the two KAILASA campuses in Tiruvannamalai.
தரிசனம் நித்யம் தரிசனம். தரிசனம் தெய்வ தரிசனம். தரிசனம் நித்யம் தரிசனம். தரிசனம் தெய்வ தரிசனம்.
ஆனந்த புரிதலில் நித்யன் அரசாட்சி செய்யும் தரிசனம். ஞானத்தின் ரூபமாய் தெய்வத் திருக்கோலம் பூண்ட தரிசனம். ஆனந்த புரிதலில் நித்யன் அரசாட்சி செய்யும் தரிசனம். ஞானத்தின் ரூபமாய் தெய்வத் திருக்கோலம் பூண்ட தரிசனம். அன்பு வழிதனை அண்டம் முழுதிலும் நித்யனும் என்றும் நிலை பெற செய்யும் தரிசனம் இதுவோ. பொங்கும் கடலென பக்தர் குழுமிட நித்யனின் தெய்வ தரிசனம் புண்ணிய தரிசனம் அல்லவோ. அருள் வாழ்வின் பொருள் இந்த தரிசனம். நித்யானந்தன் யுகம் காக்கும் தரிசனம். தரிசனம் கல்பதரு தரிசனம். ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம்.
This KAILASA campus in Tiruvannamalai, located on the mountain path, was inaugurated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, on the 19th of April 2008, on the sacred occasion of Chitra Pournami, once again the full moon night. And ever since its inception, this KAILASA Tiruvannamalai has been consistently serving the people of Tiruvannamalai.
வரவேண்டி பக்தனும் நித்யனின் பதம் நாடக்கூடும் தரிசனம். குடியேற்ற நாளிலே நித்யன் தவ கோலம் பூண்ட தரிசனம். வரம் வேண்டி பக்தரும் நித்யனின் பதம் நாடக்கூடும் தரிசனம். குடியேற்ற நாளிலே நித்யன் தவ கோலம் பூண்ட தரிசனம். மண்ணும் மகிழ்ந்திடும் விண்ணும் உறைந்திடும் ஆனந்தத்தின் எல்லை கடந்திடும் திவ்ய தரிசனம் எதுவோ. பக்தர்களும் பொங்கும் எண்ணம் கடந்திட தியானம் தனி வையும் தனி சொல்ல வந்த தரிசனம் அல்லவோ. அருள் வாழ்வின் பொருள் இந்த தரிசனம். நித்யானந்தன் யுகம் காக்கும் தரிசனம். தரிசனம் கல்பதரு தரிசனம். ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம். தரிசனம் நித்யானந்தன் தரிசனம். ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம். தரிசனம் நித்யானந்தன் தரிசனம். ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம்.
we are witnessing the Aushadha Annadhan that is being served to the Annamalaya devotees from KAILASA Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Kshetram located on the mountain path. The Annamalaya devotees circumambulate the sacred Arunachala, and during the circumambulation, they receive their Aushadha Annadhan from KAILASA Tiruvannamalai.
சக்தி தருங்க அச்சத்திலும் துக்கத்திலும் தள்ளிடும் எண்ணங்களை சுட்டு விடுங்க எல்லையில்லா ஆனந்தத்தை தந்திடும் எண்ணம் புது சக்தி தருங்க நித்ய சொன்னாரு சக்தி தந்தாரு நித்ய சொன்னாரு சக்தி தந்தாரு நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன வேதம் வாழ்வின் நிலை எத்தி விடும் சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க அட கேளுங்க சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க மனமதுவும் இறுகிவிட உன் எதிர்காலம் தன்னை நீயே செய்கிறாய் இறுக்கமதை தளர்த்திவிட குருநாதன் நல்ல எதிர்காலம் தருவார் மனமதுவும் இறுகிவிட உன் எதிர்காலம் தன்னை நீயே செய்கிறாய் இறுக்கமதை தளர்த்திவிட குருநாதன் நல்ல எதிர்காலம் தருவார் நித்ய சொன்னாரு சக்தி தந்தாரு நித்ய சொன்னாரு சக்தி தந்தாரு நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன வேதம் வாழ்வின் நிலை எத்தி விடும் சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க அட கேளுங்க சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க
The KAILASA Tiruvannamalai campuses are the default destinations for the Annamalaya devotees to have their meal while they circumambulate the sacred Arunachala, especially during these extended hours of the day.
அற்புதம் செய்யும் பெரும் ஆற்றலை தரும் அற்புதமாம் தெய்வ நிலை கொள்வது வாழ்வில் பெரும் அதிர்ஷ்டம் தரும் உள்ளுரையும் ஆனந்தமோ அற்புதம் செய்யும் பெரும் ஆற்றலை தரும் நித்ய சொன்னாரு சக்தி தந்தாரு நித்ய சொன்னாரு சக்தி தந்தாரு நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன வேதம் வாழ்வின் நிலை எத்தி விடும்
This KAILASA campus in Tiruvannamalai is located in Adi Annamalai, and is continuing to serve the Aushadha Annadhan to the Annamalai devotees on this auspicious full moon night. This campus was inaugurated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashiva, on the 19th of April in the year 2008. And since then, this campus has continuously offered various socio-spiritual services to the people of Tiruvannamalai. The Shiva Diksha, the Vishesha Diksha, which are the first and second level initiation programs which empower individuals to connect to Paramashiva and offer the everyday ritualistic worship to Paramashiva, and the one-day meditation, Kalpataru meditation conventions which empower individuals with the science of manifesting one's reality in one's life. All of these programs are offered here at the KAILASA Tiruvannamalai campus. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has personally conducted the 21-day residential Inner Awakening program in this very campus. And it is here that the sadhus of Adi Annamalai are fed every day through the everyday Aushadha Annadhan. It is well past midnight in Tiruvannamalai, and KAILASA Tiruvannamalai continues to serve the Aushadha Annadhan to the Annamalaya devotees who are circumambulating Arunachala on this full moon night.
Krishna Janardana Paramadayagana Nityapurisha Nityeshwara Hari Nityeshwara Nityeshwara Hari Nityeshwara Satya Sanadana Nitya Niranjana Bhakta Parayana Nitya Purisha Nityeshwara Hari Nityeshwara Nityeshwara Hari Nityeshwara Chandrakalaadhara Gauri Manohara Parama Kripakara Nitya Purisha Nityeshwara Hari Nityeshwara
KAILASA Tiruvannamalai has three organic farmlands in Tiruvannamalai where organic farming happens, and the produce of these organic farmlands goes towards serving of the Aushadha Annadhan for the people.
चन्द्रशेखरा पन्नगभूषण निखिललोचना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा.
It is here in this sacred land of Tiruvannamalai that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism commenced his revival of KAILASA during his childhood years. The revival of every dimension of KAILASA started here in Tiruvannamalai. It is here in Tiruvannamalai that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism sculpted his first deities, built his first home temple, served the first Aushadha Annadhan to the people, and gave his first spiritual discourses, and created the first publications of KAILASA through his own handwriting, and celebrated the various Brahmotsavam festivals in his parental home and on the Madavidi, the 4 streets surrounding the Arunachaleshwara temple. Every single revival of KAILASA happened here in Tiruvannamalai, which today has acquired huge proportions, with the KAILASA temple spread all over the world and with over 1 million metal deities produced by the Nithyananda Sacred Arts University of KAILASA, with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism being recognized and awarded by the Asia Book of Records for the largest number of discourses delivered by a single individual, and for the largest number of books published by a single author. All of these extraordinary achievements within the given time span has its beginnings here in Tiruvannamalai. the Annamalaya devotees continue to come to Kailasa Tiruvannamalai to have the Aushadha Annadhan. Kailasa Tiruvannamalai campus is the only location in the mountain path that serves the Aushadha Annadhan continuously non-stop until the very last devotee of Annamalayar has completed the circumambulation. And therefore, the devotees of Annamalayar, for them, the default destination is Kailasa Tiruvannamalai beyond a certain time of the day. For it is only Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai which serves food non-stop at any point in time of the day or night.
மறுகையில் அபயம் திருக்காட்சி உதயம் நித்யானந்தன் தோன்றிடும் இது ஸ்வர்ண சூரிய பிரபை வாகனம். வரம் தர நித்யனும் அமர்ந்த ஸ்வர்ண வாகனம் கருணையின் ரூபமாய் இறைவன் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும் அருள் மழை பொழியும் கல்ப விருட்ச வாகனம் தரிசன தருணம் வேண்டும் யாவும் கூடிடும் வரம் தர நித்யனும் அமர்ந்த ஸ்வர்ண வாகனம் கருணையின் ரூபமாய் இறைவன் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும் அருள் மழை பொழியும் கல்ப விருட்ச வாகனம் தரிசன தருணம் வேண்டும் யாவும் கூடிடும் வரம் தர நித்யனும் அமர்ந்த ஸ்வர்ண வாகனம் கருணையின் ரூபமாய் இறைவன் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும். தேவியுடன் ஈசனும் ஆவலுடன் பூமியில் தேவியுடன் ஈசனும் ஆவலுடன் பூமியில் ஆண்டு கொள்ளும் குருநாதரின் உருவாய் வர எண்ணிட ஆண்டு கொள்ளும் குருநாதரின் உருவாய் வர எண்ணிட நித்யானந்த புரியை கண்டிட.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashiva, has revived all of the dimensions of Hinduism, from the powers of Paramashiva to the sacred scriptures, to the temple rituals, to the lifestyle of enlightened living. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has established more than 16,000 Kailasas around the world to uphold the teachings of Paramashiva in the form of temples, Paduka Mandirs, Satsang centers, Paramashiva Shaka centers, universities, and Sarvagnya Pithas. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also revived the Sacred Arts University, which has produced 1 million metal deities and distributed them to Kailasa ecosystems all over the world. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is recognized as the leader of Hinduism with more than 10,000 letters of commendation and recognition for his work of reviving this nation from country statesmen, religious leaders, and noteworthy personalities across the globe. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is recognized and coronated as the successor of 21 ancient Hindu kingdoms.
தன்னை கண்களும் கண்டதும் கேட்க எந்த வேண்டுதல் மிஞ்சிடும் எண்ணத்திரை முற்றிலும் நீங்கிடும் நித்யானந்த வைபவம் ஓங்கிடும் ஆனந்த தரிசனம் கல்ப விருக்ஷ வாகன தரிசனம் ஆனந்த தரிசனம் கல்ப விருக்ஷ வாகன தரிசனம் வரம் தர நித்யனும் அமர்ந்த ஸ்வர்ண வாகனம் கருணையின் ரூபமாய் இறைவன் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும் வரம் தரும் அருள் மாலை நேரம் நித்யம் தோன்றிடும் சிம்ம வாகனம் அவன் திருப்பதம் காணும்
The Hindu nation of KAILASA, established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is the revival of the ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation with its own sovereign territory. It is the first sovereign state for all the 2 billion born and practicing Hindu diaspora worldwide. The United States of KAILASA provides a base for the revival, the preservation, and the central administration of Hinduism, similar to the Vatican, which serves as a central administration hub for the Roman Catholic Church. The United States of KAILASA stands for all the great values enshrined in the constitution of KAILASA, the Vedas and the Agamas. It is governed by the Sovereign Order of KAILASA, the oldest governing body for Hinduism. The Sovereign Order of KAILASA's Nithyananda is an atypical government, simultaneously functioning as the supreme governing body of Hinduism and a sovereign entity under the international law. The ancient, enlightened Hindu civilization existed once upon a time across 56 nations with 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces, and 10,000 Hindu traditions. Centuries of religious persecution has caused the degradation of this, and the last nation to fall, the last Hindu nation to fall, was Nepal in the year 2007. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism today is the head of 21 such ancient indigenous Hindu kingdoms. And he is reviving Hinduism to its full glory in the United States of KAILASA, which stands for human rights and religious freedom for all the Hindus worldwide, protecting Hindus from persecution in over 100 countries. the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, works untiringly in fulfilling the objectives of KAILASA, which is serving the religious and spiritual needs of 2 billion Hindus and the whole of humanity, through establishing micronations, Hindu universities, spiritual embassies, temple monastery complexes, nunneries, food banks, animal shelters, which are the Goshalas, the library, which is the Nithyananda Janmabhūmi and organic agriculture. Today, in over 50 cities across the globe, the 3rd of January, which is the date of birth of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as per the Gregorian calendar, have declared this date, the 3rd of January, as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Day, in recognition of the extraordinary contributions of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to the world. KAILASA creates strong diplomatic networks with national governments and international organizations to develop and administer humanitarian projects aligned with the world's needs, uniting all nations through its 108 humanitarian, charitable, sustainable goals based on ahimsa, nonviolence, peace, and universal human values. KAILASA represented the global Hindu diaspora of 2 billion at the 14th session of the United Nations Forum on Minority Issues in December of 2021. We are almost reaching the conclusion of the full moon day celebrations, with the Aushadha Annadhan continuing to be offered to the Annamalaya devotees who continue in their circumambulation around sacred Arunachala. The location being KAILASA Tiruvannamalai, Sri Nithyananda Janmabhūmi Kshetram, the temple monastery established by Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, on the 19th of April in the year 2008, on the sacred occasion of Chitra Pournami. Today, we had the one-day Kalpataru meditation convention happening at this Kailasa location in Tiruvannamalai. By the powerful science of manifesting our reality in our life was taught to the delegates of this program. This science of manifesting our reality in our life is a pure gift from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to humanity at large. And during this Kalpataru meditation convention, the Shiva Diksha initiation was also given, along with the third eye awakening initiation and the initiation into the Gayatri mantra and the Mahavakya chants. The Gayatri mantra initiation is one of the oldest initiations of the Vedic tradition of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, which is imparted to young children when they start their spiritual life. And the Gayatri mantra kindles our inner intelligence and awakens it to function as our inner guru. The Mahavakya initiation is initiation into the continuous repetition of various chants energized by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as the living representative of Paramashiva. The delegates of this program are initiated into the repetition of these energized chants to help them enter into a space of deep unclutching and ultimately to the space of Shivoham, oneness with Paramashiva. And the third eye awakening initiation is part of this Kalpataru meditation convention, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism awakens the third eye of the delegates, the energy center located between the eyebrows, after which they are able to manifest various spiritual powers of Paramashiva. The Shiva Diksha initiation itself is the first level initiation in the worship of Paramashiva, where a strong connection is established with Paramashiva for every being. A group of fortunate beings received the Kalpataru meditation program initiations today, taking with them cosmic principles, intense initiations, and the ability to manifest spiritual powers. The Kalpataru meditation convention happens every month in Tiruvannamalai as part of the Pournami celebrations. KAILASA has announced the dates for the upcoming Paramashivoham seasons right up to the month of June of this year. The Paramashivoham is the flagship program of KAILASA, personally designed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, to give the profound experience of Shivoham, the space of oneness with Paramashiva. The Paramashivoham program happens in 3 levels. The beginner's level, level 1, which teaches the science of manifesting your reality in your life, and through the level 2, which is the intermediate level, which teaches the science to achieve your higher superconscious self, and the level 3 advanced level, which is the ultimate yoga and meditation summit. The immediate upcoming Paramashivoham convention commences on the 17th of February. We invite each and every one of you to be part of the Paramashivoham convention and enter into the space of Shivoham, oneness with Paramashiva. For it is from this space that every human being becomes empowered to manifest their peak potential for which they are hardwired. The registration link for the Paramashivoham program is ecitizen.info/PSM. ecitizen.info/PSM. The Annamalaya devotees of Tiruvannamalai simply know that food will be available at the Kailasas in Tiruvannamalai at any point in time of the day or night, and they can simply walk into the Kailasas and request for their meal and it will be given. It is the divine vision of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, to serve the Aushadha Annadhan on a 24/7 basis to the Annamalaya devotees of Tiruvannamalai. It is through the Paramashivoham meditation convention that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism unleashes cosmic secrets and profound cosmic principles for the sincere seekers who wish to enter into the space of oneness with Paramashiva and manifest his various spiritual powers for which they are hardwired.
गौरी मनोहरा परम कृपाकरा नित्य नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा गोकुलनन्दना गोपी मनोहर हरि नारायण नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा बन्धविमोचना पापसंहारक पतितपावना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा चन्द्रशेखरा पन्नगभूषण निखिललोचना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा मातापिता गुरुदेव महेश्वर दीनदयाभरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा 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 பல கோடி இதழ் பூத்திடும் மலராய் ஒளிரும் நித்தியன் திருமுகம் கரம் தாங்கும் திருச்சூலமோ புவியில் பிணி நீங்க அருள் செய்திடும் மறு கையில் அபயம் திருக்காட்சி உதயம் நித்யானந்தன் தோன்றிடும் இது ஸ்வர்ண சூரிய பிரபை வாகனம் மறு கையில் அபயம் திருக்காட்சி உதயம் நித்யானந்தன் தோன்றிடும் இது ஸ்வர்ண சூரிய பிரபை வாகனம் பல கோடி இதழ் பூத்திடும் மலராய் ஒளிரும் நித்தியன் திருமுகம் கரம் தாங்கும் திருச்சூலமோ புவியில் பிணி நீங்க அருள் செய்திடும்.
We are almost at the conclusion of the Aushadha Annadhan Seva to the Annamalaya devotees who circumambulated Arunachala today on the sacred occasion of the full moon day.
குணம் தாண்டி உருவம் அதும் தாண்டி குருவாய் நித்யன் தோன்றும் எழில் வாகனம் குணம் தாண்டி உருவம் அதும் தாண்டி குருவாய் நித்யன் தோன்றும் எழில் வாகனம் அருளாக அகவாழ்வின் இருள் நீக்கி சன்மார்க்க நெறி வரம் தர நித்யனும் அமர்ந்த ஸ்வர்ண வாகனம் கருணையின் ரூபமாய் இறைவன் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும் அருள்மழை பொழியும் கல்ப விருட்ச வாகனம் தரிசன தருணம் வேண்டும் யாவும் கூடிடும் வரம் தர நித்யனும் அமர்ந்த ஸ்வர்ண வாகனம் கருணையின் ரூபமாய்.
The Aushadha Annadhan is being served to the last few devotees of Annamalayar who are continuing to circumambulate the sacred Arunachala on this occasion of the full moon day.
வரம் தர நித்யனும் அமர்ந்த ஸ்வர்ண வாகனம் கருணையின் ரூபமாய் இறைவன் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும். தேவியுடன் ஈசனும் மாவனுடன் பூமியில் தேவியுடன் ஈசனும் மாவனுடன் பூமியில் ஆண்டு கொள்ளும் குருநாதனின் உருவாய் வர எண்ணிட ஆண்டு கொள்ளும் குருநாதனின் உருவாய் வர எண்ணிட நித்யானந்த புரியை கண்டிட நித்யானந்தன் ரூபமும் கொண்டிங்கு கல்ப விருட்ச வாகனம் தன்னிலே கண்குளிர காட்சியும் தந்திட கேட்கும் வரமெல்லாம் இதற்கு ஈடென்றாகுமோ கேட்கும் வரமெல்லாம் இதற்கு ஈடென்றாகுமோ வரம் தர நித்யனும் அமர்ந்த ஸ்வர்ண வாகனம் கருணையின் ரூபமாய் இறைவன் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும்.
This KAILASA campus in Tiruvannamalai, which is located on the mountain path, is uniquely positioned on the mountain path, offering the magnificent view of the sixth phase of the sacred Arunachala hill, which is called the Ajomukha or Adhomukha, and which represents the unmanifest or the Avyakta component of Paramashiva. The Arunachala hill in Tiruvannamalai is not a single-faced hill, but is made up of 6 different faces. The 5 faces of Arunachala correspond to the 5 cosmic actions of Paramashiva, which is creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, putting into delusion, pulling out of delusion and giving enlightenment, liberation itself. The 6th phase of the Arunachala hill is called the Ajomukha and represents the pure presence of Paramashiva. It represents the unmanifest or Avyakta component of Paramashiva in the form of the 6th phase. In KAILASA Tiruvannamalai, only the 6th phase of the Arunachala hill is seen end to end, thereby completely immersing one in the pure presence of Paramashiva. If we have to get a glimpse of any of the other 5 faces, you have to come out of this campus of KAILASA and walk to the left or right in order to be able to see any of the other 5 faces. That is the precise and unique positioning of this KAILASA ecosystem on the mountain path, where for the entire span of the campus, the 6th phase, the Ajomukha phase of Paramashiva, is only completely visible. Right opposite this KAILASA campus on the mountain path is located the Rajarajeshwari temple dedicated to Devi Rajarajeshwari. And this shrine of Rajarajeshwari is specially significant in the life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, for it is here on the 7th of November in the year 2000 that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducted the first recorded Chandi Homa dedicated to the Universal Cosmic Mother. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself personally conducted the first recorded Chandi Homa, which is an elaborate sequence of rituals and a powerful fire ritual offered to Devi Paramashiva Shakti, the Universal Cosmic Mother, to destroy all negativity and to help the flowering of all positivity. And on this momentous occasion, when the Chandi Homa was performed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the photographs that were captured have captured two unique happenings. One, where Devi Paramashiva Shakti, Devi Rajarajeshwari herself, appears in the sacrificial fire of the Homakunda, vividly in her splendorous form, to receive the offering from the divine hands of Bhagwan himself. This has been clearly captured in the photographs, with Devi Rajarajeshwari sitting majestically and receiving the offering from the divine hands of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And the second is once again the photographic evidence, which has captured the third eye divine energy center of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, glowing between the eyebrows, which is the Ajna center, the Ajna chakra, the third eye which is located between the eyebrows, completely glowing and captured in photograph. And located just opposite this KAILASA Tiruvannamalai is also the Gautama Ashrama, which is historic in Tiruvannamalai, as it is here that Devi Paramashiva Shakti came down from Mahakailasa and lived and studied under the tutelage of Rishi Gautama Muni in this Gautama Ashrama, and through his guidance performed severe Panchagni Tapas in Pavalakundru, which is a small hilltop in Tiruvannamalai, which is also the same location where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had his profound experience of Nirvikalpa Samadhi, of enlightenment itself, at the age of 12. Devi Paramashiva Shakti performed the Panchagni Tapas of sitting inside the fire circle, and through her extraordinary tapas, Paramashiva appeared and gave her the profound experience of oneness with him. And this is represented by the Ardhanarishwara deity that is worshipped in Hinduism. The union of Paramashiva and Devi Paramashiva Shakti. This location of KAILASA, therefore, is especially significant in the life history of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as well as in the history of Hinduism itself. And it is also here where the KAILASA is located that we will find the Kannappa Nayanar shrine, the shrine dedicated to Kannappa Nayanar, an ardent devotee of Paramashiva, who actually plucked his eyes to offer it to Paramashiva through a sequence of divine happenings. This location of KAILASA in Tiruvannamalai is called Adi Annamalai, which also has a concentration of sadhus and sannyasis of Tiruvannamalai, who come and receive the everyday Aushadha Annadhan being offered at this KAILASA campus.
सिंहासन दर्शनम दर्शनम नित्यं दर्शनम தரிசனமல்லவோ அருள் வாழ்வின் பொருள் இந்த தரிசனம் நித்யானந்தன் யுகம் காக்கும் தரிசனம் தரிசனம் கல்பதரு தரிசனம் ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம் தரிசனம் நித்யானந்தன் தரிசனம் ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம் வரவேண்டி பக்தனும் நித்யனின் பதம் நாடக்கூடும் தரிசனம் கொடியேற்ற நாளிலே நித்யன் தவ கோலம் பூண்ட தரிசனம் வரம் வேண்டி பக்தரும் நித்யனின் பதம் நாடக்கூடும் தரிசனம் கொடியேற்ற நாளிலே நித்யன் தவ கோலம் பூண்ட தரிசனம் மண்ணும் மகிழ்ந்திடும் விண்ணும் உறைந்திடும் ஆனந்தத்தின் எல்லை கடந்திடும் திவ்ய தரிசனம் எதுவோ பக்தர்களும் பொங்கும் எண்ணம் கடந்திட தியானம் தனி வையம் தனி சொல்ல வந்த தரிசனம் அல்லவோ அருள் வாழ்வின் பொருள் இந்த தரிசனம் நித்யானந்தன் யுகம் காக்கும் தரிசனம் தரிசனம் கல்பதரு தரிசனம் ஞானபீட மகாசம்ஸ்தான சிம்ஹாசன தரிசனம் தரிசனம் நித்யானந்தன் தரிசனம்
The Kailasas in Tiruvannamalai are the only campuses in Tiruvannamalai that offer the Aushadha Annadhan beyond the regular hours, and therefore they become the default destinations for the Annamalayar devotee beyond a certain time. As we can see, the Annamalayar devotees continue to walk in to KAILASA Tiruvannamalai to have their meal as they continue in the circumambulation of Arunachala.
நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன வேதம் வாழ்வின் மேலே ஏத்தி விடும் சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க அட கேளுங்க சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன வேதம் வாழ்வின் மேலே ஏத்தி விடும் சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க அட கேளுங்க சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க தியானத்தை செய்ய வானம் கொண்ட எண்ணம் மாய்த்து விடும் நித்யானந்தன் வேதம் தானுங்க அச்சத்திலும் துக்கத்திலும் தள்ளிடும் எண்ணங்களை சுட்டு விடுங்க. எல்லையில்லா ஆனந்தத்தை தந்திடும் எண்ணம் புது சக்தி தருங்க. அச்சத்திலும் துக்கத்திலும் தள்ளிடும் எண்ணங்களை சுட்டு விடுங்க. எல்லையில்லா ஆனந்தத்தை தந்திடும் எண்ணம் புது சக்தி தருங்க. நித்ய சொன்னாரு சக்தி தந்தாரு, நித்ய சொன்னாரு சக்தி தந்தாரு. நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன வேதம் வாழ்வின் மேலே எத்தி விடும். சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க, அட கேளுங்க, சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க. மனமதுவும் இறுகிவிட உன் எதிர்காலம் தன்னை நீயே செய்கிறாய். இறுக்கமதை தளர்த்திவிட குருநாதன் நல்ல எதிர்காலம் தருவார். மனமதுவும் இறுகிவிட உன் எதிர்காலம் தன்னை நீயே செய்கிறாய். இறுக்கமதை தளர்த்திவிட குருநாதன் நல்ல எதிர்காலம் தருவார். நித்ய சொன்னாரு சக்தி தந்தாரு, நித்ய சொன்னாரு சக்தி தந்தாரு. நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன வேதம் வாழ்வின் மேலே எத்தி விடும். சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க, அட கேளுங்க, சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க.
It is well past midnight in Tiruvannamalai, and the Annamalai devotees are continuing their circumambulation around Arunachala, and they come to the KAILASA campus located on the mountain path, completely sure that they will receive their meal at the KAILASA campus. As we can see, the Aushadha Annadhan is continuing to be served to the Annamalai devotees.
அற்புதம் செய்யும் பெரும் ஆற்றலை தரும். நித்ய சொன்னாரு சக்தி தந்தாரு, நித்ய சொன்னாரு சக்தி தந்தாரு. நித்யானந்தன் சொன்ன வேதம் வாழ்வின் மேலே எத்தி விடும். சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க, அட கேளுங்க, சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் கேளுங்க. ஞானத்தை செய்ய மனம் கொண்ட எண்ணம் मूषिकवाहना मङ्गलदायक गौरीनन्दना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा मुक्तिप्रदायक विघ्नविनाशक सिद्धिविनायक नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा गंगाधर हर हे परमेश्वर जय जगदीश्वरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा शिव शक्तीश्वर श्रीशैलेश्वर शंभो शंकरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा माधव मुरहर मधुर मनोहर गिरिधर नागरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा अभयप्रदायक आनन्ददायक भक्त उदाहरणा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा बंसीधर हरा श्याम सुंदर नाचे नटवरा नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा.
It is in this location of KAILASA Tiruvannamalai on the mountain path that we have historic photographs captured of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism when he entered Tiruvannamalai after a gap of 5 years after the completion of his journey by foot across the length and breadth of India in the year 2000 in the month of January, when he was seated in this very location in the rear tip of this KAILASA campus. Rare photographs are available of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism seated just at the rear tip of this KAILASA campus during the year 2000, when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism entered Tiruvannamalai once again to offer his deep gratitude to his beloved Arunachaleshwara and have his darshan of his beloved Arunachala after the arduous years of journeying by foot across the length and breadth of India, enriching millions of lives in the event. It was 8 years later that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism established this KAILASA campus in this very location, which he graced 8 years earlier.
गौरी मनोहरा परम कृपाकरा नित्य पुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा गोकुलनन्दना गोपी मनोहरा
KAILASA volunteers are untiringly serving the Aushadha Annadhan to the Annamalaya devotees.
हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा बन्धविमोचना पापसंहारक पतित पावना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा चन्द्रशेखरा पन्नगभूषण निखिललोचना नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा मातपिता गुरुदेव महेश्वर दीनदयाभर नित्यपुरीश नित्येश्वरा हरि नित्येश्वरा 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 வரம் தர நித்யனும் அமர்ந்த ஸ்வர்ண வாகனம் கருணையின் ரூபமாய் இறைவன் நித்யன் தோன்றிடும் அருள்மழை பொழியும் கல்ப விருட்ச வாகனம் தரிசன தருணம் வேண்டும் யாவும் கூடிடும் வரம் தர நித்யனும் அமர்ந்த ஸ்வர்ண வாகனம் கருணையின் ரூபமாய்